PMSL feels different now. And I know, change brings questions. It can be scary. But if there's one thing in life, it's nothing that stays the same. And it shouldn't. Change is good. It means we're moving forward. And we do this for you. The community is what drives us. It's what keeps this scene alive. And for you, we keep pushing, building a better event year after year. Delivering on that is our mission. With that spirit in mind, welcome to PMSL Americas.
Drop it.
The champions return to hallowed ground, Alpha 7. And the team that's looking to reclaim gold, Team Liquid. All Glory Gaming. iNCO Gaming. Savage Esports.
Drop it.
Royals of War. Xforce. United for Gaming. VIOUS Gaming. Intense Game. Influence Rage. VIP Esports.
Drop it.
9Z Globant. Loops Esports. Shoot to Survive. Wolves Esports.
Hold up, wait a minute. I'm back, got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to act. They can't imitate or replicate what I do, it's a rap. I'm turning up, the price went up, yeah, you can do the math. Hold up, round their yeah. Better than ya.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. We start once again fresh, hot, and ready. The stakes are at an all-time high. The money, hey, it could definitely be at least life-changing as far as I'm concerned. Plus 3 spots for EWC. Now that's truly where the life-changing money is. It's going to be a fun time. Thank you all for being here, and let us know who you'll be supporting throughout the following days. I'm your host and caster, Taylor Reflections Noble. Of course, I can't do the job alone. We've got a wonderful team. We're bringing back some familiar faces, of course, talking about Seven and Enigma. Seven, great to see you once again, brother. You've been doing everything when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Now you're back for PMSL Americas. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling happy that I'm seeing some familiar faces too back in Americas as well. I'm talking about Coops. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do. I know what they did in Titan Series, but yeah, I can't wait to see if anybody can stop Brazil.
Yeah, without a doubt, Brazil, obviously the favorite going into the Americas. Someone's got to beat them. I don't know who it's going to be, but I know we're going to have Enigma to call the action along the way. Enigma, great to see you. Is this the first time on PMSL?
No, we've done PMSL before, Taylor.
That's
Come
okay.
on, but
I know.
first
Okay.
maybe in a long time, at least for some of these players, right? Obviously, Coops. I think he really left before it was PMSL, way back when it was the PMPL days. But I'm as excited as Seven and you. I know these matches, these next few days are going to be exciting. And for the most part, I'm all for it for most of these teams to compete here tonight.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they have to compete after all, and they are going to. Like I said, a lot of money, plus those 3 spots for EWC. More on that to come in just a bit. But this time around, things are shaken up quite a bit when it comes to our format. Let's get you caught up to speed with how everything is working. We've got 16 teams, 5 from North America, 5 from LATAM, and then 6 coming in from Brazil. We've got 6 matches per day, but that's worth the similarities from last season's end. This time we're doing a league phase process led into the grand finals. League phase will consist of round 1 and round 2. The dates are right there in front of you. Take note, take a screenshot, whatever you need, because we want you back each and every day. And of course, the grand finals is what's going to be truly fun. Now, let's talk about our point system, okay? So this is going to be the point system that is quite consistent. You've got your match placement points, 10 points, of course, for your winner, chicken dinner, pretty standard stuff, plus 1 point per elimination. But I want you all to focus on the head start points. Now, after round 1 and 2, there's going to be head start points that will be earned based upon your placing throughout the 2 league phases. Now, first place walks away with 15 head start points, second with 12, and so on and so forth. The higher you place, the better of a head start you get. But a head start for what? Well, this time around, we move into our grand finals, the last 3 days of competition, into our Smash Point rule set. Now, this on the right hand, this graphic will eventually, of course, be filled out. But let's just bear with me. Alpha 7, let's say they win the league phase. After League 1 and League 2, they move into the grand finals, and then they play Day 1 and Day 2. Well, they then will have, let's say, 200 points heading into Day 3. Now, and with those 200 points, they'll then have to reach a total of 210 points because 10 points will be added onto their Day 1 and Day 2 totals. Now, when we move into Day 2, or should be Day 3 of the grand finals, the final day, we've got our Smash match rule set that will be taking place. Now, what does this mean? So like I said, Day 1 and Day 2 is to accumulate points, try and get as many as you can, and then after Day 2, going into Day 3, on Day 3, you'll want to try and reach the point threshold. Let's say it's 210. Alpha 7, they get 210 points after Game 1 of Day 3. Now they have from Game 2 to Game 6, or maybe more, in order to reach the match point. They have to win. If they get a win after reaching the point threshold, then they will ultimately become the champions. Now, I know we're throwing all of this at you very quickly. You don't have to worry about this just yet. We'll be doing a re-explainer as we head into grand finals, but just keep this match point in mind, or smash point, I should say. Now, I did mention the prize pool. A lot of money to be given away. We're talking $200,000 total. $60,000 will be earned throughout the league phase, and then $140,000 will be up for grabs throughout that Smash Point Grand Finals. We're talking a lot of money, and you definitely believe the teams are going to be playing their hearts out to earn the bulk of the money. We look at our participating Team 7. I pass it to you. Who are we watching out for besides the obvious?
I'm going to be looking actually at intense game. This team was actually able to win their PMCO from Brazil convincingly. Loops as well ended up getting second place. Those are two teams that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on. And going over to LATAM, 9CG, I mean, this squad is absolutely stacked when it comes to players. They got Colega, a player that was able to get an MVP previously in the PMSL Americas. And on top of that, you got Milos, Remix, and Reyes. So a team very, very stacked coming in from LATAM.
Stacked indeed. And LATAM obviously very strong, but North America, we're hoping they get some W's this time around. We're talking iNCO, of course, Wolves, Xforce, VIP. But a partner teams is where I want to put a lot of focus in. These are the teams that have, obviously, they're here for a reason. They should be some of the best, right, Enigma?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I'm the NA fanboy. I've got the hope for it. Wolves, Xforce, iNCO Gaming, all being our NA representatives, but needless to say, obviously there's Alpha 7, Team Liquids, just absolute Goliaths from last year from the Brazil region. And most of these teams, I know we've seen a lot of them in action, but over the last few weeks, the NA tournaments, especially even Titan Series, our NA teams have been giving me some hope here, guys.
I hope so, man. You know, the NA, we need a W. We need a win. We're a region that's, it's been hard. It's been hard for us, I can't lie. But it's beginning a little bit better for our North American, not only qualifiers, but players, because of a wonderful series called Titan Series. A chance for North America to truly show what they are made of. And Enigma, throughout the Titan Series, we had a lot of great moments and beautiful qualifiers. And I do want to say, by the way, this was not only the biggest qualifier with the biggest prize pool, but it was also the only qualifier to allow partner teams to play to earn some of that prize pool. We're talking $20,000 that was up for grabs, Enigma.
Yeah, the money is always a blessing for the most part, but for these teams like Wolves and Xforce, the experience is insurmountable. They need to get that experience going. We saw a lot of amazing plays, especially here in that specific match. Xforce abusing what it seemed to be those vehicle rotations and stuff like that. And I really can't stress enough just how important it is getting those games under your belt, as a lot of these new squads, even with Coops having all this experience and stuff like that, new teams means new problems. And for these squads coming into here today for day one of PMSL Americas, I'm hoping that our teams are really able to kind of stand through and shine against some of these Brazilian superstars.
That's right. Well, we had our partner teams play. Obviously, that was Wolves and Xforce. But through the qualifiers, talking Titan Series, it was Dauntless and VIP that is now Shoot to Survive, as well as VIP Esports. Or I should say Dauntless and Extreme Slayers now. Shoot to Survive, VIP Esports. Two great teams. Dauntless, Extreme Slayers had so many great moments throughout. Now that they're representing Shoot to Survive and VIP, you know they're going to be in good hands. They're going to be feeling good. The Titan Series is not easy. The fact that we added the money, the $20,000, we truly saw the best of the best when it came to North America, and you better believe the best is right before you, alongside that of the North American partner teams that are looking to go all the way. But it's not just about North America, it's not just about Brazil. We also have to talk LATAM. And Seven, LATAM is a region that's incredibly talented. You mentioned a couple of them. Obviously, we're talking Savage Esports, United for Gaming, and so on and so forth. But what can this region do, and why is this region so scary, especially to the likes of Brazil and North America?
I mean, it's a region, one of the only regions that was able to place a little bit higher than some Brazilian teams when we went to the 2024 PMSL teams. Brazil, I know we're talking about LATAM right now, but we kind of give them the flowers there for a second. They were able to get 5 out of 6 spots on the top 6. All were Brazilian teams. Only one LATAM team was able to do it, which ended up being Team Queso, which at the moment is not going to be here, but we do have some players. That's why I was mentioning Colega. Colega was the player that was able to get MVP last fall season of the PMSL Americas. I'm interested to see what this player is going to be doing, especially with the new squad that he's going to be in as well. He's still going to have Milos with him, and he's still going to have some new players like Remix that was in the Titan Series, now going to be part of the 9C team. And you can see there SVG and UT as well being able to qualify from the PMCO LATAM.
Yeah, but big news for them. LATAM looking scary without question, like you said, even at times outplacing some of the Brazilian rosters, which speaks volumes about the skill ceiling we have for the LATAM region. Obviously, they're scary. They always put up terrible performance in terms of like the other competitors. I mean, dude, the other competitors, they fear this region without question. Of course, beside that of the Brazilian side of things. Loops, a talented roster alongside that intense game. VIOUS Gaming. Seven, we go back to you. Now, Brazil, one of the scariest region when it comes to this entirety of the PMSL Americas. They're looking to be scary this time around. They obviously have the champions too. Brazil, why are they so good and why are they so consistent?
Not sure why they're so good. Why are they so consistent? Because they honestly don't give a damn. They don't give a damn if you're holding down an area where it's unlikely for them to make a push. This is a team that's known for aggression throughout the global region. When you end up seeing them on the global teams, on the global stage, they end up just absolutely not being scared. Sometimes it hurts them, but sometimes it benefits them in a huge way, as we have been able to see in the past. Now, some of these teams, I was kind of mentioning them earlier, intense game, being able to just put up a lights out performance when it came down to the PMSL Brazil. Loops Esports as well. This is a team that has now been together for quite some time. Last year, it seems like they were a bit of on a rookie season for at least some of the players. Hopefully, their managers have been able to work down with them in case for some reason they don't start off hot here. They'll be able to go back to the drawing board and be able to react quickly.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Loops. I'm hoping they find success this time around. I really do. They're a special team that even if they have 2 members left out of the 4, they find some type of way to make an impact in the late game and potentially finish top 3. Brazil's scary, not only because, of course, of the qualified teams, but also Alpha 7, right? Alpha 7, the top dogs who are looking to once again claim their throne for gold. Last season in fall, they started off a bit slow, but they finished off at the top. So this time around, I'm going to try and stop my alarm bells from ringing a little bit too early. Alpha 7, they're going to be just fine. A lot of eyes, though, on Team Liquid. More on that discussion in just a bit. But I want to talk about North America, because North America is a region, again, that still has their back against the wall. They've got a lot to prove, and North America truly does need to improve if they want to end up at the top. Now, Nigma, when we talk about North America, truly, honestly, I mean, I've seen a big improvement throughout the Titan series. I've seen a big improvement even from the spring season going into the fall season last year for PMSL.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be even better now in 2025 PMSL America Spring?
Listen, we can't ignore the elephant in the room. Last year, I don't think we had a single NA team on that first page after the second or third week. So this sort of tournament format, we've shortened it a little bit. I'm expecting at least hopefully Wolves or one of our other partnered NA teams to be able to finish in this top bracket. But these teams, man, I want to see signs of life early. It's not like we have 4 weeks of competition like before. You got to start off strong, and you got to be able to do it now.
You have to, man. And Seven's smiling. I want to hear why he's smiling in just a little bit. I think I know why, but we had a chance to hear from some of our North American teams and players. Let's hear what they had to say.
This journey wasn't easy. Every game, every scrim, every late night brought us closer to the stage.
Мы прошли через отборочный этап, сражались с лучшими и превзошли сами себя, чтобы заслужить свое место здесь.
Poveștile noastre sunt diferite. Unii dintre noi am început în orașe mici, alții în orașe mari, iar unii chiar au venit de la jumătatea lumii.
Somos más que una región, somos una mezcla de culturas, orígenes y sueños, unidos por nuestra pasión, PUBG Mobile.
We've sacrificed, we've struggled, but together we've grown stronger, turning our differences into our greatest strength.
This competition won't be easy. We know we're up against some of the best teams from across the Americas.
Cada partida será teste da nossa habilidade, do nosso trabalho em equipe e da nossa determinação.
We respect our opponents. We are ready to face every challenge head-on.
We know what's at stake. We're not just playing for ourselves, but everyone who believes in us.
This is our chance to prove that North America can stand tall among giants. We're ready for the challenge.
Winning here means more than just skill. It demands resilience, teamwork, and the ability to adapt under intense pressure.
This is our moment. The world is watching, and we're ready to show what North America is made of.
Together we are NA. Together we rise. Welcome to PMSL America's 2025 Spring.
If that video doesn't get you pumped up, I don't know what will. North America spreading the inspiration, showing they're ready, and I fully believe in their ability to go all the way. You've got a lot of great players obviously competing throughout North America. Wancho, 24K from the Xforce side of thing. Casper's on Shoot to Survive, who was lights out during the Titan series. iNCO, come on, that's a name you can't forget from the VIP esports side of things. Seven, you were smiling beforehand. Now let's finally find out what that smile was all about.
I just wanted to see the GOAT on this video, all right? The NA GOAT, none other than Coops. Before the day started, Boy and I were kind of having a conversation here with Enigma. Is he considered the NA GOAT? And honestly, when I went back and decided to look at all his accolades, I think he is. Last time this man was participating during any America's event, he ended up winning MVP after MVP after finals MVP. And guess what? He went to other regions and still won some MVP. So if there was ever a chance for an NA team to actually make it to PMWC as we are on the road to the Esports World Cup, I think Wolves has my vote.
Hey, Wolves definitely has to be one of the strongest ones. Talking Baton, Doran, Wancho, and Coops, they were incredibly strong. Obviously playing during the Titan series because we allowed our partner teams to play for a bit of the money. Well, they made the most of it. They earned their money, and they're going to be earning it throughout the 6 maps starting today. Now, this time is a little bit different. We got Sandhawk and Erangel 3 times in a row. We'll finish off the night with match 5 and 6 with Miramar. It's going to be fun to see how this rotation ends up playing out. Normally, Sandhawk is map 4. Normally, it's only played once. Well, that will stay the same. But for the Erangel Miramar, it's going to be fun and not a lot of time to kind of readjust your strategy going from Erangel to Erangel to Erangel. So it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a bloodbath, and I am all here for it. So let us know in chat. What do you think about the new format? What do you think about the map rotation and obviously the teams you'll be watching today? And final question, I knew I threw a lot at you. Let me know your favorite region. What's the region that's going to take it all this time around? And if you think it's Brazil, okay, say Brazil, take the easy way out. But let's get spicy out there in the chat. Let's say LATAM, let's say NA and Y, because I believe the collective mind is smarter than the minds on the desk. Going to be a fun day, boys. And 7, you did say it. 3 spots for EWC to be earned. That's where the money is. That's where the money is to be gained. And we'll talk on that in just a second, man. Sandhawk, we move into it to start off our 2025 PMSL America spring season. This is the first opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, to get the jitters out of the way and show you are going to be the dominant team to take this entire thing. Who's it going to be? Well, obviously the players. They're the only ones who can answer that question for themselves. And by the way, chat, stay tuned throughout these fly-throughs. We've got some fun things that we'll be giving out, aka some codes that you might want to pay attention to after map 1. Just a hint, you don't have to take it. It is what it is. Let's get it started. 7, where are we dropping?
We are going to be dropping none other in Boot Camp Paradise Resort. I'm interested to see, Enigma, if we're going to end up having any hot drops, any clashes here on the first day of PMSL America's 2025 Spring Split, because that's going to be able to tell a lot. And honestly, I'm seeing some teams really close there in Boot Camp. I see Xforce. I'm not able to see just yet who is the other team, though.
Yeah, it's looking maybe a little bit of stubborn gameplay. These players definitely had some matches to scrim, see where these other squads drop, and it looks like it's going to be none other than Influence Rage shaking it up against Xforce. No knocks hit on either squad here, but the interesting part about this fight is they both opted to land in the Lobster Building, this main sort of section of boot camp. Usually you see one of these squads land on the outside and take a fair 4v4, but the scary part about this, and Taylor, I know you're a big fan of it, is going to be these early game fights. With it being Sandhawk, there's always that third party coming in hot. It's never going to be this 4v4 in boot camp.
Well, and that's the thing about it, those third parties, right? Finishing fights when it comes to BRs, finishing them quickly is important and imperative, because the longer the fights extend, the more of an opportunity for other teams who are hungry to get eliminations, who are hungry to third party, start moving in, right? Now, sometimes it's unavoidable. The fights just will naturally extend, and it doesn't make sense to get aggressive. But I stand by the points. You know, finishing off your fights early is important. But granted, it seems like these are going to be the only two teams here anyways, Influence Rage and Xforce. But this excites me. It does, not only because Influence Rage is on our screen, a talented team throughout PMSL Americas, but also Xforce. A chance to start off strong. And, of course, I mentioned 24K, Fate, Aleem, right? You've got some talented members. This is an opportunity for North America to show their chops early on in the first Blood Fight 7.
And I'm enjoying what Vatlik is doing here, trying to back off a little bit, be more of an anchor, be more of a getting a different angle on this fight right here. And now for Xforce, it becomes a question of, do you actually want to end up taking this fight? And I'm pretty sure if they do end up getting a knock, they're going to go for it. But Aleem ends up getting knocked out. They're trying to make a rotation back towards where Vatlik is at. This is going to be a big situation here. 24K not being able to fully back up, slowing Influence Rage down there. Interested to see what these two teams are going to be doing if they are going to continue with this hot drops later on different days. But for right now, Xforce not wanting to fully commit to this engagement, even though they have the higher hand in regards to numbers.
Yeah, they're hoping Influence Rage makes the first move, and it seems like they have, at least with the damage onto Aleem, but it wasn't enough to take him down, and Xforce, they're happy for that. Having this rooftop control from Lorenzen is going to be big. He's going to be able to oversight, be that UAV, if you will, for the side of Influence Rage onto the Xforce fight. He can also jump down potentially and make some moves. More importantly, 24K really can't go anywhere. And if he does decide to make it up, the question is, does he know where Lorenzen is at?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's going to be a matter of if Fate or Valiant can spot this player on the roof. You don't want to be spreading out too much early on. You already have the one-man player advantage from 24K. I believe he was able to thirst Diego with that AK early on. And this is the scary thing about these early game hot drops. Obviously, we want to be seeing those sort of 5.56 weapons, a shotgun as your secondary be the loadout you rock. But when you have these early game fights, you don't always get the loadout you want. And fortunately for Xforce, they do get that early initiative knock and thirst, but they got to play it slow. So it actually looks like Influence Rage is going to be backing up. Xforce potentially just kind of relaxing here. The zone shift is towards that southern side, right around that Pineland section. So both these teams, even though they're in the zone, with it being stage 1, you're definitely going to have to move early to get yourself closer to that center point of the match.
Something that these teams need to keep an eye on as well is that All Glory Gaming was able to take care of United for Gaming, and they have moved up now towards the mountain close to boot camp. So third party might be on the way. Enigmas, you were mentioning earlier, a team that I've been trying to keep a close eye on here, none other than 9C Globant. Colgo, the MVP of the last season for PMSL America's Boss Play. He's going to be able to clutch it up right there, slowing down SVG. And this is why. This is the it factor of why I want to see how this team can perform if the synergy is there between the teammates, because we know they definitely not lacking skill.
Yeah,
I mean, that's two teams already gone, by the way, Enigma. Now three teams, I should say. VIOUS, Savage, United for Gaming already wiped off. PMSL 2025 is starting off hot.
Yeah, and it's, I think, just a matter of because we're playing Sandhawk as the first match. This is the warm-up. Last year, we saw it all about being that sort of X factor, that mental reset. But when you have it at the very beginning of the tournament days, this is more about you honestly getting warmed up and getting prepared to take these early game engagements. So all these squads that are getting those eliminations early on, they're going to be going into that Erangel next match really feeling themselves in these early game engagements. And I think that was a struggle, especially for NA teams last year, was those early few zones, stage 1 through 3, of not being comfortable taking some of these 4v4 fights. So I'm expecting Xforce, hopefully off of, even though it's just one elimination, to kind of stand true and be able to work through the rest of the matches. But only time will tell, of course. A lot of these teams looking to make some rotations early on, Shoot to Survive being one of them, looking for that sort of hot-in camp onto ROW, but seems like they were spotted out. A lot of these teams, this is kind of the interesting part of Sandhawk, right, Seven? We've seen it so much over the last few years of as soon as you get out of your drop point, your sort of compound, even the POI that you land at, there's always going to be eyes kind of staring at you, and you're never safe to make any of these sorts of rotations early on.
Exactly, and I'm actually with you in regards to seeing what Xforce is going to be able to do here, because even though they didn't end up flushing out that team that landed with them Influence Rage, they were able to at least get that one elimination. But this is the main worry for me, maybe taking a little bit too long there with the stalemate that they had in boot camp, and now having to worry about how All Glory Gaming is going to be holding them down. more than likely they're going to be waiting for the next circle before they end up making a move. But showing maturity here from Xforce, not willing to fully commit, even though they had a numbers advantage to that actual hot drop, to that early fight, and deciding to back off and just take 1 point. Little things like that can definitely benefit him in the long run.
So I'm looking at Fran overlooking Loops. You got meanwhile, the rest of the AGG roster overlooking Xforce. They're keeping two teams in check. My only concern is they bite off a bit more than they can chew, and I really don't want Fran from AGG to get caught off guard by Loops. But I think everybody's kind of settled down after all. They are center zone. So at this point, getting that intel, getting the information of everyone in front of you is truly important. And so nobody needs to get too aggressive. Nobody needs to make a desperate move. Now, we do look at the map. The zone will shift. You got several teams who are going to be on the northern side, forced to move in. This is going to be one of them.
Oh, man. The Jeep rotation, Rose of War, they were dealing with Shoot to Survive on that western end of the bridge, but Wolves Esports, they dropped to that Paradise. They instantly rotated, I believe, over here to hit that bridge camp, but Seven, you looked at it, that map shift, that zone all the way to the east. I think that's honestly a blessing for Xforce, right? They're able to hopefully just rotate out of boot camp, because if AGG got any portion of that zone where they're centered up, I mean, you're never making that cross. We've seen it so many times of teams just getting absolutely lasered going up the mountain. But, oh man, Baton, he's not even stopping on the mountain. He's going straight forward with Juancha right above him. And Juancha, he's actually forcing the 1v1, trying to play it early on with the S12. But luckily, Doran, he's came up, given the support, grouped together. Don't need to rush it just yet. But with it being in the blue zone, luckily a good nade makes it quick and easy for you.
Juancho getting a little bit antsy there, but ultimately Doran, he was getting damaged there from the zone, but as well he was getting shot by somebody else. I wonder if maybe it was somebody there from Row. Juancho did get a little bit anxious. He wanted to go for that fight and he ended up backing off. One thing that you were mentioning too in regards to that circle, when we got a chance to see it, yeah, it kind of allows Xforce to just be patient. They don't have to fully push out. They have to play. They can actually play their time and hope that somebody else is gonna end up distracting AGG. Meanwhile, though, we do have a fight here. It's gonna be Alpha 7. Alpha 7 being able to clutch out right there. VIP is gone, and Alpha 7, luckily for them, Carrillo, even though he gets knocked, he's gonna get picked up again.
Yeah, it's funny. You were setting up the fight. The fight was already over. Alpha 7 eliminates VIP that quickly. No surprise, VIP, again, the champions. They started off fall season last year very, very sloppy, very slow. I started questioning, is this roster truly bringing their A game? But if you remember, you go back to spring season, right? It was Alpha 7 versus Team Liquid spring season last year, and Alpha 7 started off hot and heavy. And I think now, at least for me, 7, it feels like Alpha 7 most likely is going to take this series, this PMSL America spring season, very seriously. They want to dominate their competition. The reason why is because winning this, obviously top 3, you go to EWC. And what does that mean? Not only big money once again, but also reclaiming your throne as the kings of EWC, which Alpha 7 currently is.
That is correct. Getting a chance to defend that championship that they were able to get last year. Now, the biggest thing for Alpha 7, as we're going to be switching over to a different fight, I do want to get a chance to talk about them a little bit more, but let's see what happens here with Shoot to Survive. And none other than IG. I mean, I was mentioning how aggressive they have been. They had all the angles here, and it wasn't even a fair fight. S2, they didn't even have a fighting chance. But going back to Alpha 7, they do have Squash now in their squad. This player has been with them for a long time. He wasn't able to play for, I think, at least was 2 years, but now we are here in a situation where he can actually be with this squad. There was rumors that Colega, the player that is in 9C Global, was going to end up going to Alpha 7. That never ended up happening. So for Squash, a player that's able to frag out, to that be added to the Alpha 7, which is known for fragging out, a lot of people currently have them as favorites.
So picking up Squash is an interesting one. You said that he's been on the roster in the past. You know, how well will he do here? And I think it'd be just fine. After all, this is kind of your honeymoon phase when it comes to PMSL Americas for Squash. He's back on the roster, and I think he's going to be playing all out to show why he belongs on the best roster in the world. And obviously, PMSL Americas. Things slow down just a little bit as we transition into stage 3. And we do notice, or at least I notice, Alpha 7 is going to be dead center. Loops, AGG, Xforce, all still going to be kind of hanging around the same area as they typically have been. Xforce does have to rotate in. For AGG, they've been playing this gatekeeper role. They are going to be on the outskirts. Luckily for them, they do have Fren. I mentioned Fren a bit earlier, who was keeping loops in check. He's going to be inside the zone. And for the rest of his teammates, they've got a clear and easy transition over to where Fren is at, and then they can continue to maybe attack loops, I'm expecting, going into Stage 4 when they have to eventually continue to move forward. But AGG got a team wipe early on. After that, they've just been playing the scouting role. They're playing smart. They're working on their positioning. Enigma, I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, it's just if you're saying AGG has to fight into loops later on, that's really a tall order to ask, because loops, in my eyes, has the better positioning. If the zone was a shift away or even on top of them, AGG, they have to come down the mountain. They got to work towards your compound. And unfortunately for them, they've kind of just been a little bit too stagnant in my eyes. Seeing that circle shift, they could have maybe taken either a vehicle if they had it, or made that early rotation with Fran already being so far into the zone compared to the rest of his members. I'm surprised they didn't want to play it too active, but a lot of these teams, maybe AGG felt they could get a few more eliminations on that sort of mountain camp, that sort of rotation from these other squads. But seems like a lot of the teams, including iNCO Gaming, Xforce, Influence Raids, they all opted just to rotate away from that boot camp hillside. But intense game, this is going to be all the way up on that northern side. We saw that Rose of War player potentially getting that solo shots going down, but opting not to. And with it being stage 3, I know that damage from the zone isn't going to be too high onto some of these squads, but the sad part for intense game is it's not going to be just one, not even two, but 3 squads forced onto this northern edge. And unfortunately for them, this northern mountaintop, there's really not a lot of room to play.
Ooh, Xforce. By the way, I was able to see there on the horizon too. Xforce was able to get out of boot camp unscathed. They didn't end up losing anybody, so that's good to see. Influence Rage ends up losing another player here, as Wolves is currently holding them down. Wolves with all their players alive through eliminations. Now Influence Rage trying to return what happened earlier into the match to Xforce, seeing if they can knock somebody, but oh my goodness, Alim is just waiting there for Lorazin as he's able to spot him. And you were mentioning an intense game there, Enigma. Now they're finding themselves in an interesting situation here, as it's not just one team, it's almost more than likely going to be 3 teams that they're going to have to worry about as we're looking at the circle. Alpha 7 is just hitting perfect, by the way.
Center zone, but Law, he knows Silence is there, but Silence doesn't know about the 1v1. Now he's forced into it. Both players having the S12K. The push comes through, and he actually just, oh my goodness, just one taps him around the rock. Big win for intense game, putting their total to 5 eliminations. Silence having 4 of them, but they still got to deal with Wolves. The gatekeep coming through. His teammates actually rotated all the way to that eastern edge to fight Wolves. Unfortunately, Silence, he needed to land some shots more on Awancho, give a little bit of pressure off the rest of the squad, but a good nade saves the fight for him. Baton now trying to keep the rest of these squad members back. And intense game, Taylor, they've got 15 seconds to work on the zone. Both these teams got to rotate in.
Yeah, the Wolves, man, they've got such a great spot up here. Baton was keeping one in check from the rock. He'll back away. Wancho's trying to get a bit of an off angle, and Wolves will continue to at least distance themselves. My only concern is Xforce might pincer them. So you got Wolves right in the middle of Xforce. You've got intense game on one side. Wolves might be in a lot of trouble, and they've got to pick and choose what team do we want to push into, because they have no choice. But Fate, they're taking the choice for themselves. That's going to be the first drop onto Wancho, as Wolves might be being put in the blender, and they will be. Only one more player remains. It's going to be Coops. He's all by himself. The question, damage control. Can we even go into damage control? Can he separate himself from Xforce in a 10 game and get into Quarry? I don't think so. I think this is going to be all she wrote for the Wolves roster. Now, we transition over to Xforce, who now has a decision. Do we want to hunt down Coops? Okay, maybe that's the easy job. But do we want to go ahead and get into zone, or even try and track down intense game? Well, for Xforce, I think they're going to prioritize getting inside of the next stage. Coops will eventually die off, as he's going to. Valak should be able to mow him down. So good job, and a bad spot 7 for Wolves. Something unintended. They just weren't expecting Xforce to roll up whenever they were fighting intense game.
That's just usually what ends up happening here. But those kind of Wolves, yeah, they might not end up making it to the circle. But if you ever wanted to have a player that's able to clutch you up some extra points, the reason why he was able to get MVP multiple times is because he's able to get those extra points, able to get those extra eliminations. He's already been able to get one elimination for his team after his teammates got eliminated. Now he's trying to find another one, and he's going to be able to find it. Now he's up to 3. You know what? Make it 4. Why don't you? Even from the circle, it doesn't matter. He's just trying to clutch up as many points as possible. Meanwhile, we look at the map, and Alpha 7 is currently doing a wonderful 2-2 split. They have cover as well if for some reason somebody decides to push him, and I'm just going to call it right here unless something insane happens. Enigma, I don't know if you agree with me with the way Alpha 7 is currently sitting. I think more than likely this might be their match.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have 2 crate drops as well right after you wipe a squad, it's really a good feeling for that level 3 department. Unfortunately, for Xforce, Intense Gaming was able to make that rotation into Quarry. That was on that free compound on the eastern side of zone. But Xforce, they took so long focusing Coops that they didn't even realize the compound was completely free. They could have had all 4 players up in one of the prime real estate spots in the zone, but now they got to struggle worrying how they're going to be able to get in. They're having to throw the smokes, loops as well. Might even just crash the compound before them, realizing if it's free for the taking. But a lot of these teams, that southern edge, that western edge as well, we're seeing it right now. 9Z, Globant, Cold Goat. This is the guy you were talking about, Seven, being the GOAT last year for MVP. Now, trying to take his shots to Team Liquid, but the interesting part about it is we're fighting on the mountaintop. We know there's going to be more than 1 or 2 squads scoping us, and really now it's just a struggle of who's able to hit their shots while moving into the circle here. And iNCO Gaming looks like they're going to be the first team to question 9Z Globant.
That's right, and these teams are looking to engage here. They're trying to see if they can find an opening while hoping that nobody else peeks up over this mountain and stops them from making a push. There you go, 9C Globant gonna hop on this deal and just hope for the best. Can they make it? Cold Goat's almost out. There you go. He's gonna decide to jump out before the vehicle explodes and try to see if he can maybe start healing up. He needs to be careful though. There's too many teams here, and this is the story with Sandhawk, right? This is usually what we're used to, the absolute madness and somebody being able to take care of it and take advantage of it, as Milos is gonna find Cardosan flanking from Team Liquid. He's not going to be able to spot him, but Rages might end up having an angle here. Cold Goat doing his work and doing what he does best against Loops. Meanwhile, Team Liquid getting picked apart here by 9C Globant.
Yeah, you got Loops, you got 9Z, you also have Team Liquid all in this area, and the winner gets the dead side of the map once it's locked in. And for Team Liquid, well, they might be in a bit of trouble. One more player remains. It's Chief here on your screen. He's surrounded by Loops members. He's also got a couple members, I believe, from iNCO, who's going to be rolling up. They're hungry. They want maybe the third party, too. You also notice Alpha 7's going to be dead center. They're going to come into play after all of this fighting. All these engagements have settled down. They're in no rush. They're already at 5 eliminations. They're chilling. And for Chief, he's on fire. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one alive. Granted, I said that about Coops, but Seven, you were spot on, brother. Coops ended up picking up a couple on the way out. Chief could do the same.
That's right, he could, but it's going to be a little bit harder because now they have the whole iNCO squad just going to be looking at them. Earlier, it was a different situation because you had Xforce just trying to make it to the circle. Chief, more than likely, going to try to slow down. He's going to have a lot of utilities to work here, especially with how many just loot boxes he has near him, whether it's his teams, whether it's somebody else. It doesn't matter if you're able to put that utility to good work. iNCO Gaming, though, this is a team that has been together, at least some of the players has been together for quite some time. They added Bruno's in, or Bruno as he's usually known, from last year. He was in another team that made it to PMGC and just made a full run, and was shocking a lot of people, including myself. And on top of that, they added McGrellin. Remember, McGrellin was one of the players that Alpha 7 won PMWC 2024 with. So we'll see what this team's going to be able to do. So far, they've been able to clutch up a top 6. And right now, Alpha 7 is doing exactly what they need to do here. Just play your zone, play that compound. And if you are able to spot somebody, if you're able to make somebody's life a little bit more difficult, definitely go for it.
Yeah, it looks like as well. I think it was Loops took out Xforce, but now they're having to take the fight into Intense Game, and they were the team that was holding that quarry compound on that far eastern side, Taylor. And oh my goodness, I mean, what's the point of even trying to drive in if a nade's just going to land on top of you? Alpha 7 adding 2 to their playbook. Now, this is the scary part, Taylor. This circle shift, we see it in the top right, dead on Alpha 7. iNCO Gaming, I'm not sure if they have too much of that mountaintop to work with, or else Alpha 7, they might be able to just sit pretty and watch these two teams fight on the outside.
Yeah, I think that's what they're happy with. You know, Seven said it best. You know, Alpha 7, they're going to be a nuisance. Pepper shots, take players down if they can, if they get in their line of sights. But for the most part, Alpha 7, they don't want to move. They don't have to move. They've got dead center zone. Everybody theoretically has to push into them. Alpha 7 doesn't have to push out to engage the other rosters. So just like Korea's going to do. Just any shots, any peppers he can do. Now, iNCO, they are going to be a full force. Intense Game will be down a member. Alpha 7 still a 4-man unit. For iNCO, they're looking to crash in onto the compound, but they don't get very far. They get mowed down not only from Intense Game, but also from Alpha 7. Vitali has no choice but to just stop and heal inside the car. Bruno, he's going to fall into the pop of blue. iNCO might be on the way out very shortly, but a top 3 is a solid start. Maybe even a top 2, but it depends, man. Alpha 7 Intense Game, they're still up. They're still looking strong. iNCO on the way out. Alpha 7 looking to start off the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season with a big W.
And this is exactly what they needed to do there. Find their opening to push out of those buildings and start making them hurt. Start making them question where they were going to be going. And you can see Carrillo there with the beautiful nade. iNCO is gone. He's going to come down to Intense Game and Alpha 7. Alpha 7 more than likely looking to clutch it up. They're making this look easy as it's going to be going just one player left. Adrian not going to be able to survive, especially when you have 4 players of Alpha 7 Esports going straight towards you. And this is why this team is one of the favorite ones to win it all and to go back to PMWC this year and win that too. With Squash, with Revo, with Mafioso and Carrillo, this lineup is looking scary.
Oh, looking scary indeed. And it's nice to see them start off that well. Again, going back to fall season, they started off very sloppy, and they even said it themselves. Look, we started off in a way that we weren't happy with. This time around, lessons learned. They're firing all cylinders. And maybe even adding Squash to the roster gave them some new added energy, and that honeymoon phase is ringing true. Alpha 7, strong, game number 1. Looking unstoppable, and 9 eliminations, by the way. Truly impressive. And Enigma Revo with 4 eliminations himself. Remember, he was our elimination leader multiple times. I mean, you're saying 4 times 7. The elimination leader, without question. Enigma, Revo on fire. Alpha 7, business as usual. I don't know if I'm going to call it too early, but can they even be stopped, brother?
I mean, if you keep 4 players up the first map being Sandhawk and you just absolutely slaughter the lobby, it really just kind of puts the wind in the sails right for this team. And I really enjoy Seven saying that it was 4 top, essentially MVPs for that squad, being able to get all those elimination counts, because we're over this placement stuff. Okay, go for the eliminations, go for those squad wipes. And it wasn't like Alpha 7 didn't have to fight a team early on. They won that 4v4 immediately in that stage 1 circle. It wasn't even close for that squad, right? I believe only taking 1 knock, but for that team, man, it's nice seeing that compared to last year going into this PMSL Americas, they're able to start off strong as a squad. And with it being these sort of 9-10 days of competition we get to see from these teams compared to those 4 weeks before, it's really a nice, strong sign for a team, especially like Alpha 7, to be coming in with the win.
Yeah, big win indeed, but intense game. 7, a big surprise, coming out 2nd place. Total of 10 eliminations, even outmatching the pacing of Elims from Alpha 7. Intense game, looking like a serious threat.
And the thing for Intense Game, too, is that they had it completely different than what Alpha 7 was able to do, right? Even Enigma was able to call in during the match. Okay, they're going to have to do a rotation in. How many teams are in your way? 3? Okay, that's going to be hard. But they were able to make the right call, Enigma, and this is what I was hoping that they would end up doing. They would end up backing away, even if they ended up getting at least one of their players eliminated, sacrifice that, and then realize what's going on, make the quick adjustment, and go for the other rotation. I feel like that's what it's going to come down, especially during this PMSL, making those quick adjustments throughout the match. And the beautiful thing, too, I know a lot of people sometimes hate the map rotations that we're going to be jumping into, which is Erangel. But if a team absolutely sucks, in one way to put it, okay, in the first match, guess what? They're going to be able to go back into that second match and just readjust it. And that's when we're able to find out if a team has what it takes to make it to the top 3 when we go to grand finals.
That's it. Do they have what it takes? Wolves was a team that was a serious threat on the battlefield. In fact, picking up one of our first eliminations, but they end up running into a sticky situation. Good news is, though, before the day started, we had Sarpatch, who was on the scene to talk to Coops before the matches started.
A long time. Now you're back. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back, and I feel like we can win this PMSL.
I feel that too. I feel that too. And you brought company with you as well. You play with your friend in Europe. You're back with him. Who did he bring you back? Because he played here last year, or did you bring him back?
He brought me back. Juancho brought me back too. He said, "Come play with me." I said, "Okay, sure." So, yeah, he texted me, and I said, "Okay, let's go."
It's really hard saying no to Juancho, man. I mean, that guy. He says, "Come on, please," and you just gotta go for it. So feeling good, feeling confident. You have a strong team. I feel.
Yes, we feel very confident, and hopefully we can win like 2 or 3 games today.
2 or 3 games. Let's go. 2 or 3 games.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. Game 1 has concluded, and the usual suspects, Alpha 7, end up on top with 9 eliminations and a big win. They start off incredibly strong, as everybody was expecting who will be the team to challenge them. Well, I'm thinking intense game. After all, second place, 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty good as far as I'm concerned. 5 more games to go. We've got back-to-back Erangels about to be underway. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by 7 and Enigma. Game 1 has concluded. Again, Alpha 7 up there in first. We talked about intense game. Let's talk about some other rosters, though, who ended up playing quite well. And one of them, 7, is Loops, who were zone blessed quite a bit, but also had opposition at multiple times, most importantly, AGG, who was trying to gatekeep, or at least trying to keep them in their line of sights for the longest time. They were kind of the scouts of the game. They started off with 4 eliminations. From that point, they then focused their attention on Xforce, but then ultimately Loops. But Loops held their ground, and they finish off in 4th place with 9 eliminations, a good result.
That's right. I mean, 9 eliminations with all the mayhem that you were just talking about, too. what else do you want to see from this team? With the thing too, for some of these teams, we kind of heard it too during the cast too, from myself, from you, reflections, and also from Enigma, saying there's just so much going on. There's so many teams fighting each other. There's teams outside of the circle, as we saw Coops at one point trying to just be the last person alive for his team, trying to clutch out some extra elims for his squad, for Wolf Esports, and he was able to do just that. Now, from some of the other squads that I want to get a chance to talk about too, that I kind of highlighted during the cast there too, Xforce, I was really, even though it might not seem like a lot, and even though they maybe didn't end up getting a lot of points, I was really impressed with them just deciding to back off from the hot drop. That's something that not even a lot of global teams do. A lot of global teams just decide to go for it. They let it get into their head, and they get a little bit ego, pop their chest out, trying to start peacocking, and it doesn't end up working out. For this team, guess what? They decided to back off. It didn't end up working out ultimately, but at least they didn't end up losing right away, and they were able to clutch up some points.
Yeah, and let's dive into that a bit more, Enigma. In North America, typically a very aggressive roster. That's why we always highlighted in previous PMSL seasons Sandhawk. Sandhawk, a great map for North America, because it's a map where you can get aggressive, you can third party, you can weasel your way out of situations, you can even play in blue zone quite a bit and make your way into zone and finish off strong. It's a rare map. It's an interesting map without question. But Xforce is a team that has been known to be aggressive in the past. This time it gets Influence Rage off the start. They don't push. They actually back up. They live to fight another day. They finish off in 6th place with 3 eliminations. Some people would view that as timidness. Enigma, I view that as an evolution.
Yeah, and for the most part, I think it was a really big hit for them to be losing Remix coming into the event. That was one of their main fraggers from the Titan series. It was him and 24K essentially being the other big dogs in the lobby next to Coops when we saw that sort of kill elimination sort of leaderboard from the last tournament. And unfortunately, for Xforce, I like that sort of disengage going into it, but them, All Glory Gaming, even Wolves Esports, as soon as that rotation came through in that stage 4, stage 5 circle shift, they all kind of stood still. They waited for the blue zone to be on them, and ultimately, it really spelled demise for all 3 of those squads. And Seven, I know you had talked about it just now with Intense Gaming making that rotation. They sacrifice one player, but the rest of the squad makes it, and it allows them to get that top 2 placement. So these teams, there's a lot of good motions we're seeing early on, especially from the NA boys and stuff like that, but we got to see more of it throughout the game. It can't be just that one squad wipe, because at the end of it all, if you're only getting 1 or 2 placement points, one squad wipe, you're only getting 5 or 6 total points on the match.
And for Xforce, you kind of hate that the last player from Wolves was Coops, right? Because that's usually their main fragger. Out of everybody that could have been left alive there, I'm pretty sure as soon as they saw that elimination, Coops is like, well, we're not getting in the zone, boys.
Jeez.
I was so impressed when you called that out, and I was like, ain't no way, bro. Coops is going down.
Yeah.
He didn't, though. I mean, he really didn't put up a great fight, and 6 eliminations, a large majority of those elims going to the way of Coops. But that's what you would expect, right, from a player of his caliber and his lineage and his history. North America's, I don't think did that bad, really. I think North America's looking pretty good. And a large reason for that is because of the evolution throughout the Titan series, their evolution as a region. And I really do think we're on the up and up whenever it comes to North America as a whole. Speaking of North America, we have Sarpatch, who had a chance to sit down with Xforce's Fate. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, here with Fate now before the start of the day. Fate, 3rd time here on Americas. How important is experience? Like, are you like really calm now? Like yeah, I've been here already. It's nothing. Or do you still get them butterflies? Tell me about that.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty important. I'm pretty calm. I'm relaxed. It's really just basically, what do they say? Another day at the office, basically. So, yeah, I'm more so relaxed. I see people that I already know, say hi to them, and then, going to the venue, I already know the drill. Everything with your phones, figure that out, the headphones, and just basically get your sensitivity, your controls, boom, and then just get ready for game day, basically.
Is there somebody you were looking forward to say hi again or new?
Not particularly, but it's always nice seeing the people that do come up to you, or like if I come up to you, I give some examples, like the Team Liquid guys, Ayala, Mythic, they're always pretty chill. Nenebete is always nice to see as well. And, you know, my past teammates as well, Casper. Casper's here again, so it's nice seeing them for sure.
But it's nice seeing you too, man.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Let's take it home. How many victories today? Give it a bet.
My IGL said 2 wins. So.
Done. 2 wins.
2 wins, yeah.
Right? 2 wins now. Let's go.
All right, there's Fate from Xforce. One of the best-looking guys out there competitor-wise, rocking the bling, and the bling is earned because, well, he's just a great player. Xforce, a great team. Fate, a wonderful player. He's feeling more confident than ever, and it always seems so calm on camera. It doesn't matter what's happening around him. He just seems like he's in control, and that's why I'm a big fan of Fate and Xforce, and I think they're going to do just fine. But speaking of just fine, let's now move to the opposite end of the spectrum to, well, just skirting by. That's Team Liquid, a team that has been having struggles. Spring season last year, they looked great. They were charging forward, trying to beat Alpha 7. They ultimately didn't, but, they did, I believe, and then Alpha 7 ended up winning the next one in fall, But from fall season last year to now, 7, Team Liquid has just been on a downward spiral. And I haven't been happy with it. They're not looking like the team that you would expect them to be. They have a slow playing style. They were just as slow during that Sandhawk map. When they finally got active, they ended up getting wiped out. Let's talk Team Liquid 7 and how they're looking.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, I mean, besides just what we saw here on Sandhawk from them, which we'll get a chance to break down. You know what? Let's jump into it, too. Painan, I felt like they stayed a little bit too long there in Painan. They were hoping that the circle was going to end up going their way. And when it didn't end up going their way, they caught themselves between Loops Esports and 9C Globant, and then they had to pick and choose which fight to take. And then ultimately, Sandhawk happens. Third partying happens, and the zone happens as well. As Hot Jukes would say, Papa Blue does end up start taking that damage, and it makes it even more complicated for you. For Team Liquid, for me, for this season, I'm hoping that we start seeing a little bit of adjustments, not just throughout certain days, throughout matches. And for everybody watching, don't forget that we had those Amazon gift cards on your bottom left of your screen. Go type in that code. I don't know how much it's going to be, but you better beat me. Actually, we can't participate on this, right? Damn.
No, we can't. I know you got fast fingers, brother. I know you're out there trying to type it in, but I want you to stop now, delete it, because that's meant for our viewers. Hey, chat, like you said, we've got some Amazon gift cards. It was up there for just a second. You got to be quick with it, and if you earned it, let us know in chat. What are you buying with it? We had this whole conversation throughout Titan Series. Let's have it once again. Are you guys buying a rice maker? That's what I just bought recently. And I tell you what, it's revolutionary. I didn't realize they could be so fancy and even talk to you. Rice makers have come a long way since I was born in the 1700s. Let's hop into map number 2. We're going into Erangel, and this time around, by the way, we're going to have Erangel play 3 times in a row as we're dropping in. Enigma, what does that mean for our competition? Because normally Erangel is played 3 times, but it's spread out from map 1 to map 3, and then map 6 is where we finish up. But this time you've got it 3 times in a row. Do you think that makes things a bit tricky? Does it even matter to the competitors? What do you think?
I think it's a back and forth, that split decision making. If you're really able to kind of determine if you can reset and go into that next map playing the same exact potential zone. We've seen it time and time again with the Titan series and stuff like that. Not sure who's controlling the zones this match, but for Erangels and stuff like that, especially, we see a lot of those repetitive zones, a lot of those same spots get taken by squads. So if you're in one of these matches in Erangel and you get eliminated early just for that next game to be the same circle shift, you're really going to want to play your cards differently. And we're going to be seeing it now. That first circle shift is going to be centered on Pachinki Loops. Like they're doing a bit of a slip on Pachinki, and most people actually don't know this, Taylor, but Pachinki has horrible vehicle spawns. You're having to actually drop completely outside of the POI. You need to make sure that you're able to make the rotation because it's the best spot on the map. No one can deny it with you being so close to that southern island and you being dead center of the map. But these teams right now, with it being the first match, I'm surprised we didn't see too many hot drops going to this Erangel like we saw in the Sandhawk last match, but we might still be able to see it in the coming next few days if we're obviously looking at those point totals.
Well, I do want to point out, so keeping on board with the Team Liquid conversation, they're a roster that loves to land military. Surprisingly, nobody goes military, but it could have benefited them because Zone is, or at least Stage 1 is currently on military, more on mainland. I think we'll finish on mainland. There is a slight chance maybe we get a bridge in Zone. I doubt it. But they would have had all of that area to themselves. but they do go to their second default position, which is Shelter Prison. They usually split drop, and they're not often contested. They'll have Mythic, Ayula, who is going to be inside of the next, or excuse me, inside of stage 1 going in to stage 2. So they're chilling for the time being, but you're right, Enigma. I mean, there are no hot drops. You've got some teams that are relatively close together, but things are going to be a little bit quiet. But we do have a lot of teams, though, Seven, who are going to be on the northern portion of the map who do have to rotate in, and you've got a couple of rosters such as Royals of War, Influence Rage, who could potentially be playing gatekeeper to Alpha 7 VIP. Speaking of which, VIP might be making a trip to Alpha 7 relatively shortly.
That would be one of the ballsiest play. I mean, if you ever want to do that play, now would be it, especially starting off on the first day. Send a message over there. I'm pretty sure Alpha 7 would not enjoy that, and I'm all here for it. You know what? Let's throw some toxicity here on PMSL Americas. It usually makes it for even spicier stuff. More entertainment for us, the viewers, and everybody else except for the players, which I'm completely fine with. But VIP Esports trying to find their way here. I think they're just going to be going to Sarky, getting some more loot. And going off with what you were saying earlier, Nigma, in regards to loops and Pochinki, the vehicle spawns, I completely agree with you. And I think that's why a lot of the teams that do end up, at least for, that I've seen so far, that end up landing Pochinki, they do a bit of a split, get some more vehicles outside of Pochinki, and then actually go back and figure out what they're going to be doing in regards to where the zone is going to be rotating if you are positioned in Pochinki.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're going to be taking it just south of them now with Wolves Esports. That's a squad that they land in this farm split. It's an old split that Nova, I believe, actually first created way back in the day. Being able to take that sort of drop spot just outside gives you a lot of vehicles, not a lot of loot to work with, but with the circle shift, Wolves, I expect, will hold some sort of split play, but as we see on our screen, Team Liquid starting to move towards them, and I'd really be worried if I was Wolves Esports. Holding a spread at some of these prime compound spots leaves you exposed if you don't get that first initial knock, and it looks like Juancho might actually even be the first player questioned from Wolves Esports side, but looks like they're going to drive by, and this is one of those scary moments, right, Taylor, when it comes to these sort of compound plays. Are you going to be able to keep these sort of big dog squads back that are comfortable taking these fights? But Baton, he making it look easy out here.
Cardozo, come on, caught off guard. Team Liquid struggles from last season to map 1 on Sanhok today to now map 2. Losing a player is tough. And for Team Liquid, they tried. They really did. They sent 3 of their players as quickly as they could to try and assist Cardozo, but they couldn't get there in time. And now they're at a bit of a standstill, holding down a building opposite of that of Wolves. But shout out to Wolves for capitalizing on that mistake. You know, that is, I think, again, they looked great in map 1-7, but they got caught in between the rock and a hard place, the rock being Xforce and the other one I believe being AGG if I'm not mistaken, but then they were finished off. I think they could have had a deep finish on Sanhok map 1 if it wasn't for that situation, but I'm impressed with them. They're not playing overly aggressive. They're playing poised. Their pacing is great. More importantly, they're capitalizing on mistakes even from the greats such as Team Liquid.
And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing a lot of just Brazilian teams in general. Even when at the beginning of the day, you tell me why everybody expects Brazil to do stuff, just because of aggressiveness. A lot of Brazilian teams are trying to evolve from that. They want to be able to have more of a switch in regards to aggression. And also, something I do want to point out there with Wolves, I don't know if Juancho meant to do this or not, but when he ended up shooting while he was inside the building, it kind of forced that Team Liquid player to maybe look to the left, get a little bit distracted, and think about going for it or keeping on their rotation, and it allowed the extra players there from Wolves to just end up eliminating him. So I'm not sure if he meant to do that, Juancho, but it ended up working out.
As long as you get the elimination point, 7, okay? Yep. It doesn't matter if it's you shooting, doesn't matter if your teammate gets them, and that's kind of the role that Juancho adopted, right? We talked about it in Titan series, Taylor, with him kind of playing that more supportive role for the squad. If you have Baton and Coops both being those sort of fragging players on your squad, it's really hard for you to kind of shine yourself, right?
Yeah.
You want to be able to put your teammates in those spots of success. And last match, obviously, it was just Coops at the end, hitting some nice shots from zone. But this time around, they're not having to work against blue zone yet. They're able to play their sort of circle, their spot in this zone, and we've been seeing a lot of it actually right now. Loops as well as Savage Esports making honestly the same rotation as Team Liquid just did, trying to get into that sort of western farm POI area, allowing Wolves to potentially pick up even a few more eliminations on rotation with it being this first circle shift. But You got to be able to hit your shots. Luckily, Baton was able to do that, but can they continue to do it is going to be my real question for them.
Loops wanted to see what that hilltop was all about. Well, they found out quickly. It was Royals of War's hilltop. They'll stay up there. Loops will back away into Pochinki and stay there basically rent-free. A lot of vehicles still on the map to be expected. Everyone trying to find themselves as close to center zone as they can be, which is getting pretty active now, 7. I mean, you've got Loops currently dead center. You got Influence Rage moving in, Alpha 7 there. Royals of War obviously just on the outskirts looking in, but I am focusing more so on Pochinki because that's where Influence Rage, Alpha 7, and Loops seem to all be congregating.
That's right. Absolutely nobody wants to end up playing edge of the circle. It seems like with how many teams are currently there towards the center. You mentioned it. You have Influence, you have Loops, you have Alpha 7 as well. Not only that, you have some of the other teams like Savage Esports that are gonna be rotating around. Not even able to spot them. And okay, with that switch, that's gonna make a little bit of adjustments here. And you can see Alpha 7 being one of those teams that, you know what, they're just gonna keep on driving and seeing where they can place themselves. They play that Sandhawk class perfectly, but I do kind of want to take that with a grain of salt because it is Sandhawk after all. I want to see what they can do here in Erangel.
Oh man, they're about to be doing something to this 9Z player. It's going to be, I believe, Reyes hitting the slam, Colgo trying to give the support, but Alpha 7, they did this last match. They're fine taking the 4v4 at the center compound, picking up the one freebie. And I really got to question 9Z's split. They had this whole southern edge to work with. They opted to take this compound play, and they might actually even lose Colgo if Alpha 7's quick enough. Creo taking the shots down onto the vehicle. Unfortunately, you have to blow it up. You can't shoot him out of that car just yet, but Alpha 7, they find themselves with that early rotation, that full squad movement together, getting a pristine spot in the circle shift. And now the rest of those teams, Taylor, on that eastern edge, all having to take the same rotations towards Alpha 7.
That's right. All have to move their way in. That's Royals of War, Team Liquid, Wolves. The list goes quite literally on and on. It's quite polar opposite of what we witnessed from map 1 on Sandhawk, where there were so many teams, I think 3-4 teams eliminated going into stage 2, during stage 2, going into stage 3. This time around, we've had a couple of players lose their lives. Obviously from Team Liquid, they've lost 2. We saw Cardoza and Mythic very, very early on. But everybody else relatively healthy still, just firing some pop shots. Stay away from me, or at least respect me and where I'm currently at. I do like the way that this Royals of War Loops fight is developing, however. They drove past each other on this hilltop. They kind of, felt each other out at least a little bit earlier on, and they're still hanging around each other, and they want it. They want this engagement. They want this fight, and at least for the most part, they just want to continue to keep their presence known, 7.
Yeah, debating whether they actually want to take that fight or not, as VIOUS is going to be close by as well. By the way, I'm actually impressed with that Alpha 7 play. Even though it was just that one player from 9C, I'm impressed that this team is just deciding to focus more and more in center of the circle because they're just so known in the past as well for being able to just play that edge and being one of the masters at being able to play edge of the circle too. So for now, for them, first 2 matches here of PMSL Americas 2025, for them to shift their focus and worry more about the center, I wonder how some of the other teams are going to be able to readjust to that. And I think that's what 9C Globant was kind of caught down with their pants down with just one player there on that rotation.
And now we see it's going to be Shoot to Survive, one of our NA squads, making this sort of Western rotation right into VIP Esports. Unfortunately, another NA team, NA on NA violence. Klaus being down to just one shot, trying to find a little bit of that edge play in the circle. We do see it. It does shift all the way down south. Nowhere close to the sort of western edge. Unfortunately, Bob as well getting knocked on rotation in the field. And this is the scary part about being on this Gatka side of the map. It's a straight field for roughly 200-300 meters. If you're not making the right rotations, if you're questioning yourselves like it looks like Shoot to Survive is, you're going to get caught out from these players that are able to shoot their weapons. It's not like Titan Series where some of those squads maybe can't be shooting their guns straight a lot of the time at range. This is the best of the best from our western regions. And I really enjoyed, 7, that you brought in that Alpha 7 conversation of them playing center, Team Liquid trying to do the same, but that's Team Liquid's forte, and we see it on that battle tracker on the right. They're down to 2 players. They only have 5 total points, I believe, so far. So them being a squad that needs points, not having the room to really have these sort of low placement games, it's not something you want to see, but Unfortunately for iNCO Gaming, one of our NA squads, they're going to be actually the first team eliminated from Loops Esports in Pochinki. I'm surprised, honestly, that they actually even took this fight in Pochinki, but nonetheless, 4 elimination points for Loops, Taylor. Something you do enjoy seeing from the squad.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, indeed. Loops, very successful game 1. They were a talking point. They always are anyways when we're discussing Loops throughout PMSL, but even more so now, going from their consistency in game 1 over towards game 2, that's going to be a couple of eliminations coming their way. When we do look at the standings, I'm highly expecting them to be up in the upper echelon, and I expect them to stay there throughout the days of PMSL spring season. They do have to rotate into zone. They've got a little bit of time. They're taking their time in Pochinki, but Royals of War most likely going to be their next opponents, but that's no surprise. Even going back in time, Royals of War Loops, they've kind of been dancing back and forth between each other for a notable amount of time. Shoot to survive. Very curious on what this long rotation means. Are they trying to get onto the backside of Loops? Well, I'll keep my eye out for that. We might see them pop up on screen in just a bit, and there's going to be Klaus driving his team forward, going straight into Royals of War and Loops, who look to be right next to each other. I think we might be seeing a fight brewing up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I have no idea what they're trying to do here, but Royals of War with Loops, I mean, we've been talking about this fight happening, and it's finally going to end up happening as Royals of War being able to strike first. They're going to end up getting one knock, trying to convert it into that elimination. This split might end up working in their favor. They just got to make sure they don't end up losing any players, and they take care of this fight quickly, though, because of how many other teams now are near them. It would be prone to a third party in here if this takes a little bit too long. Royals of War now having to back up, and there you go. As I was talking about it, it ends up happening. S2S, none other than Shoot to Survive, being able to start their party in this squads in this fight, as Loops is now turning the tables around and getting into the action there against Row 19.
Yeah, but they're having to eat the blue zone 7. They got to make the rotation in. Unfortunately for Royals of War, that actually might be working against them. They held a split early on to catch one player off, but they couldn't clean up the fight anymore. And now we're going to be shifting to the far western side. All Glory Gaming rotating directly behind Intense Game, but it's just Fran here. Can he get more than one? Gets one knock, 2 actually, with the S12K trying to go for the thirst, but he's only got the M4. Intense Gaming winning the fight on top, not losing a single player, and that was a big 1v1 for Intense Game to win, having just 2 players to knock his 4th teammate as well, driving up. Intense Game, they secure themselves a spot in the sort of circle, but they got to make the rotation in, Taylor, and with 12 seconds left, those revives, 10 seconds each, it's going to take a long time.
Well, the good news is they stay alive, and they have an opportunity to fight yet another day. VIOUS Gaming, first time seeing them on screen, and well, it's going to be a great opportunity to showcase what they're about. They'll take down Royals of War, and just like that, 3 teams have fallen in quick succession. iNCO, All Glory Gaming, Royals of War. As the zone gets closer and closer, smaller and smaller, the teams become more and more competitive. For Intense Game, they will have to rotate in. I do wonder if this is an opportunity for United for Gaming to take them out. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 onto Loops. Loops has been in between teams, most importantly, Royals of War. But with them gone and out of the way, they now find themselves replaced from Royals of War to Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 manages to get a couple of eliminations for themselves, therefore controlling the northern side of the map, and you can see the respect that they command. As soon as they push into Loops, Loops is forced to run away. But a new, opponent has come into the mix, and again, that's going to be VIOUS Gaming throwing their hat in the ring against Revo and the rest of the Alpha 7 roster, who has no choice but to reposition.
And that's usually why I love new teams popping up, because they don't care about your legacy, and they don't care about what you have done in the past. When it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports, they're going to take the action to you, and they are currently in a position where they actually have to make sure they fend them off. Alpha 7 did end up doing a north rotation there. You guys mentioned it ended up working out in regards to them getting eliminations on Loops. Meanwhile, we're going to be switching over to Xforce, which is getting pepper from far away. Fate trying to see if he can at least revive 24K. That's not a player that you want to lose, especially at this stage of the match. And you can see them just starting to readjust for that. They do have 3 eliminations to their name. On top of that, only 3 players alive, but I believe 24K is going to end up getting picked up. I'm intrigued to see what Alpha 7 is going to end up doing, what VIOUS Gaming is going to end up doing, as well as Shoot to Survive. All those teams there that are towards the north, more than likely, they're going to end up getting pushed out by the zone whenever the next circle closes in.
Yeah, the circle shift, right as this connects, I believe we are going to start seeing people take big damage from Papa Blue. Alpha 7 being the team that has to rotate in now. It's crazy as well that Alpha 7 was able to make that rotation up the mountaintop from the compound and backstab both those teams like Loops and VIOUS Gaming on that sort of eastern edge of the circle shift, and now being able to kind of weasel their way through 2 squads on the northern side. It really kind of just speaks volumes as a team of, you said they were playing that center spot. They got forced onto the edge off of the circle rotations, and they said, okay, if teams start making movements on the map, we're going to start moving ourselves. And now with that circle shift, goes all the way up to that northwestern side. S Shoot to Survive, I believe, is just going to allow Alpha 7 to control that eastern side. The compounds on that far northern side aren't something to really be playing too early on, but a lot of teams now, 7, full sending into the center. This is not what you want to see, and especially on a Team Liquid.
That's right. Yeah, you definitely don't want to see it on Team Liquid unless you got the numbers going your way, and it ends up working out for them. Team Liquid ends up getting eliminated their 13th place with not many eliminations. By the way, for Alpha 7, they kind of leapfrog VIOUS Gaming in a way with what we were able to see in the circle. Now, once they end up closing up the other players, they might be able to just leapfrog them and gatekeep them in some kind of way. But for this team, oh my goodness, Wolves Esports, you're currently having a lot to work with, and you're gonna have to figure out what you want to do because you are so far outside the circle too, and as the circle closes in more and more and more, it's gonna make it even harder to find an actual good little hay bale here where you can hide.
Oh gosh, they're taking so much damage. We're drifting. In fact, they're moving into where Team Liquid unfortunately just fell, and they've got no choice. Guns a-blazing. They just got to fight the way forward. That's the only option. Influence Rage will also be just in front of them. They'll focus some shots on VIOUS Gaming, who's going to be just in front of them as well. And like you said, pick and choose. Where do we go? Well, Baton, he's going to be the anchor player staying back. The rest of the roster is going to be pushing forward into VIOUS Gaming. VIOUS Gaming, though, putting out some damage, but Wolves is answering back. It's going to be a push and pull, but it looks like VIOUS Gaming might have the upper edge. The first time truly showcasing what this new team is all about. And they are not wasting their screen time, not wasting their moments. But can Baton be the hero needed for this Wolves roster? Can he hit the car enough? Well, he cannot, unfortunately. And Wolves will continue to get pieced apart, piece by piece, player by player. It's Coops and Baton trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive. As that fight is unfolding, Xforce is also opposite of 9Z, another roster that has been playing out of this world. 7, you highlighted how good they are. Well, I haven't been disappointed with their performance. Up to 6 total points so far for this game alone. 9Z sitting at 0 eliminations, but it's still early goings, a chance to finish off strong. Meanwhile, Xforce, they're at a current number of 3, and this fight, well, it's about to be underway.
That's right. In 9C, at least they have the advantage here that they are going to be within buildings. They're going to have to allow other teams to fight it out. Wolves ends up getting eliminated. And man, I would love to talk after this match ends about that rotation there from Wolves because I felt like they could have definitely done a lot better with the situation that they were presented. But for now, Xforce currently 3 eliminations to their name, 3 players still alive. 9C Globant still within the zone, is still within the circle. Right now, you just have to chill, let everybody else fight it out, and wait for the right timing, because if they can take care here of Xforce, they are going to be free to go, at least from the southern western side of the circle. And you have VIP on top of the mountain too. Just so many teams that are going to be able to just keep an eye out open for everybody that's going to be out in the open, trying to hide behind a hay bale. Let's see what this circle is going to be giving us. Center, north, east. Ooh, it is going to be East. SB is going to be blessed by that, as well as Alpha 7 if they're able to pick up that player and find another hay bale to hide behind.
Yeah, but is it really going to be a blessing or a curse, 7? You just saw Savage in that circle shift previously slamming Team Liquid at that shack, so I'm expecting whether it's 9Z, Xforce, or even United for Gaming, potentially doing that exact same play onto the shack. VIP Esports as well, having to make that rotation in. A lot of these squads on the edge, you're really working with nothing on this circle shift. You got those 1 or 2 hay bales, the shack in the center with the dip on it, but it's so free for you to pull up. You have to honestly get blessed with hitting some nades, and unfortunately, VIOUS Gaming, they're going to get unblessed by Alpha 7 with those sort of frag nades, stuff like that. And for the most part, Xforce, I'm kind of questioning us even staying here so late into the circle shift with the blue zone right on you. Yeah, they have the vehicles tailored, but Milos, he was proning outside of the compound here. He's going to be playing spoiler on Xforce.
Valak with the nade in. They're pushing forward. You said you didn't want them to stay here. Well, they're going to take matters into their own hands. Oh, look at Milos! Look at Milos on the fade. They're on the opposite side. Fate spots him out, tries to get the shot. He's trying to shoot the toes. He can't get it. Fate's forced to back away. But that X-ray vision making moments even more excited than they truly are. Remix up ahead. He might dodging the nades left and right. He's going to be all right. But Fate is now stuck literally behind a tree. He needs reinforcements. He needs his roster to back him up. I love that Remix is parking the bus in the back end. That's going to make the push even harder for the Xforce roster, but push they must, and push they will, and they are getting the elims needed in order to break away from this house that they've been stuck at for the longest time, 7.
Being able to find an opening, can 24K connect with any of this nades? He's not going to be able to, but they're going to be able to switch it. I think they're able to tell where that last player is going to be. It is going to be Remix, their last teammate during the Titan series. Is he the one that's going to stop him? And right now, it is looking like it, as Remix and 9C Globant is going to be able to just come out on top between that fight. Xforce, what could have been right there, especially with the elimination points going your way, it ends up backfiring for them, and then we end up going to another team, Alpha 7. I mean, they've been chilling here after they took care of VIOUS Gaming that was close to them. Now they have to worry about Influence Rage. On top of that, United for Gaming, interested to see how they're going to be able to perform here. You can see them. They're still keeping that vehicle to their name, as Korea is usually known as the anchor. He's wanting to be the one that scouts a little bit more.
Oh, so we haven't noted it yet. Revo, 5 eliminations under his belt already. We know a lot of these players got that powerhouse factor to him, but he's just been in the last 2 games dominating every single 1v1, every single 4v4 with the squad. And I think the squad has just perfected the craft of playing around your players that are feeling hot. Revo, he's showing up day one. He's putting that work in. And for the eliminations right now, make it 6, 8 total for the team. We could see it on that map in the top right there, Taylor. Full dominance of this north side circle.
I mean, Revo's already at 10 eliminations combined for map 1 and map 2, and we haven't even concluded map 2. 10 eliminations for himself as an individual. That is more than the majority of the 16 teams competing across 2 maps. That's insane and truly special. I mean, come on, the guy can do it all. That's why he's MVP 4 times, and that's why he's on the best roster in the world, Alpha 7. For Alpha 7, they've got the vehicles and the utility, but they also have Influence Rage in front of them. But luckily for them, it's not as active as it is on the left-hand side of the map, on the west side, where you've got Savage Esports dancing around. VIP still holding on tight with their solo. That's going to be Poppy Sour trying to stay alive. And then, of course, 9Z. But for Alpha 7, they got to get active. Influence Rage is putting on the pressure, and Flaw is taking down Mafioso.
Sometimes you get a little bit too confident, and that's exactly what happened there with Mafioso and Alpha 7, sending it a little bit too far, but they know what's currently at stake. They know if they can take care of Influence Rage, they will be able to be positioned perfectly to win this match as well. So it is a risk worth taking here for Alpha 7. Revo continuing on their performance there that you were talking about, Reflections, continuing to get eliminations, but now Koryu's going to get caught, and he's only going to come down to Revo, and Revo, he's going to have to park the bus. He's going to have to wait it out and see what the other teams are going to have to do now, with only being the last player standing for Alpha 7.
Yeah, snaking it out too. I think they just didn't realize Influence Rage had such a huge split on that eastern edge. They got the 1 knock off of Revo playing forward here, but if you don't spot all the players, you're relieving yourself completely vulnerable. And I think they actually got the knock onto Carrillo. They're going for a revive in the open. No smoke down, no vehicle to kind of go for it behind. So maybe a bit of a misplay from our superstar squad, but having enough eliminations already, this being in that top 3 position, Taylor, they still are getting enough points in our eyes, of course, to be doing better than most in the lobby.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Alpha 7's already done their job. I mean, Revo, after all, has gotten 6 eliminations himself. This might be the end, though. He's very low when it comes down to the bullet side of things. But I mean, you never know. Just like Coops earlier in map 1 on Sanhok, Revo, he's a scary player to be last alive, and he might be going against a full-man team of Savage. He might be going against a 3-man unit of Influence Rage, but you can't count him out as long as he's on this map. I want to get rid of him, and a lot of empty space up ahead. Nobody wants to be the first team to push forward. Everyone's grabbing their hay bales, grabbing the little dips in the field, trying to just separate themselves as much as possible, using drops, whatever you can. And that zone will shift. The only one who's currently in it is going to be Lil Boy from Influence Rage. Everybody else has to rotate in, albeit Savage doesn't have to go very far. But Revo's got the longest distance, and our solo from Alpha 7, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it in 7.
I don't know if he's going to be able to, but right now for Savage Esports, is trying to keep this player alive. Can Octi stay alive? Because he would just be such a massive anchor, and he also needs this vehicle to hurry up and blow up so he doesn't have to worry about it. Influence Rage, you mentioned it earlier. Little boy, he is crawling within that circle, trying to make sure he allows his other teammates to find a way within this circle. Yeah, for Revo, I don't know how he's going to be able to do it, but if he does end up doing it, you know what? Just end up crowning him MVP right away for day one at least, because he's been able to put up points. But there you go, Octi. Give him enough time and give him enough info while he was healing to at least tell him where he could possibly hit. Little boy now trying to hide, now trying to have to move. Remember, he was throwing nades earlier, getting a little bit closer. Can he spot him? This nade might end up hitting, and if it does, it could end up meaning 2 players. Meanwhile, Revo doesn't care if he's far away from the zone. He's gonna try to go for eliminations, and Little Boy does end up connected with those grenades. Massive lead for Influence Rage as they're looking to take it. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he just did that.
Yeah, Savage.
Dude, Enigma, Lil Boy was set up early on. Diego also on the opposite side. Influence Rage, if they steal this game, I mean, they are stealing it from the hands of Savage Esports, who is so close to victory with the man advantage.
Yeah, and look at Diego. He's got that cross path for Snacks. He's able to spot him as soon as the circle starts to close. And with it being stage 8, we're going into nothing in the center. Influence Rage has all of the slopes in front of him. And if you're Savage Esports, you're really questioning that rotation going on, but you got to discuss that after the match. You're still in that 2v2 section, but Mauer coming in slow. The zone starting to push him. He does have the ghillie on here, Taylor, but does Little Boy spot it? Diego actually finds Snacks, the slope working in his favor, and now the 2v1, leaving it open for Influence Rage to steal this 4v2 spot.
All right, Influence Rage well on their way to victory. 2v1, not guaranteed, though. They can still mess this up somehow.
Oh, no.
Marier alive. We're snaking in. Both players opposite of each other. This is the second time we've seen 2 players snake towards each other in the same game. And he's got Diego and Lil Boy lined up. If he can fire this appropriately, if he can focus both of them at the same time, he can clutch this out. This could still go to Savage Esports. The solo YOLO play, the solo with an opportunity to make it happen. Diego's got a hay bell, and that might be what it takes, but he's been spotted. Lil Boy's going for the finish, and it won't happen. Influence Rage will hold on tight to the win. They get it with 11 eliminations. And boys, we've got a new winning team up on the podium.
Not surprised at all there with what Little Boy was able to do with that magic, that wonderful grenade, being able to take 2 players there from Savage Esports. This is exactly what you expected them. And then on top of that, I mean, they were playing that snake. I did get a little bit freaked out, though. Not gonna lie, Reflections. You called it. When they lined up, I was like, why are you lining up for him?
Scary, scary stuff. Because teams throw it sometimes like that. They really do. 2v. I mean, Enigma, we've seen, especially during Titan series, come on, 1v4s happen because the teammates lined up, and that's not what you want to do. But ultimately, good news is for all the Influence Rage fans, they hold it down tight, they get the win, and Lil Boy was a large reason for that, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, it really comes down to that sort of bait smoke play on his hay bell he had thrown, being able to sneak, honestly, forward towards the 2 players rotating into him. Him having to take that 2v1 action himself, being able to get both with the frag grenades really put Influence Rage in that driver's seat of that game. And unfortunately for Savage Esports, you know, they made that rotation, but they stopped early. They weren't even close to the zone when they tried going for that push on an Influence Rage. So really kind of just stellar defense plays coming from Influence Rage. But I mean, Alpha 7 as well. Revo getting away with one of those eliminations. So I honestly thought he was about to do it at the end there if he was able to make it into that end circle, right?
He has that ability, doesn't he, right? So, I mean, Revo has that ability. He's sitting at 11 eliminations throughout 2 games, obviously on Senhawk and Arigel. Just well done overall. And Loops, too. Let's shout them out. You know, they had a great game 1-7. Game 2, they started off hot and heavy. Very, very poised. Looking like potentially a deep run. Obviously, they finish off in 10th place, a little bit further down, missing out on the placement points. But Loops continues to slay out, and that's a little bit different from their normal play style. That is a bit more of a slower play style, working their way methodically through the map. It seems like now, this time around this season, they want to be more aggressive.
Yeah, and I respected what Loops was able to do there in Pochinki as well. Remember, they landed there. We're talking about, okay, what is this team going to be able to do? And then we saw them teasing the fight between themselves and Bro. And then ultimately, we switch back to them, and they're actually taking a fight with iNCO Gaming in Pochinki and winning that fight. Not sure how that came about. Not sure what made them realize that there was still another team behind us. But for them to have that awareness, clear that team behind you, and then try to take the fight there with row 19, I really like that awareness from this team. But this was the winning play right there. That beautiful grenade from Little Boy is what ended up clutching them the win.
Yeah, well done from him. Little Boy, he'll finish off with 2 eliminations, but 2 that mattered in the end to get the win for Influence Rage. A lot of damage across the board, and to be expected with 11 eliminations, they had the most throughout game number 2 and the most of the day so far for PMSL America Spring Season. I'm sure we'll see closer to 20 as the days go along, but 11 is currently the elimination lead for at least the moment. Influence Rage, well done. They finish off in first place, though. Net themselves 21 points, 11 elims, plus the winner chicken dinner, which is 10 bonus points, brings them up to 21, which will put them in a very healthy spot. We do see a couple of North American rosters making it onto the list. Obviously, Xforce being down there with a total of 5 points for themselves. And I will say, Xforce still playing well at times, but Enigma, they just got caught in that shed a bit too long.
Yeah, and I think it really came down to whoever that 9Z player was, sticking the revive in the smoke, not wavering over the fact that it's a 1v2. The nades weren't connecting from Xforce. That really was kind of the fault in their stars of having to wait those 4 or 5 seconds for you to prime the frag grenades just to not connect. I would have liked to have seen that gung-ho action. But the second page here, we're seeing a lot of teams. You were mentioning Loops earlier, as well as VIOUS Gaming getting 7 total eliminations each. Both of those squads at least putting up some numbers, but we do know, obviously, that they're wanting to get some of those positioning points, those placement points in these next few iNCOs.
While we look at the overall, no surprise, Alpha 7 will be in first place. A large reason for that is based off of their winner chicken dinner on Sanok with 9 eliminations, and then follows up with an iNCO performance, top 3, number 3 in fact, with 9 elims. They're on fire. They're already at 18 elims, 11 of those going to Revo himself. That's just how dominant of a player he is. But Influence Rage will jump up to second place off of their game to win. We'll see how far they can go. Still early goings, not only in the season, but also in the day as a whole. Alarm bells, we're not ringing them just yet, but who do we need to be on the lookout for, 7, who are towards the bottom?
That first place team, man. I know you said towards the bottom, but I'm just amazed at how Alpha 7 is playing. I called it out during that match. If they do it again this match, okay, now I'm actually going to be keeping an even closer eye on them. And I'm going to, when I do talk about them, just a heads up for everybody currently watching at home, I'm going to be critiquing them even more because now that's 2 plays where they focus into the middle. But the thing is, this team is able to readjust. This team is able to play that outer edge as they were able to showcase right here perfectly on this last match. And on top of that, I mean, the gun power's there, and Revo's currently popping off, and you wouldn't want anybody else to pop off like that man can.
Oh, without a doubt. If he's having a bad game, you're worried for Alpha 7. You do. The rest of the guys, they can carry the torch, but Revo is just simply that guy. 11 eliminations, leading the charge, and again, that's more than some of the teams have combined from all 4 of their members. Well done from Alpha 7. They lead the charge. Question is, can anybody catch up? Influence Rage might be one of those rosters to do so. Sarpatch had a chance, though, to do quite a few interviews at the start of the day. This time he had a chance to speak to Klaus from Shoot to Survive. Let's hear what Klaus had to say.
All right, here we are with Klaus from S2S. Welcome to Brazil. Welcome to PMSL America, a LAN event. How's it feeling? How's it been in there?
It feels good. The phone took a bit to get used to, but I think we're ready now.
And how's it to be on the stage, to see all the teams around you, all the other players? How's that feel?
It's new for us, but I don't think it changes anything. We'll just play our game, and we'll try and win.
Not nervous at all? You're calm? And the rest of the teams are good?
Yeah, we're good.
They was just eating some Asian food. What were you eating?
Chicken fried rice, I think.
Nice. I'm hungry. I'm going to go get that some. Bro, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Let's go.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Seven and Enigma. 2 games down, 4 more to go. We're hopping back into Erangel. We've got it 3 times in a row. Better get used to it because it's coming back at you very quickly. And Seven, for these teams, they just got off Erangel, right? They know exactly what's about to happen. And the teams really did fill each other out because that was incredibly slow and polar opposite of what we witnessed from the Sandhawk, which is incredibly quick. 3-4 teams lost going into stage 3. We didn't lose anybody going into stage 3. We lost a couple of players, but no teams. I'm expecting a little bit of the same here on Erangel as the teams continually try and figure out what's really happening and what's going on. For Wolves, been impressed with their play today. I really have been. They've shown great prowess. They've shown the ability to slow things down when needed, as which is again opposite of what they were last year. A very aggressive roster, in your face, like to be the tip of the spear. They're no longer that team, right? When at least so far over the last 2 maps, Seven.
I'm like, Wolves, you know what? You're playing good here and there. Seb, can we talk about that rotation? What happened with that rotation? As we were talking about it during the break. And please, bring it back to us 3, because I want to have a bit of a back and forth here with Enigma, because I know, Enigma, you were saying, why shoot before you push?
Yeah, I mean, we have the vehicle. We drop baton off early. We're looking dead center in influence rage, and we're seeing VIOUS off into this saying, oh, we're going to shoot them, and then we're going to rotate right behind them, thinking that they're not going to turn around and just put a few right into our dome. So a little bit too eager, I think. Maybe Wolves just got a little too overconfident, really wanting to get that engagement going. Maybe that blue zone stress was playing a factor, but I mean, you saw how I was in between the broadcast, right? This team, I'm not expecting them to be struggling with making those rotations. They had the time to work with. They had that far eastern edge. They should have been able to come up with a methodical plan. Not only them, but also 9Z, Xforce, that far western squads that were fighting at the compound, both taking forever to get into the circle. These teams right now, that stage 4, stage 5, I'm not sure if it's land jitters. You've obviously been to a lot of events there, Seven, and even you, Taylor, and just different mobile games and stuff like that. This is the moment where we need to see you get over these nerves, get over this pressure that land brings to you, and be able to perform when it matters most, because we only got 3 days for phase 1. We're already through the first Erangel. You going back to back on it, Taylor, you got to start performing.
You do. There's not a lot of time. So this is the interesting thing about going back to back Erangels. There is a benefit to having the map spread out, in my opinion, from a competitive standpoint. You know, typically you got Erangel map 1, map 3, you have Erangel, and then you hop back into Erangel map 6. You become less fatigued, and you also have a chance to, take a little bit of a break and gather your thoughts before you head back into Erangel, right? Because there's a map to separate the two. Now you don't get that opportunity. You don't get that chance. And from a competitor standpoint, these 3 maps, these 3 Erangels, especially if they're not going your way and they're not going good, can seem like a blur. And can seem like they go by in the blink of an eye. And before you know it, you picked up 2 eliminations across 3 maps. You finished off in 12th place all 3 times. And you're like, what happened? And now you got to then, of course, head into 2 Miramars, which, granted, will be fresh and you'll be ready for them, but it's like sometimes going back to back in the maps can be a blessing, but it can also be a curse if you're not playing that well. And in this case, I'm hoping it's not the curse for the Wolves, because they did show great prowess in map 1. Map 2, it got a little bit weird with the pop shots, but I will say that's the whole point of these phases, right? We got 3 phases. We got phase 1, phase 2 for the league play to earn your bonus points. You're going into the grand finals. So, Seven, I look at this as a time to just truly improve as a roster, as a team, and more importantly, get back on LAN. Maybe you haven't been there in a long time. Maybe this is your first time competing on LAN. Get those jitters out of the way, brother, because grand finals is where everything comes together, and that's where you need to be bringing your A game.
Yeah, for sure, especially for some teams that will qualify, especially from PMCO. Sometimes they end up having those new players, and sometimes players don't even have jitters. It just happens to be a bad call, which I feel like that's exactly what happened there for Wolves, because they had plenty of time to work with, and I think they were just they got tunnel vision into what was going on over there with VIOUS Gaming, and on top of that, Alpha 7, that they didn't even want to make any kind of push towards the south, which at the time, keep in mind, this is all in hindsight for everybody currently watching. We do get a chance to watch the map. We do get a chance to see where everybody's currently positioned. But with the power that this team has, with Coops on the helm as well for Wolves, if they would have went south, they would have been able to take on VIP, and they would have had just so much more terrain to work with, and at least maybe extend their lives a little bit more. But ultimately, it didn't end up working out. Luckily for them, we do end up going back to another Aaron Gill match.
Sure, and luckily for Influence Rage, we go back to another Aaron Gale, because Sandhawk, if we had 3 of those in a row, I don't know if they would be towards the top as they currently are. I mean, they finished off with 0 eliminations, way towards the bottom on Sandhawk, but on Aaron Gale, different story. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. They get first place and 11 eliminations, which is truly special. And speaking of Influence Rage, Sarpatch had a chance to talk to Diego, and Diego was a pop-up player in map number 2. Let's hear what Diego had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Diego from Influence Rage. Congratulations on the second match. You guys are coming very strong from PMGC. You did great over there. How's the chemistry with the team? Parabéns por o jogo. Vocês jogaram muito bem. Como está a química? Vocês bateram muito bem na PMGC. Então, como está esse ambiente depois de isso, estando aqui agora?
Acredito que a nossa maior aprendizado foi a PMGO. Apesar do resultado bem ruim, a gente conseguiu aprender bastante e a gente vai aplicar tudo que a gente aprendeu aqui na PMSL e ganhar o campeonato.
We learned a lot from the PMGO, especially that was our worst performance. We're going to learn from that and try to be a champions here. Not much time, so thank you very much, sir. Let's go back.
That's right, Sarpatch. Not much time because we're hopping into map number 3. Back into Erangel we go. For Diego saying a lot of lessons learned through PMGO. They're bringing those lessons here, which clearly paid off, right? That Erangel was phenomenal. The way they played that in-game was great. Did they stack up? Was there a chance maybe to lose it, get second? Yes, there was. But did it happen? No. And therefore, they did exactly what was needed to be the winning team, be victorious. Here it is, map number 3. We're heading into Erangel. Chat, you paying attention? It might be popping up, it might not be. I don't know. You guys are the ones who got to be on your game here, because there's a lot to be earned, not only code-wise, but also to be earned just in knowledge-wise, watching the games as a whole. There it is. We've got our next Amazon gift cards. We've got a couple more being thrown your way. Be quick out there, because from what I heard, Seven's trying to take it. I joke, he can't. But Seven wanted to. He wanted to cash out. I don't blame him, man. Free money is free money, and we're looking to give it out to all of you out there. Erangel, map number 3. Let's get it started and see if Influence Rage can replicate their success with the first place, 11 eliminations, and a wonderful job well done. And also, will we get anybody landing military like Team Liquid this time around, who seriously need to step it up, or they're going to fall behind very quickly? So, Enigma, where are we going?
Well, it's looking like we're going towards school here. That plane path going directly down the middle, it seems. A lot of these spots, other than maybe Hospital, George Pole being in reach. And the interesting thing, especially with a team like Xforce and stuff like that, when they get these plane paths, they've got that alternate drop spot, right? They've got that secondary. They usually go Primorsk. I believe their spot's going to be somewhere on that far eastern side. A lot of teams, though, with it being these new squads in here, right, Seven? A lot of teams potentially just opt to go to their main drop, but they take what's called that two-step rotation. They go for the vehicle spawn, maybe like what 9Z's doing, and they make that rotation far out into zone to play it later on in the match. And the interesting thing that I always enjoy thinking, we talked about it, of course, with this being the back-to-back-to-back map format, the second Erangel, how are teams going to be able to switch it up? And I mean, that's a big switch up, to say the least. The zone, it's not even on the map for some of this.
You know who's happy about this zone? Alpha 7. They usually go George, but because of the plane pad, they were forced to land Lipovkas, which is usually their second one. Meanwhile, I'm over here interacting with the chat. Everybody that's currently watching on YouTube, asking them, who do you think is going to win? Everybody started putting Alpha 7, and then that circle pops up. So for everybody picking Alpha 7, it looks like it might be likely, but you never know with what's going to happen, because Team Liquid, as you were mentioning in the earlier reflections, I mean, this team, it's been I know it's only 2 games, all right, but I'm gonna be judging teams here differently, especially with what they have showed me in the past. And for this team, I want to see a little bit more, hopefully not losing any players earlier on, especially with this map that has over 40% water.
That's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, this zone is diabolical. This zone is going to be nuts. And for teams such as 9Z, they're going to go ahead and get on mainland as quickly as possible. They don't want to have to fight their way, not only through military, because they probably expect there's going to be a couple of teams they'll have to fight on that right side bridge. But, you know, also when they do go across the right side bridge, it's like, who's going to be waiting for them? Well, it could be Wolves. It could be VIOUS Gaming. So they're going to take matters into their own hands. They're going to fight for mainland, and they'll take their chances that way. From military, though, Team Liquid does go back to their homeland. They land military. They will have AGG. That could be a skirmish developing relatively quickly, probably towards stage 3, stage 4 on the right side bridge. But for everybody else, you know, still spread apart, kind of like they were in game number 2 on Arigel that we just witnessed. No early hot drops, nobody testing the waters, nobody wanting to fight just yet. And with this zone being as diabolical as it is, Enigma, I'm highly expecting teams to get a bit scrappy going into stage 1, into stage 2, because that zone, with not a lot of mainland remaining, dude, a lot of teams are going to be very close together.
Listen, if we could have the player cams when that circle shift popped, it would have been the same as probably what Zfon and I are going to be doing, pulling our hair out of our head, because what rotation are you going to make if Savage decides to camp the water edge by Milta Power? What happens if the bridge camp gets in front of you from Wolves Esports and you're the Team Liquid squad having to suffer through the blue zone? So much of stuff in this sort of circle shift is up to really the hands of other teams that you just wish you could rotate early. And unfortunately, there's this vicious cycle. We've seen it in Titan series and stuff like that. You make the botation, you start getting camped, you go to the bridge, you start getting bridge camped. The interesting thing about it is, with it being Americas, you're not sure where in that cycle we're really at for teams deciding to make their choices. So if you're a Team Liquid fan, if you're an AGG fan, you're hoping that maybe your team chooses the right play. And unfortunately, looks like Savage, they were actually the dead center team, getting a knock early on from Alpha 7. And that's not the team, especially so close to you, to be getting a knock onto you.
Once again, this team, Alpha 7, looking to get towards the center of the circle after the first circle pops up. It doesn't matter who's on their way. It doesn't matter if anybody's on their way. They're going to just be taking the fight and going for it. Just a very disrespectful way to play for some players, but I'm absolutely loving it. Keep it going, Alpha 7. You're pretty much just big daddying everybody in this lobby, at least on the first couple of circles.
Yo, and we talked about that during the break. You know, Alpha 7, the way that they're playing is disrespectful to the teams, but I personally am a massive fan of that. You know, again, they started very slow during the fall season. This season, they're not wasting their opportunity. They're looking to dominate this lobby. Even though top 3 move on to EWC and naturally earn the bulk of the money when it comes to not only the league play, but also the grand finals of the PMSL America Spring season, but they're looking to dominate those other rosters who do qualify for EWC. That's their home. That is their turf. They dominated that tournament. They won, okay? And they're going back in, and they want to know that they're in the best possible position. And they're going to play the way they're looking to play on that main stage over at EWC. Bottom line, period, and they're playing exactly like that. And nobody's holding a candle to them, albeit, at least from the first 2 maps. Still plenty of time to go. You never know what the days are going to bring. But loving Alpha 7. Nobody's challenging them. I wouldn't either. They're hanging out. But we do have iNCO kind of around that of VIOUS Gaming. Potentially a fight between them could be developing relatively soon. And I noticed there is a teammate from Savage who's going to be going out. There's going to be Octi, who's trying to just scout the horizons up ahead. But yeah, VIOUS Gaming, iNCO, most likely going to have a bit of a skirmish later on. And Wolves looks to be pushing back Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Is it going to be a matter of the bridge camp, or are you going to be able to make that botation safely? And unfortunately for Team Liquid, they tried to get right in front of AGG. Unfortunately, Wolves just actually full 4-man stack on the gas station. You don't really even want to play right on the bridge. It allows Team Liquid to potentially full slam and you can go trade for trade to get the revives. But Wolves, they're keeping you back, and unfortunately, I'm seeing it on our map feed as well. Looks like AGG realizes Team Liquid tried crossing the bridge. Mythic being caught out potentially by one of the AGG members. Now, this is a matter of that time crunch, right? Does that clock start ticking in your head, or are you completely clueless of what's going to be happening? The shots do come down, not from Melgar, one of his teammates, but if you're all in vehicles, if you're so spread out like this, I want to see it from All Glory Gaming. It looks like they're going to do it full sending on a Mythic. The Grelin shots coming in. Melgar as well now, full slamming on the Mythic, but M2M, he gets put down by Mythic. That's one. He needs to find the next player here, but with both shotguns, it's a matter of who hits the shots first. Team Liquid needing to scramble to give the support. Mythic getting peppered down. No chance to heal just yet, and we're seeing it now here, 7. The 2v2 slam on the compound. Can you get the revives going, or will Team Liquid turn this fight around?
Now, I don't know if AGG had realized there that Mythic had rotated around, and he's going to be going for a push here, trying to go towards the second floor. Going to be slowed down a bit there as he does end up taking some damage. But everybody from Team Liquid, they wanted to make a cool, easy rotation across the bridge. Boy, did that end up backfiring. Not only do you have Wolves on the main island, on top of that, you have AGG on your back. But now we at least have the full squad here, and AGG needs to be able to readjust. You can see now the player that was on top of the mountain is going to start pushing down. Are any of those grenades going to hit? None end up hitting. AGG slowing it down, waiting for his last teammate, for Charlie that's currently in a vehicle, getting closer and closer as the next circle is going to be closing in. Chief does end up getting knocked.
Chief is knocked. He's down. AGG might want to capitalize off of this if they can, but it's tough to push those buildings. It really is. And we've seen teams lose their lives one by one as they try to push up one choke point, which ultimately is the stairs from Elgar, potentially trying to get active, just blind firing through the smoke. I don't blame him, but Charlie from the hilltop has dropped down. He'll take down Chief. Another one has fallen. Team Liquid might be on the out. Melgar with the finish, at least on one player. He'll reposition himself. I think Team Liquid might be in a bit of trouble. They only have 2 players left to fight. I believe they're trying to potentially stick a res. Ayala's cooking a nade, but not going to be able to kill. Well, it does get some damage, but not much. AGG has full control of this fight. Full control of the building. And all Team Liquid can do is look inwards. But the benefit, Enigma, is they do manage to get their teammate back up and get a knock on the Charlie.
Yeah, Fran needed to cross with his team, having this 4v3. Instead, he sits back and he allows Team Liquid to get the full reset. And now he tries pulling up late, but the shots come in from Mythic. Teammates full slamming the stairs now. The pre-fires from the shotgun shots allowing Team Liquid to start forcing themselves up the stairwell. And AGG, what could have been, now down to just a solo. His teammate honestly body blocking him, luckily getting thirsted out from Ayala, but 2v1 situation. The stairs can be deadly and all the pre-fires come through. You're not sure which room the player's in, but it's all about the 1v1 here on the stairs, and they double up, but the shotgun shots only connects on one. Taylor Ayala somehow managing to live with his teammate getting knocked behind him.
And the experience from Team Liquid shining through. The veterans stay alive in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, we transfer over to VIOUS Gaming in a fight of their own. We've seen them get scrappy early on. This map will be no different in map 3. And they're making good use of their screen time onto iNCO. The question is, though, can iNCO pull a Team Liquid and reverse the roles? They're on the back foot. VIOUS Gaming seems to have the advantage, granted only with Nunez, but Nunez is hitting some wonderful shots. Wonderful shots indeed, and it'll be no different from the player just up ahead. Gets challenged from up top, hits the shots needed, gets the 2, trying to go for the team wipe. He's got 2 more to deal with, hits the shots needed, but can't get the finish. And VIOUS Gaming will get eliminated, but hey, a job well done. 7 eliminations and several eliminations and a wonderful performance on screen. This VIOUS Gaming roster 7 has proven to be a thorn in the side of so many teams that think they're going to roll up, get an easy elimination, only to have their hands tied as VIOUS Gaming pepper shot into them and almost takes them out.
They definitely have. And luckily there for iNCO Gaming, there was nobody close by to kind of push there and create some kind of a third-party situation. But with the circle closing in, they're going to have to start worrying of where is it going to be going on. They're still going to be within the circle. They're going to be outside. One team that's going to be outside is going to be none other than Wolves. And iNCO's barely outside as well. Loops Esports, though, they're truly chilling. They're not having to worry about anything. And another team that's going to be chilling is going to be 9Z. 9Z is going to be within the middle of that circle too. Let's see if they can end up grouping up too. By the way, going back to Team Liquid, Ayala and Mythic. Ayala played that so well. And I'm pretty sure Mythic is going to be saying, how the heck did he knock me? I was behind you.
Hey, but they did lose 1, I believe. It is going to be a 3-man of Team Liquid remaining. They did get those 4 eliminations, so they're starting strong. But the scary thing is you remember how that first zone was, right, guys? 40% on that eastern Milta water. We went all the way back to farm, and out of all the teams I feel the most sorry for, guys, it's got to be Wolves Esports. 4-man, they dropped here in farm. They dropped spread. They made that rotation all the way past Milta early, hedging their bets that it's going to at least center up in the zone. God said, nah. We're going back west. We're forcing you back into the farmlands. And unfortunately for them, they lose both Doran and Baton. No eliminations to their name. Honestly, just hoping that they can get blessed now in this shack. But a lot of that is a lot of what ifs, a lot of, honestly, wishful thinking, to say the least. But Alpha 7, they're never about the wishful thinking 7. They're always about giving themselves a situation to fight through and shoot to survive. Klaus, the star player for that team, just can put down early by Alpha 7 this match.
And this is one of the main reasons why everybody was looking forward to seeing what Squash was able gonna be able to do here with this team. And he's now up to 3 eliminations, and now Alpha 7 is looking to just reposition himself and play a bit of an edge here against none other than Shoot to Survive. And Shoot to Survive, I mean, if you can find Mafioso here, that'll be perfect, but I don't think they're gonna be able to, as Squash is gonna go back and pick him up. How are they going to be readjusting here? More than likely, they're going to be just hopping on vehicles and trying to leapfrog there the Shoot to Survive players. Meanwhile, on the circle, there's just a lot going on. We're talking about Loops being there within farm. You were talking about Wolves as well. I'm with you. It does hurt, Enigma, that Wolves does end up landing in farm. They end up losing 2 players, and they're kind of forced to go back to farm. But I am happy, though, to see that it is Coops and Juancho, the 2 players that are currently alive, because we saw what Coops was able to do in the first Sandhawk. We saw him being able to clutch up eliminations and points for his team when nobody expected him to. So if there was ever a chance for that team to be able to edge out even more points, that would be it, especially with those 2 players.
For sure, and I know, Taylor, you're probably eyeing a lot of other teams right now, looking at the map feed. A lot of movement kind of on the map. I'm interested in hearing what kind of team you're really eyeing, especially with the circle shift coming up. Who do you think's really going to be that fragging squad in the lobby? And no, I don't want you to say Alpha 7 here, Taylor. I need another name from you.
Yeah, I was too. I was Alpha 7, but only because, you know, they went to a very comfortable spot over in Milta. Now they are having to rotate all the way around up top. So it's a challenge, I think, for any roster. But Alpha 7, they'll be just fine. Their positioning is great. But no, I think this could be another great game from Loops. You know, pretty much dead center. You got Xforce around them, but they're relatively comfortable where they're at. And Xforce and Loops do have history in the previous maps, and it's typically Loops who gets the advantage and gets the best plays against them. So I think Loops is going to be just fine. Now, VIP, all eyes on them because Alpha 7's rolling in hot. VIP has to battle against Alpha 7, and this is the battle for the coastline, and ultimately the battle to be opposite of that of Team Liquid, who's going to be just off to the right. And also underway is Influence Rage, using the cars as barriers to tree as well, but they're being pincered by quite a few teams. But as we focus on the Alpha 7 and VIP, this is an important fight to win. Winning this fight gives you the dead zone of map, or is at least as dead as it could possibly be. But VIP, a team that we haven't seen too much of in the previous maps, now has a chance to get some screen time, much like that of VIOUS Gaming has got. And I hope they don't let it go to waste. This is a good roster. Ayuya, Poppy Sour, some big names from the North American side of things who are looking to make some big waves, but Alpha 7 looking to shut them down immediately. Alpha 7, a team that has rotated from the right side of the map all the way through the north and now on the western side, taking down players along their path, is now once again taking down yet another team, and it looks to be VIP and 7. I don't think VIP is going to be able to do anything, as Poppy Sour looks to be the last one alive.
Yeah, he's going to have to sacrifice those 2 players unless he just wants to give Alpha 7 another free elimination. But Alpha 7 making sure that they ended up picking Squash. Now they're back to the four-man squad. More than likely, they'll end up pushing there on Poppy Sour. Meanwhile, Intense Game with Silence trying to do a rotation here within the circle. And there's just so many teams currently locked in, so many people currently looking in at this open field that it's going to be hard to make one. And there you go. At least they were able to use one and then try to cash here on Influence Rage. But Influence Rage was ready with this little divot right there. They were ready for Intense Game, but it's gonna start switching around as Intense Game knocks 2. Can they knock 3? There goes 4, and they take over. Even though they take some damage in regards to some players getting eliminated, it is still 2 alive. And Coops and Juancho from Wolves are looking to get into the action as well, as Alpha 7 makes the push to VIP and makes it look easy.
Yeah, VIP getting cleaned up, but I need to know if we can get a replay either after the game or if this game slows down, because I'm pretty sure Padrino just 1v4 influence rage on their car stack, full pulling up, somehow not getting knocked at all, being in the dead open 3-4 squad, scoping you from afar, and being able to live after that as well. Intense game, really being able to survive and weather the storm, and that's a big moment in this match. That's center spot. Obviously, they're not in the compound, but if they're able to at least get this next circle shift sort of their way, even if it's just a smidge of it on that center spot, they're able to really start farming potentially some of these other teams like Wolves, like Team Liquid, that have already lost players. But 7, I know we were just talking about it. Alpha 7, VIP. I'm not sure what happened with VIP to give him the first initial knock, but we all knew as soon as they got the thirst that it was going to be a wraps for Alpha 7.
It's the confidence that they're playing with, Enigma. It's the confidence that this team is playing with. Just absolute disregard for anything that these teams are doing. And they're playing it smart, too. I'm intrigued to see how they're actually going to end up performing now with this circle, right? They took care of VIP. Now you have at least Row here with a little bit of a height advantage. On top of that, you're going to have some of the other teams within the horizon as well. Let's see how this team is able to find a way within this circle and see what Alpha 7 ultimately is going to be able to do. But honestly, even if they ended up getting eliminated just now, you might be thinking, man, why are they hyping up Alpha 7 so much? It's because they're currently absolutely killing everybody. They're up to 8 eliminations.
And they're already in first place, mind you, right? The rich get richer. But what's impressive to me is obviously they can slay out. We know that, but it's been their route for this map 3 again. They've had to take the long way around the zones and the stages. They started on the edge near water melted. They've then gone up to the northern side all the way to the left. And even now, they've got to push their way through. Alpha 7 has had to fight for real estate, tooth and nail, and they've made it work. iNCO Gaming back on your screen. They were here just earlier, focused on Xforce, and 2 players from Xforce will now drop. The thing is, can Fate, we had an interview with them earlier, full confidence in conjunction with 24K, will at least get the final elimination onto one of the iNCO members who now moved their way upstairs. Kind of now the last stand of the Alamo. Xforce has successfully pushed iNCO back. They're in trouble without question. And 24K and along with Fate are tightening the vice grip, and it will be successful. iNCO will fall. During that skirmish, we also lost Team Liquid, by the way. They are gone on the rotation. They come up. They run into a bit of trouble against Wolves, who end up taking them down along in conjunction with Alpha 7. So for Team Liquid, 5 eliminations, we'll give them the props there, but not the finish that they were hoping for. Nexo will be collapsing in just a minute or so, but in the meantime, finally, some space and some rest and a time to breathe for the teams will happen, as it felt like in that little short bit of 30 seconds, those big moments, 7, it was just non-stop firing back and forth, and we lost 3 teams within a span of at least 30 to 40 seconds.
And I am so shocked that Xforce was just fully committed to just paying attention forward, and they left their back open, allowing iNCO Gaming to just make one of the, even though iNCO Gaming ended up losing that, they made one of the easiest push and just fully surprised their Xforce was able to react in time to at least get some eliminations. But Loops, I mean, we talked about earlier in regards to this team, they were center of the circle whenever we got that first circle, that second circle. They were able to third party and now take care of the team. Now Loops has a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, we're talking, what is that, 8 players off the board, and I really felt bad for Xforce because Valak, we saw caught in the dead open. He was starting to make a rotation to potentially push Shoot to Survive on that sort of wizard tower right in that farm section, but unfortunately, ALM getting knocked immediately from the iNCO Gaming pull-up, and then after that, it's just the freest fight for Loops. Now we see it, the circle shift does go up to the north. It's always a what could have been moment for those squads, right, that do get eliminated in these prime real estate spots. And now, Taylor, I'm eyeing that south side. I know you are. Alpha 7, Wolves, even Savage Gaming. They got to start working into that circle shift, and they got to do it now.
Yeah, no surprise. Again, Alpha 7's had to fight their way into each and every stage. They may make it look easy with 10 eliminations, but I guarantee you it hasn't been easy for any other team other than Alpha 7 put into their spot in their map rotation. They would have been struggling. Without question, it would have been tough, but Alpha 7 has managed to make it happen, and, well, good on them. That's why they're one of the best in the world. Not only can they slay out, but their positioning, their IGL leadership is just simply incredible. And I got to say, Squash is also pulling up the newest addition to this Alpha 7 roster, returning once again his third time here. He's going to be the elimination leader so far in Game 3 with a total of 4. But yeah, you got Wolves. They only have 2 members. They've got to work up. For Savage, they've got 3. They've got to work their way up. And 7, my eyes do go to 9Z, who's currently inside of the zone. Could play the gatekeeper to several of these rosters looking to move in.
I mean, at this point, this team has had to do absolutely nothing, letting everybody else fight it out. And that is the way to go with it, at least for what we're seeing so far. Juancho's going to end up getting knocked. Meanwhile, Royals of War keeping a close eye here on Alpha 7. I don't think they know it's Alpha 7, but they don't want to allow them to make any movement. There you go. As soon as Squash makes a push for it, they make sure they clip it and they try to eliminate him. They're not going to be able to, and that could end up backfiring for them. And you can see them now making a rotation, now making a push there a little bit more towards the center of the circle as Alpha 7 is trying to stop them. Just a little bit of a back and forth here between these 2 squads, and Royals of War, as of right now, getting the better of it.
Yeah, but Royals of War, they got to be careful. If Alpha 7 even gets a knock onto ROW, the only play they have is to go forward. Luckily for Royals of War, Savage Esports is able to get an opening knock on Alpha 7, try to stall them a bit, but those are these squads that we've seen them have their pump-off 4v4s, those eliminations under their belt in the last 2 matches we've seen. And with this being iNCO, every squad knows every little nook and cranny that teams like to play, and now we see it. Snacks taking the peek over at Carrillo, trying to make the full send play in, but Royals of War, they're going to forget that the solo's here, trying to get the thirst. Luckily, they pulled through with it, picking up at least 1 elimination under the belt, and what could have been a disaster scenario, Taylor. Luckily, Royals of War coming out on top.
Well, finally, the gates are open for a new team to enter into top 3. Alpha 7 got first place in map 1, third place in map 2. This time around, they'll finish off in 7th place, albeit with 10 eliminations. The question is, who wants to be victorious? Will we have a new winner? Well, yes, we guaranteed a new winner because it was Alpha 7 Influence Rage before, so now the door is going to be wide open. And for Royals of War, they're looking like the front runners. 4 players alive, great positioning on the map, 5 eliminations. We've seen 11 as the highest eliminations for the day, granted across 2 maps. Can map 3 go to Royals of War in a span of 10, 11, maybe even, I don't know, 15? The possibility is there. They can drop big numbers, but they got to take the bull by the horn, and they've got to move up just a little bit. But if I'm them, I'm a little bit worried of 9Z and Loops off to my right, and maybe even getting pincered in between them and United for Gaming, who's going to be to their left. So they're going to have to fight hard, but they're my team to take this game number 3.
9C currently just holding this compound on this current circle as well. They're not going to have to rotate. And luckily for them, Loops Esports, whenever they were throwing a bunch of grenades, seeing if they could maybe end up catching anything from 19 Globant, they didn't, which kind of slow whatever push they were trying to make. And instead, they're going to go over 2S, shoot to survive, trying to make that push towards them. One of their players does end up getting knocked. Gustasi getting knocked as well. What looked to be like an easy push here for this squad for Loops Esports is not looking like it. And now they're having a little bit even more trouble with the Molotovs coming down, stopping any kind of push that they have there. There you go. Being able to take care of him there on the 2nd floor. But 2 other players are currently knocked. Only Vitin is still alive. And it's going to be hard for him. Now he's going to decide to back off for that. I think he knows. I think maybe he heard the C4 there from the team below trying to make that push because he connect with this grenade. He's not going to be able to.
Yeah, this is the question mark, right? Do you go for the revive? We saw Remix. It worked out for him last match. But for Loops, is it going to be the play you want to make? We see the nade prime 0.10. Not even going to drop, actually. Loops getting away maybe with murder. Looks like a third-party opportunity. Actually going to take care of the shoot-to-survive player, Bob, down on the 1st floor. And I'm interested in knowing later on if Loops is able to potentially even get that reset going. But 9Z, they're sending it through, and the knock, the rain down with the vehicle. Milos salvaging the fight for the squad. 3 teammates knocked, and they got to be worried, though. United Gaming, they're turning right back around, looking for the third party. And Milos, he's got to just run away, Taylor. He's got to just try to survive from the team pulling up. Leave your teammates. Those aren't your teammates anymore. They are the loot boxes for United Gaming.
Oh, and Loops is making a bit of a wide rotation. They want to get behind that of at least Mystic, which could be beneficial for Milos. The solo from 9Z. He's trying to make a heroic play. I believe in him. I do. He'll go ahead and back away for the time being and separate themselves. Meanwhile, you got Loops up top, and then you have United for Gaming, who currently has the man advantage. They're sitting at a 4 stack. Loops at 3, and then, of course, Milos for 9Z by himself. So all eyes on Rafina. Rafina pushes up, tries to bait out Mystic, maybe even bait out United for Gaming to make a bit of a mistake, but Mystic doesn't take the bait. He fires right back, forces Loops to retreat. And when it's going to be a constant back and forth, and there's a lot of open space in front. Really, the only thing that you have is the natural terrain to kind of stay behind for Loops. They, I guess, have a little bit of the high ground, but neither team, Seven, wants to apex that little bit of a hill that they have in front of them, because they know if they do, they're just going to get gunned down.
That's right, and I think this team, United for Gaming, remembers that there's still one player alive. They don't know exactly which team is going to be, but Milos is still alive for 9C Globant, so he could end up being a bit of a thorn here on their path as they're trying to inch their way up closer and closer. But Loops Esports, they were able to pick up those last 2 players that were knocked back up to 3. Not a full reset, but at least 3 players. You got something to work with. I don't know what 9C, as we're kind of slowing down here, I don't know what 9C Globant was thinking there on that row 19 push. Maybe they thought it was going to be smart. They ended up losing too many players there, and none other than this team was able to take full advantage of it with United for Gaming. But a bit of a stalemate here, and it's going to, I feel like it's going to continue to be like this until we see a knock or Loops just fully sense it and be as aggressive. Okay, they didn't want to full send.
You're getting a little too over-eager there, Seven, okay? I don't think they're going to be full sending just yet, but I think the big thing is going to be if Piscu can maybe find Milos off there on that far eastern side. Can they get that snake dealt with? Because right now, United for Gaming, Taylor, you were talking about it. This is completely open hillside, and it's not a good hill to play. It's too flat, it's too open. There's not enough cover for you to be standing out in the open. If you can find Milos, really see that pop up in the elimination feed, you're able to start really working the zone. But it's stage 9 now, Taylor. These players got to start working towards the center, and I believe Mystic, he's holding that front runner spot, but 2 players in the vehicle is getting a little too antsy for me.
Oh, look at this guy, Bettini. He's pushing up, stake in the grass. And if I'm United for Gaming, I want to try to get eyes on him if possible, because he could be the thorn in the side of my roster, obviously speaking in regards to United for Gaming. It's still a toss-up, quite honestly. I know United for Gaming has the advantage. Well, I say that not anymore. Quickly taken away. And it is going to be Rafina taking down Hate, and it will be a 3v2 now as Loops looks to take this final flight by Storm. They do so, and they will be successful. Loops will take a big victory. 9 eliminations, their first win of the spring season here in 2025. But shout out to United for Gaming, making a big appearance, their best placing yet. 5 eliminations and 9Z as well, staying alive. Milos being the hero in that situation. The celebrations are in. Loop still very focused, but a talented roster with a talented performance. 9 Elim, 7. They set themselves up nicely. We highlighted them very early on. They were set up within zone. Really, honestly, they never left the zone as far as I'm concerned. I think they had to break in maybe once, but Loops has been known for their positioning. They've got a bit more aggressive over the last 3 games this spring season, but they had the best of both worlds, and that resulted in the win.
Yeah, Loops didn't really have much to do with, and whenever the opportunity was there for them, they kind of took it. Remember what happened earlier on with Xforce and iNCO Gaming. They saw an opportunity there. They made sure that they third-party it, cleared that squad. Then they decided to go up into 9C, threw some nades, nothing happened. They decided to back off and instead go towards the Wizard Tower and ends up eliminating those players that I can't remember at the top of my head which team it was, but they ended up winning that engagement. And ultimately here, they're making it look so easy. A 3 versus 4.
Yeah, that Wizard Tower fight nearly did them in, but they made it out. They had to get a couple of revives, but hey, they handled their business, and they ultimately get the win. And this iNCO Gaming fight was nutty. It was VIOUS Gaming once again making an appearance. Nunez nearly clutching a 1v4, but he fell short in the end. But I'll continue to say it, VIOUS Gaming, when they get on screen, it's always excited to watch their perspective, Enigma.
Yeah, but this is the play I was talking about. Pedrino, 1v4 on the pull-up with a 2-seater. His teammate, yeah, he was able to get some shots going, maybe some third-party action as well from afar, but really it was just an all sort of him moment with the DBS. That sort of southern rotation as well. We were able to see as well how Coops was able to get 1 or 2 of his eliminations, but this whole western side was where the bloodbath was. Loops Esports being able to clean up the what my mind is really that sort of mistake of Xforce and iNCO Gaming fight, allowing these other teams to work in for free. And this was the scary part. You guys were literally just talking about this sniper tower seemed to be going on for a minute straight of the fights, and everything after that, I mean, it was just icing on the cake for the chaos.
Love Belos just rolling in with the car, getting a couple of rollovers, and ended up working out for the best. And he really did fight hard in that top 3 position. But as a solo, you can only do so much. And for Loops, they commanded that final fight that resulted in a tremendous win. 9 eliminations and a ton of damage, like I said, across the board. Very, very well done. It's nice to see them in the victory circle finally. The first time that they'll place within top 3. And a potential chance to obviously elevate themselves up the leaderboard. That's the goal, outside of obviously getting better and better each and every time you can. Vinton as well as Rafina will be the top elimination leader with 4 apiece. They will get the bulk of the 9 that we ended up seeing, but make no mistake about it, everybody did their job. So Loops, let's see how far they can jump up after our match standings. 19 points, that's nothing to scoff at there, 7.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing to be mad at. 19 points total there. United for Gaming, you were mentioning too, now being able to at least secure some more points towards your tally. 19 Globant out. Even though you get 11 points, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to this. I was expecting a lot more with what you guys had to offer there. We'll get a chance to talk that about a little bit later.
Keep it
and
real.
Then Alpha 7 Esports, I mean, for this team, even with everything that they had to work with there throughout that zone, they still are able to clutch up 11 points.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I mean, they saw a ton of the map, a lot of real estate they had to cover, and it resulted in 11 eliminations. And man, if they would have made top 3 with how hard they had to fight through the zones, I should say, that would have been just nutty. Just nutty. We look at the second page. Xforce slows down a bit. They're finished off earlier than they wanted. iNCO Gaming as well. They get into a bit of an aggressive fight very early on. Granted, they had a decent showing with 6 eliminations. I will give them credit where credit is due. Team Liquid, 5 elims. And one thing about them, that fight against AGG, man, hats off to them. The way they recovered, and they also backed away from the Wolves, gives me great hope Team Liquid might be on the up and up despite them being in 11th place currently. But Alpha 7 there in the first place still with 44 points. But look at this. Enigma Loops has jumped way up alongside that of 9Z. But the biggest storyline, Loops looking to challenge Alpha 7 by the end of today.
Yeah, the big thing for Loops is you're making note of it. Those first 2 games we watched, the first Sandhawk and then that first Go match, they were getting eliminations. It wasn't like they were going out with 2 or 3 points. They were getting 5, 6, 7 eliminations, 1 or 2 placement points here and there. And now we see it where if they make it into that late game, they can start putting up the big boy numbers, the Alpha 7 numbers. Obviously, Alpha 7, they had those 11 points last match. Those 10 eliminations really were doing wonders, but we're wanting to see that from a lot of different squads, right? I know we've only watched 3 games, but this right side of the screen, I'm looking at Wolves, Team Liquid. Heck, we can even throw All Glory Gaming in that discussion. These are names that we've heard about, or at least have expectations for 7, underperforming in these first 3 matches today.
That's right, and I think it comes down to kind of how top-heavy it has been throughout these matches as well with the Brazilian teams. I mean, just looking at the top 5, 4 out of the top 5 are Brazilian teams, and they're kind of happy in a way that Team Liquid is currently not popping off. I know that's one team reflections. You and I kind of always keep an eye on this team. If that team also starts popping off for NA teams, I'm looking at them especially, Shoot to Survive, Wolves, it's going to become a lot harder.
Without a doubt. And I hope that Team Liquid does join the top 5 shortly, but they're only at 10 points. They've got a long way to go. Luckily, they got 3 games still left today, which means 3 opportunities to catapult themselves up to top 3. And we know it's well within their wheelhouse. It is. It's just got to get out of their heads. I don't know what's happening with them. I hope we get an interview with them shortly. But Team Liquid, they're going to be on the up and up, hopefully. But Loops, looking to challenge Alpha 7 in first place. They've got 3 games to get the job done, and we've got 1 more Erangel to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 4 coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. We are now halfway through. We've seen Sandhawk, Erangel twice. Well, let's see Erangel one more time for map number 4. And I believe we've had 3 different top 3 placements. If I'm not mistaken, I'll double check in just a second. So will Game 4 bring us potentially 3 more different placements? So maybe even a new winner. We haven't had anybody win 2 games today, but I'm sure it's coming. Some teams are feeling more and more confident as the day goes along. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by Seven and Enigma. Erangel once again, 3 times in a row, and similar play styles. A couple of teams changing things up, like, for example, Team Liquid. They have a drop in mainland. They like to go military. Some other rosters like to change it up a little bit. They at least have 2 different locations, Plan A and Plan B. But for the most part, though, Seven, we haven't seen any big engagements off the rip. Nobody getting spicy. Are we breaking the mold in Game 4 and maybe seeing an early initial fight?
I don't think it's going to happen, but if we are going to break the mold, something I want to see a break is Brazil winning every single match so far today. I need something for my copium, okay? And A teams, I'm talking to you. I need you guys to maybe it's time that we end up getting a win. Could it be Xforce? I don't know. Could it be Wolves? I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out, because Brazil right now, I mean, they just keep doing the right plays over and over again.
Yeah, well, no surprise, right? Brazil's the best region. North America's still on the come up, but let's face it, North America has played a little bit better, but Enigma, they're far behind. At least Brazil at this point. But hey, it's still early goings. We've got 3 more maps to go, and Erangel, once again, will be right before us. And I hope we do see another top 3. I just want to verify. So yeah, I mean, we haven't had a team finish top 3 on Erangel in back-to-back maps. Yeah, just to make sure. It's been 2 or 3 different teams in map 2 and map 3, which is pretty special, and polar opposite of what we saw from Alpha 7 Enigma early on, right? When they get a winner chicken dinner on Sandhawk, they go into map 2, they get a 3rd place finish, but they're still remaining consistent. The question is, though, Enigma, do you think Loops, it would be a major surprise if they pass up Alpha 7? Obviously, they've had history and success in the past, but did you expect Alpha 7 potentially to fall down to 2nd or 3rd place this early on? I did. It doesn't mean they're a bad roster, but Loops is truly looking great.
I think it's just so early on in the tournament and stuff like that, especially phase 1, everyone testing out the waters, that, yeah, we could expect maybe Alpha 7 to be dropping a little bit. Now, with the lead they had, it was a matter of if one of those squads like Loops were able to get a win under the belt after having decent eliminations in those first few starting matches. That's why we're seeing that point total kind of start really getting close together. And the interesting thing about it, guys, we can't forget, over these 3 days, when it's all said and done, doesn't matter if you're 50 points ahead or 1 point ahead. Whoever's in that first place spot will get those advancement points for finals. Then we repeat it again in that phase 2. So these teams really got to recognize that every placement matters if you're wanting to get that head start going into finals. And you honestly got to be thinking about it now versus later.
Well, even from Loops, right, who's had great success. I mean, 9Z, 7, you shouted them out in the beginning of the show. What was it about 9Z that caught your eye? Because clearly you were right? I mean, look, they're in 3rd place, 25 points. The gap isn't as big, though, from 3rd on down, even to 8th place. But they're still in the running, top 3, and top 3 is where you want to be for EWC.
For sure, for sure. The thing for me, especially that last match, is for the longest time, I even kept saying, okay, 9C, you got center circle, you're currently set up perfectly fine. There's no reason for you to push. Move forward. 9C, still center circle. You're fine. 9C, you're in the circle. You're not even center circle anymore. You're in the circle still. You don't have to push out. And for some reason, this team, even though it would have been a great play if they did end up eliminating row 19, it absolutely backfired because 9C was still within that circle. They still had some buildings to work with. I think they saw row 19 push up a little bit closer to them. They didn't like it, and it kind of forced them to push out. It ends up backfiring. They do end up winning at least some elimination points here and there, but ultimately that push, they didn't have to do that. They could have just been being patient, and it could have been just them being patient for so long in the game that they got antsy there towards the end that they just wanted to get into a fight.
True, and I think I respect that. Teams, if they want to get in a fight and then they actually take it by storm and they're successful, you love to see that. And from 9Z's perspective, a top 3 finish is great. And shout out to Milo staying alive as long as he did in the end game and making it spicy, making it competitive for the 9Z roster. You shouted them out You were right to do so. They're an exciting team. I can't wait to see how the next 3 maps go for them. But then on the opposite side, we shout out Team Liquid quite a bit, Enigma. And once again, I want to go to that fight against AGG.
Yeah.
You know, they try to go across the right bridge. Wolves pushes them back. And instead of Team Liquid forcing their hand and still sending it into Wolves, which we've seen that push on bridge take place so many times, it never works out. Team Liquid backs up. They then find themselves going against AGG. A couple of players are dropped. They need to get revived, but Team Liquid finds success. That fight was pivotal in showing me that Team Liquid still has the chops to be that veteran roster, to be that great partner team that can finish up in the top echelon.
Yeah, and I mean, they've won Americas before. It's not like it was just Alpha 7 last year. They're a squad that we expect big things from, but the main key component that I was eyeing as soon as AGG started pulling up was going to be Mythic. He was alone at the compound. He was the one that had that pressure on him immediately. He had essentially a 30-second window where his teammates are essentially saying, you need to survive until we drive up and into you. Fortunately for them, they were able to get a knock onto one of the AGG players as soon as the rest of the Team Liquid squad was driving up. And after that, it's that straight 3v4, 4v4 fight. Everyone that's practiced in those WoW rooms and previous tournaments, that's where they experience that practice that comes into play. So Team Liquid showing, of course, why they're one of our more dominant squads, with it being the first sort of engagement in that match. It's not like it had too much pivotal, I guess you could say, impact on their positioning and stuff like that. But nonetheless, 4 eliminations are still 4 points. And for Team Liquid, especially right now, you're wanting every point you can get.
Oh, without a doubt, right? Team Liquid has a long come up. Yeah. They're only at 10 points. They need to at least get to 25 just to catch up to 9Z to break into top 3. The good news is this is at least the format that's broken up into 2 phases for this league play, but $60,000 for league play. It's still a significant sum of money, and you want to try and get as much as possible. Gives you a little added confidence, a little extra spending money heading into the grand finals, which will be taking place later on. And for you out there in the chat, have you been surprised by the results today? I don't think for a lot of you, you're not going to be saying, well, Alpha 7 in first place. That's a surprise. Of course, we're expecting that. But, I mean, for Loops, for 9Z, are we happy with that result? They're clearly staying up there in the upper echelon, and they're looking great. We highlighted them, and for good reason. Hey, they're looking great. Hey, but for you out there in the chat, is there, I don't know, can we give away something to chats now, potentially? Like, is there something that they could be earning? Okay, we can't do it yet. That's okay. Look, pay attention. Oh, hey, we can. There's the Amazon gift card. Go ahead and claim it out there, baby. Normally we do it during the fly-through. We wanted to do it a little bit early this time. Keep it competitive and have you a chance to stay entertained, right, during our long fill segments before we head in to game number 4. And if you've, I forget his name, Enigma. Do you remember his name?
Of course I do. It was HH. He'd gotten
HH.
like 4 out of 5 or something. He was saying, I'm going to get everyone on the cast of Rice Cooker with how many of those Amazon codes he was getting. But this time around, we figured it out. We got to switch up the timings, right? It can't be always that fly through. Maybe we can't do it, mid-fight. That's a little bit too pressuring, for people to be entering when we're trying to watch the game. But obviously here, you got to keep them on their toes, Taylor. You can't always let them get the codes for free.
Yo, honestly, there is somebody out there, though, that has got the past 3 and is just fuming that we switched it up. It's like, oh, no. But, hey, got to pay attention. You never know when it's going to come at you. And we keep it competitive out there in the chat. Let us know if you've been able to not only claim the code, but what are you looking to get with your newly founded money from your Amazon gift card? Speaking of which, Seven, what would you be buying if you got the money from the gift cards?
Some pellets for my Traeger. Smoke some meat.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that.
Wow.
Yeah, I had to explain there, boys. I've been on a thing, all right. I've been smoking meats for the whole break here,
Okay,
so
hey.
I've been enjoying trying out different stuff.
What's the meat of choice?
Right now, picanha.
But what is picanha? Am I dumb?
Yes.
What is picanha?
I don't know how to explain it.
Honest to God, I've never heard of picanha.
Google it. It's so good.
Yo,
bro.
I gotta
smoked. I smoked. Here, let me tell you real quick, as we're about to jump into the last go. You smoke it for 2.5 hours, and then you sear that baby. Oh my goodness, it's so good.
Bro, I thought you were gonna say brisket or ribs. You said picanha. I'm like, well, you're just in a different echelon, bro. You're cultured, man. And me, I'm uncultured swine over here, bro. I'm gonna look it up, picanha. I'll take your word for it. Hey, I've been wanting me a smoker, I'm not gonna lie. Chat, anybody out there smoking enthusiast, smoking the meats? Let us know, Seven could have a conversation with you. Hey, we're hopping into map 4. This is the final Erangel of the day before we hop back, or hop into, I should say, back-to-back Miramars for map 5 and map 6. The previous winners on the 2 Erangels we've witnessed Influence, Rage, and Loops. Can either of them go back-to-back, potentially just get 2 Erangels for the day? Well, of course, it's the players who are the ones who can control their destiny. We'll see what they can do. Nigma, where are we going?
We're going to the same spots, Taylor. Okay, we've seen the same Erangels back to back. A lot of the teams aren't switching up their drops too much. Maybe they're getting rotations somewhat close together, but if we're wanting a different team, a different region, I guess you could say, instead of Brazil winning all the matches, let's just make it a milli zone. Let's just send it all the way down, make it to where they have to either take the botation or the bridge, make it complete chaos. Because it looks like with our NA squads, luckily we do have some water in play for it to potentially be a factor, but a lot of our NA squads, they're decent under the pressure until it gets to that late game, and then we just fall apart. If we could just have the chaos from the get-go and have everyone struggling to make it into that first circle, then we could start seeing maybe Latam or NA start showing up in that sort of first place position. But right now, we're seeing it centered on that Pachinki spot again, a little bit more south than that first Erangel game, right? These teams still taking those same drop spots. But I'm interested in seeing, Taylor, even though it's so early on in the tournament, with it being this sort of phase 1 only being 3 days, I'm wanting to see some of these teams really start going out of the way to change up their play style. Go for those maybe early engagements. We know Brazil is a powerhouse with doing that stuff, but as we've already seen, Alpha 7 opting not to do that until it's later in the match, leaving it open for another team, maybe like Wolves or Xforce, who we feel have enough gunpowder to do that. Maybe start looking for those initiations early on instead of leaving it up for other teams to make those decisions on you.
I think if you're towards the bottom, changing things up might not be a bad play. Plenty of days left, plenty of maps left. Maybe you keep things standard for day 1, and then as the days progress and you're not happy with your standings, then you start changing things up. In regards to Alpha 7, I don't think they changed things up, and I don't think they really have in the past. There's only been one team, and I think it was SLR, if I'm not mistaken, in fall season that forced Alpha 7 to give up their initial landing spot over Lipovka, and that was a shock to us. We weren't expecting that. Alpha 7 getting pushed off their landing spot, it was unheard of, but it happened. This time around, no one has been strong enough to dethrone them for first place, but more importantly, force them to change up their strategy. And it goes back to what Seven was saying, that 2-2 split. Like, they're disrespecting the lobbies at times and pushing fights and winning fights. Quite honestly, any other team wouldn't win. So that's just Alpha 7 for you. But for other rosters, yeah, change things up. But today, I think just go to your bread and butter, continue to see if it works. It does it. Day 2, always a chance to change things up, Seven.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see how some of these teams are going to be able to readjust tomorrow when we come in, right? They're going to be able to see, okay, Alpha 7, first circle, they always tend to push towards the middle of the zone if favorable. So that's something that some of the other teams that are going to be able to adjust. Remember, I think it was the first Erangel where we saw Alpha 7 push towards the center of the circle, and it was only just one player of 9C that just got caught off guard, not expecting anybody to make that push. But those are little things here and there that, with at least with time, right, within the first stage that we're going to be playing here, maybe some of the other teams will be able to catch on those little patterns from some teams that they're going to be doing, whether it's rotations, whether it's going to be pushes, whatever the case might be. We'll see how they're going to be adjusting. One team that's currently trying to adjust is All Glory Gaming, because with this circle, okay, I'm liking this circle, boys. I know we got a chance to see it earlier on, but right now, we're not having an insane amount of water, and we do have military and the main island at play as well.
You know what the switch-up needs to be? You're talking about this Millie Island and all this stuff. We need it like NA from Titan series. We bring in everyone into a hovercraft, and no one's able to shoot you out of it. You start running people over. You remember that, Taylor? Xforce won a match. It had to have been, what, 10 eliminations off hovercrafts alone. And then slaughtering Wolves late game in a 4v4. It was Cinema 7. You have to go back and watch it, because I was expecting our NA boys to honestly stick with that strategy. They were making the hovercraft look like the BDRM from the flare drop in game. If you ever played the pubs and you shoot the flare out of the zone, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that's the vehicle where you can go across the land and water. You don't have to struggle one bit. And with it being, if it gets blown up, that's a whole wall in front of you to block you from shots. So I'm really hoping, to be honest, that we see more hovercraft plays.
Me too.
Sorry, I cut you guys off because AGG, with one of their players was in it. I think that's what we're needing. NA on top with the hovercraft.
Did you, Seven, did you see any of that? I don't know if you did, man,
Yes.
but did you, dude? The hovercraft was just nutty during the Titans series. Like, that was the craziest things I've ever seen, to the point where literally during, I think, the rest of the Titan series that we watched, hovercrafts were always in the narrative and always being used on the North American side.
Yeah, so I didn't see that one exactly, the one that you guys are talking about, but especially for last PMGC, I did see some teams that Maxman and I were kind of just pointing out, were saying, okay, that team, it was in a specific team. I can't think of my mind right now, but they would use at least 2 hovercrafts, and when we would get towards the later stages of the circle, they wouldn't mind blowing it up and just using it as cover, because you don't really have to worry about a team shooting below it like they can in vehicles. It would actually become a liable source for them just to cover themselves, and then that would end up positioning in an L shape as well. So if some of these teams can start doing this year, it would be interesting to see if people are going to be able to pick up on it.
Yeah, it was crazy to say the least.
In Silo, by the way. In Silo for PMGC.
In Silo? Okay.
Yep.
Dude, I want to see more of it because I think it's super valid. And I will say it's super smart to destroy it and use it as cover. We didn't see that utilized at all. It was more so just about running over people, staying alive as long as possible. But blowing it up, using it for cover is super intelligent. Very high-level play and to be expected from the players at this caliber. Hovercrafts, they're great when you can get them, and they're devastating on military islands with those open spaces and hilltops. That's where they were utilized the best from the North American side. But stage 1 closing in just a minute. Team Liquid has transitioned from military. They separate themselves from AGG. They will be relatively close to 9Z, but nothing's taken place there just yet. Influence Rage is moving in onto loops. You also have Ro, who's going to be there, and then S2S, who's going to be just up ahead of them. So near Pochiki is getting pretty active. Several teams next to each other, still enough distance where things aren't going to be exploding just yet. But I am highly expecting things to get a bit spicy. Next Influence Rage, Ro, Loops, potentially Xforce. There's some activity developing.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be one of the Intense Gaming players getting knocked. Some of these squads, Intense Game being one of them, Wolves Esports, even VG holding some sort of spread across the map. They're one of those teams that was able to get in early on the stage 1 circle shift. But if you're Intense Game, if you're not prepared for a 4-man sending you, you're going to lose a player early on, and that would be United for Gaming picking up that early freebie elimination up. I believe it was on Potato Hill. They're up on that northeastern side, but oh man, the circle shift all the way back down southwest. 9Z Globant loving themselves right now. They've essentially been 2 for 2 at this compound here, 7, taking the same spot, not switching it up, getting rewarded both times. You love to see it.
Now for Team Liquid, I mean, I'm gonna have to do and see something out of this. As Influence Rage says, you know what, we're just gonna make a full push here towards 9C Globant and try to catch him off guard like Alpha 7 was able to catch him earlier. There's only gonna be one player right there close by. Lorison having to slow down his roll though, as that Molotov is close by. Now everybody else from 9C is gonna start pushing up. They know currently where everybody else is at. Reyes trying to stay alive. Diego is gonna go down. Can Influence Rage pick him up? As Reyes trying to make the push there, Law is going to connect with that grenade and eliminate him.
All right, Influence Rage looking good, trying to stay up as long as they can. Fighting a good fight, and they need to at least finish this very quickly because everybody is moving in. Wancho is going to scout out the area. He might call Wolves, go in for the third party. You got another roster, United for Gaming, who's also moving into this territory, but all eyes on Milos. Milos had some great plays just previously, managed to secure a 3rd place for 9Z on Erangel. Map number 3, he's trying to secure the off angle. Kogoat Remix on the outside looking in. Influence Rage have total control of the shed just up ahead. They've got the cars used for cover. Obviously, they're going to be just behind the boxes. Kogoat throws a miracle nade. He'll connect onto Lawrenson for a little bit of damage, but not enough to drop him. And through the smoke, does Lawrenson go for a bit of a flank around the shed? I don't know if that's going to be the smartest play, but no, he holds what he's got. He will be on the outside. Potentially could take Milos off guard, but this is going to stalemate a little bit longer. Neither team wants to fully commit, and for Influence Rage or 9Z, why give up your hardcover POI? There's no reason.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they both lost a player early on. I thought it was going to be just Influence Rage getting full wiped, but then I believe Reyes from 9Z just crumbling under the pressure, trying to make that cross, immediately getting fragged out. And unfortunately, that was right at the time where Remix got a beautiful off-angle knock onto Influence Rage, so just really unfortunate stuff. Both squads wasting virtually all of their utility across that warehouse, even just pushing up, trying to find the angles, realizing, hey guys, it's stage 2. We need to relax. We're fine sharing the compound. This is going to be that dead center spot. And you were thinking it was going to be Juancho Taylor pulling up maybe for that third-party action. It's going to actually be United for Gaming coming in with Xforce farther down on that western side. But a lot of these teams, it's kind of a repeat of last game. They're opting not to play anywhere near the fields. The edge is where the congestion is happening, and now we're starting to see the shots rain down, because if the whole center of the zone is open, if you're not able to play it, that means the edge is going to be a fight for spots.
Team Liquid against Savage. Mythic's managed to drop one. Mythic a little bit low in health, but here comes the Cavalry. They're moving in to finish off this Savage roster, and they will do so. Well done. I would have been very heartbroken if Team Liquid loses that fight this early on, as they have done in the previous maps, but this time around, all guns blazing, and they maintain their position. Wolves will move in. Chief needs to potentially join them. He'll call out that Wolves is going to be just up ahead of them, but they haven't crashed into the building just yet, so for the meantime, Team Liquid can recover and heal up. Influence Rage 9Z still at a bit of a standstill. That's going to be exploding relatively soon, but again, no reason to push out of the shed if you're Influence Rage. No reason for 9C Globant to pull out, but hold up, we've got a bit of a run over as the team has moved it onto Loops, and Loops might be in a bit of trouble here, and they will be, and of course, it's going to be VIOUS Gaming. Every time we switch over to VIOUS Gaming, it's pure chaos, and they're typically the team instituting that Chaos 7.
The team that you've been talking about, and the team that currently has a hovercraft as well. VIOUS Gaming taking care there of Loops. So if we were wondering if Loops was going to be able to pass Alpha 7 after this match, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer and see what happens when we end up going to Miramar. Influence Rage, though, meanwhile, they have made a bit of a peace treaty here between themselves and 9C. They're keeping an eye on everybody else. By the way, I do enjoy that Team Liquid was able to take care of that squad earlier on in Gas Station, but now 9C is starting to make the push. Meanwhile, as well, iNCO Gaming versus Roll starting to fight each other. Roll coming out on top here, and they have able to spot Brunosen. Can they be able to connect with them? Brunosen currently waiting patiently. Is the last player alive? He is going to get spotted. Can he connect with the grenade, or is it going to be a Row 19 connecting with the grenade first? And there you go. iNCO Gaming eliminated by Row 19, and Row 19 still having all their 4 players alive.
Yeah, not even one of them being knocked. It looked like maybe iNCO Gaming full sent to the center of the compound, having them just get shot in the back by that solo player holding forward from Royals of War. And it's a big interaction there, because this is the compound on that far northern side of the circle. It's able to get you that rotation to the mountaintop to start scoping out the field, because at some point, if this circle keeps centering up, you're going to have to start playing in the open, those hay bales. That Alpha 7 strength that we saw in that first Erangel match, you got to put it to the test yourself. And fortunately for Royals of War, with them not getting knocked, they're able to start scouting forward a bit more in their eyes. But unfortunately, Intense Game, they're ahead of them. They're getting just in front of them to get those rotations early on. And with there being only 15 seconds left on the circle pop, a lot of these teams, I feel, are going to be struggling to find their next spot in the zone.
I'm super curious if Chief and Cardozo from Team Liquid are going to gatekeep AGG, who is now fighting against Papa Blue, but going across the left side bridge. Chief already cooking a nade. He throws it out, doesn't connect onto anything, but that's okay. AGG stays alive, and, well, really, for the remaining players in the vehicles, have to make a decision. Do we crash in and stay together, or do we split? Well, no, they're going to stay together, and Cardozo is just off in Narnia by himself, but luckily Ayula, Mythic are going to be moving in alongside that of Chief. So yeah, this is going to be a 4v4 fight on the left side bridge, and Mythic is down because Wolves are going in for the third party.
And that allowed Team Liquid was about to start rotating, and for those 2 players still being there so close to the bridge, it forced the other 2 players to kind of slow down and back up a little bit. Now Chief is gonna try to fend off here the push from AGG, and as you were mentioning, Wolves was close by Gas Station as well, trying to make a push towards them too. but AGG is gonna start just raining down grenades, seeing if they can connect with anything here, or if Chief can maybe connect with one, and he's gonna be able to. There goes one knock. Who's still alive from his team? Is gonna be Ayala and Cardozo. Can they possibly get an angle, or can he maybe connect with another grenade here and secure the elimination? It's not gonna end up happening, but all this utility use, he could end up backfiring for this teammate and for this squad later into the match, as AGG is just looking to get these angles and moving around. Chief, meanwhile, throwing nades as many as he can, and he's only sitting out at 0 as his squad is just starting to back up, and AGG is just wrapping around him.
They have to. They've got to get out of there. But how do you get through Wolves? Coops, you noticed, or at least I noticed, he was hanging around on the left-hand side of this fight between Chief and AGG, scouting the horizons. Ayala has gone fully north to separate himself and potentially play as a solo. Cardozo is also by himself. Chief is still in the building in Papa Blue, and AGG has disengaged. No matter which way you look at it, Wolves is definitely the strongest team leaving this engagement. AGG, they're going to be very healthy, but Team Liquid are very split, Enigma.
Yeah, this is kind of a rare instance where you've seen Team Liquid not as a squad in rotation. I think it was an all-save-yourself kind of scenario. We're talking you're not even getting a placement point if you get eliminated here. And Chief, he's taking a lot of damage in that vehicle, close to being blown up. And Wolves, they found out where he's at. They're looking for the fight. Cardozo and at least a freebie. In their eyes, Chief having to really just struggle with a lot of these rotations. Team Liquid, thankfully, it actually looks like Ayala doubled back in front of 9Z, being able to group on the southern edge of the circle. But for Team Liquid, man, even with AGG as well, both those squads of mine, I thought were just going to be eliminated by the Wolves format.
Well, Xforce took down a couple from AGG, so they're in shambles too. It seems like everybody in that fight on the left side bridge, minus Wolves, but they were a bit disengaged. They were just trying to third-party any easy elims they could, and they did. But for AGG, Team Liquid, they almost cannibalize each other, and on their rotation out, they get picked apart by one roster or another. And for AGG, they might be done and dusted depending on how this fight against Xforce ends up unfolding. Team Liquid miraculously stays alive. Wolves have moved in onto 9C. Wolves will lose a couple of players, but ultimately find success. 9C in a fight against Influence Rage for the longest time in that shed. Finally, it unfolds. They will lose their lives, and Wolves will continue their dominating force up ahead. And for Xforce, well, they'll take down HD, but at what cost? 24K is down. Teams who are fighting on the fringe of Blue 7 are falling like flies.
Wonder if he might be able to put him in the vehicle and then try to get out of there. And that's exactly what they're going to try to do here. Actually, he might be a little bit too far away. Yeah, that's going to be too far away. If he would have maybe stayed by the vehicle, it would have worked out. But this might be a bit of a push there for Export. I do got to give him props, though. They didn't end up... Oh, no, Fate. Don't do this. Okay, I thought it was going to be a bit of a miscalculation there, trying to pick him up. Didn't end up working. I thought he was going to end up getting knocked as well. But as I was going to say, for Xforce, it is a bit of a learning situation here. In the last match, we saw them get absolutely crashed down from behind by iNCO Gaming, I believe it was. On this one, they kind of learned their lessons to keep eyes everywhere, to keep that awareness up. And they didn't allow any of those teams to crash. And meanwhile, Alpha 7, even though they currently have 0 eliminations, they are currently within a building and playing that edge that we're known for. And Wolves, I gotta give them props, Enigma. Wolves played that out so well earlier. I really enjoyed that they decided to continue making the push there on Team Liquid, hunting them down.
Yeah, they took on that 1 or 2 players from Team Liquid. They turned their sights to the compound that 9Z was residing, which, by the way, they actually were the squad that I believe eliminated Influence Rage earlier on. So that 3v3 fight did commence. Was just straight up fighting for Wolves. And for Wolves, it's good signs. They still have 4 players up, I believe. They've got a few eliminations under their belt. Actually, excuse me, make it 3 now on this land. But having 4 elims, you got a spot in zone. If you're able to at least weather the storm, I guess you could say, in this next circle shift, you should be able to get yourself into a prime real estate spot. But the more I'm seeing this from the free cam, I'm kind of stressing a bit. No vehicles, it seems, almost, or at least nothing that's going to be useful after this next rotation. And you having to stress, I mean, look at this. Coops not even having armor or helmet really to his name, but we're going to have to switch it up, 7. Shoot to survive, just taking the full brunt of Xforce. Valak trying to be the last one alive, but Bob finds him in the grass, finding the snake, and unfortunately for them now, having to deal with the third party.
Third party there by VIP, by the way, in regards to with Wolves, with how much utility they're using here, I'm hoping they're going to do something about it because they are still outside of this circle. So I know you got those buggies. I know you got those vehicles. Yeah, you might end up... Oh, okay, you're going to go for the fix. That's smart. I like that. I really like that there from Juancho. Use that utility that you've been working with, all those smokes, and try to find a way within that circle as they're still trying to get the fight there with row 19. Meanwhile, VIP Esports, we saw them earlier trying to get into a fight, into a third-party situation, but now having to slow it down as Alpha 7 is close by.
Yeah.
So many opportunities here for crashes just from a lot of teams. Reflections.
I appreciate that VIP didn't fire at Alpha 7 because they get an engagement early on with Alpha 7. Then they have to worry about shoot to survive. Just not a good spot to be in. They could get pincered very quickly. So instead, VIP decides to be a little bit quiet. They do get active, but they're focusing on the right team. I think focusing on shoot to survive here not only is theoretically a little bit easier than Alpha 7, but you're also taking the players out from behind you, and then you could just simply focus on Alpha 7 up ahead. But shoot to survive, they'll give VIP a chance. They're taking the bull by the horns and pushing for themselves. Frady will fall, but so will Bob. Shoot to survive, losing one. And I believe this is a 3v3 now. Casper cooking up a nade. Does it go through the window? That would be beautiful. And it does hit Legend. IUU will also fall. Legend down to a sliver of health. And shoot to survive from the outside of the house. Have managed to utilize their utility well enough to the point where they now feel confident to push in and finish VIP. And they're going to do exactly that. The smoke will make things a bit confusing. But Dark Light, no worries. Unconvinced, he's pushing in. But no, he bit up more than he can chew. He gets pincered in between two players in the building. Now Casper forced to push in. He's going to have to do so weak. And believe it or not, shoot to survive will lose because Alpha 7 House now moved in for the third party. They'll take down not only shoot to survive, but also VIP. The Grim Reapers take down two teams just like that.
Talk about a switch there from Alpha 7, playing patiently for the right time. As soon as they saw the opening, they ended up getting that player that was knocked back up, and they went exactly for that push, for that third party, and worked out wonders for them. 4 easy eliminations in a way between that third party, and they don't end up losing anybody, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I really got a question. As soon as you see that circle pop as a S2S player, why are we not coming to maybe rotate north? We saw the map. No one was holding that mountaintop on that northern side of the circle. It was completely free, but maybe getting that first initial knock, they could have backed up afterwards, but instead, full sending forward. And as soon as we start seeing the trades right on the building, Alpha 7 was able to get their player up that was knocked. It's just a free, clean wipe for Alpha 7. And that's not the team you're wanting to get another win under the belt, because we see it on the right there. 49 total points already as a squad. We are going into just 2 Miramars after this. This is a team that is consistently putting up those fragging power numbers, those eliminations that we expect from a squad, but we want it to be other teams as well. It can't be just, I don't want to be playing the same broken record here of Alpha 7, Alpha 7, Alpha 7, and we're only on the first day. We need to be seeing a lot signs of life from the NA boys, from Latam, from these other teams. Everyone's on blast in my mind.
Well, Reflections, you had a question coming into this match. Can anybody get that 2 wins today? Right now, if we were to pick anybody, I'm going to be picking this team that we're currently looking at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Alpha 7 well ahead of the game. But I am getting excited for Royals of War. But
yes.
I reflect back, and I believe they've been in this spot before where they were 4 strong, deep into like the final teams in this case, right? Top 5, and everything fell apart very quickly for them. Hoping that's not the case in this moment. It would be incredibly exciting to see Royals of War earn a victory and ultimately have 4 different winners throughout the day. And for Royals of War, this could be massive for them to jump up from 10th place, potentially into top 5, maybe even further into top 3 if they can successfully close out this game and stay strong with the eliminations. And it's top 3 is going to happen, right? Because United for Gaming only has 1 player left. That's going to be Hate. He's out there in Papa Blue. He's out there in really no man's land. So all eyes have to be on Alpha 7 and Royals of War. And then you focus on VIOUS Gaming, but they're kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place. They're right in the middle of Alpha 7, Royals of War, and then Hate is also just behind them. So yeah, Royals of War, can they fend off Alpha 7? Well, after losing a player, I'm starting to doubt a bit, Enigma.
Yeah, it's always a matter of if they're able to kind of piece themselves a knock or two, we can see a lot of those best teams, those world-class rosters, I guess you could say. They can make the most, even if it's just 2 players alive. The solo is a bit of a stretch, but a 3-man is definitely what you can expect. At least put up a fight against a team like Alpha 7, even though they have the man advantage. And unfortunately for this, unfortunately for the solo, Revo's been eyeing him, it seems, for his zone or 2. So that's going to be a freebie. 8 eliminations now, 5 on to Revo. And this is a team, you know, that obviously you've been talking about a lot, but shout out to Royals of War and VG being able to put up numbers themselves. And Royals of War actually 7 eliminations to their name. If they can somehow piece together 1 or 2 eliminations going into this circle shift, they could be setting themselves up for success, but doesn't seem like it. Alpha 7 going to take their sweet time trying to get the thirst onto Marlin here. Demeanor able to actually cross squash though onto one of the Royals of War players. Alpha 7 is putting pressure to both teams right now.
That's
oh my
GG,
goodness.
dude. I had faith for Royals of War 7, but I think Alpha 7 is just too good at the moment. I mean, my lord, they're at 9, Revo's at 6. He's gonna end with 20 eliminations for the day, brother.
I love it. Keep it going, please. But not only do it today, do it tomorrow as well. Because for these teams, I just want to see consistency. And right now, this is just them flexing right here. This is them just getting into the vehicles and in a way just kind of being a little bit disrespectful to some of the other teams. Draw 19 saying, you know what? You can get into a vehicle. We'll get into a vehicle too. You want to get into a race? You don't want to do this, Alpha 7, but Royals of War, just slow your roll, all right? I know you got 7 eliminations, but this is not an ego racing you want to get with when it comes to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 does end up taking care there of 1 player when it goes down to VIOUS Gaming. And they're just being patient. Right now, they have everything to work with. And you can look at the map right there. Ladies and gentlemen, might as well just wrap it up unless row 19 can do something insane here.
They're hoping they can, especially if you're a fan of him. I'm looking at Demonor, and I'm just feeling so bad for the guy. He's laying prone. He's trying his best just to stay as quiet as humanly possible. Alpha 7 is just up above. They're just destroying every vehicle in their line of sight. Like, Demonor, I feel terrible for the guy, but that's how it goes. His best case scenario is 2nd place, and that could become a reality. Royals of War taking a bull by the horns. They're pushing up, and we do have an off angle from David. Alpha 7 continuing to fall. Royals of War taking the game from Alpha 7 potentially, but no worries. Squash, the new addition to this Alpha 7 roster, looking to be the hero, and he will be. Royals of War will finish, and it is Alpha 7 versus the last remaining player of VIOUS, and he won't last long. Alpha 7 will win, but what an ending for Royals of War to try and take that game for themselves. You have to respect it, but Alpha 7 back in the winner's circle. They've won Sandhawk, they've won Erangel, and they will undeniably keep their 1st place position.
Yeah, it's all about getting those points. And for Alpha 7, man, I mean, it comes down to that 1v1 on the truck, on that vehicle, being able to win it out in 7. I know you're thinking of a lot of things right now with this squad. I mean, I got to commend Royals of War, but man, Alpha 7 just, I don't even know if we can call it flexing at this point, 7.
Let the glazing begin. Alpha 7, how you doing, baby? Oh my goodness. I see why you guys decided to make this switch, all right? Some people doubted it. Some people were wondering, why you want to get rid of McGrillen? Yeah, he didn't have one of the best PMGCs, but he was one of the players that help you get that PMWC. I see now. I see what you were doing. John Tosh show. Let him cook, because this team is absolutely cooking right now with this roster changes. And on top of that, they still have Sena Texas on bench just in case anything happens.
That's insane. Isn't that insane? Like, it's just, you have the entire arsenal of great players in the world to just, even on the bench, right, to help you out. It's just insane. Alpha 7 are built different. The way they handled that end zone was incredible. I thought they were going to die. They clutched up and they recovered very well. And for Squash, 4 eliminations, Revo with 7 himself. You can't deny it. They're just absolutely successful. But let's start recapping how this ended up unfolding. And for Xforce, they did a great job capitalizing, taking down AGG after that sketchy fight against Team Liquid and then Wolves for the 3rd party on the left side bridge. AGG would ultimately fall, but this is where Alpha 7 started to heat up. The way they moved in so violently to take down VIP, as well as I believe it was VIP and Shoot to Survive, who were in that fight in the house. We're hyping up Shoot to Survive against VIP. They're looking like they're going to win that fight. And then all of a sudden, Alpha 7 comes out of nowhere, dominates the house fight, takes them out within seconds. and puts their numbers up to, I believe, 6 or 7 eliminations from that point. They'll ultimately finish with the number of 12. Just beautifully done, without question. Great moments from so many teams. VIOUS Gaming, for example, had some highlight moments. Royals of War, good job getting the 3rd place finish, and I really appreciate them taking the fight to Alpha 7 in the way that they did so. But A7 just cannot be stopped. Revo, 7 eliminations that game alone, like I said before, squashed with a total of 4 for his performance. Revo nearing 20 eliminations for the day. He'll for sure exceed that. They'll walk away with 22 points, which is equal to that of the Sandhawk they got a little bit earlier. Matter of fact, actually, no, 7. This is the highest scoring elimination game we've seen so far, and Alpha 7 get it.
Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised. I'm not surprised that this team is able to do it from the center of the circle or able to readjust and do it from the edge of the circle there, as we saw them being able to do it at one point. One thing, though, I got to give them props. You've been hyping this team up, Reflection. VIOUS Gaming. Hey, they're able to secure at least 7 eliminations there, 6 of those being through placement points, since they did end up getting that 2nd place. And this is a team that needed it, because going into this match, they were just sitting at 7 points. So this is going to help them massively.
Massively indeed. We look at page 2, you will see some decent numbers like Xforce, for example, with 5. Again, a highlight to take down one of the rosters pushing in AGG, All Glory Gaming, coming from that awkward fight against Team Liquid. But Wolves as well had a great moment. That 3rd party against AGG and Team Liquid is pretty solid, but when they finally got into the future zone from that point, yeah, they just got mowed down, unfortunately. But, Loops, not the best performance. They go from a big win on game number 3, to a very, very bad place. But here it is. Alpha 7, 66 points, 26 above that of Loops, who the narrative going into that last game was, can Loops pass Alpha 7? Well, now the question has been answered, and it's no. Alpha 7 remains in 1st place in a dominant fashion, but good news for Intense Game. They will jump up to 3rd place, now securing top 3. But Enigma, we're already seeing a gap develop between 1st place and then to 2nd place, and then 2nd place to 3rd place. The question is, as the days go along, how severe will that gap be?
Well, I think it'll get even worse, to be honest. Alpha 7, at least, will be moving up that leaderboard per usual another day in the office. But for Loops, Intense Game, they're kind of confident, at least for that 2nd place position, of saying, hey, we've got a bit of a point buffer. Let's go into these 2 Miramars and try to get ourselves a few points. But the scary thing is we can look at 3rd all the way to even 10th. And that's a 10-point difference. That's a 1-game difference between being on this front page, getting those top advancement points if the tournament was to end right now, and for you to be all the way down essentially near the bottom part of that leaderboard. So I know these teams, they're still having lots of signs of life, especially if there's the teams like Loops and Alpha 7 sponging all the points in the eliminations. It's a matter if you're able to kind of come into these Miramars and start popping off.
7, what are you up to? You're scared.
Hear me out.
What are you doing with that?
I know we can't give out trophies, all right, on day 1. But Alpha 7's cooking, people. Alpha 7's absolutely cooking right now.
They're smoking
20
all the
eliminations
meats.
for Rebel? That's insane, man. We still have 2
nuts.
more matches to go.
I know it, and we're going to Miramar to finish off the day. Match 5 and Match 6 for the first time we'll see it. And it's going to be a nice change-up from Erangel, which we just saw 3 times in a row. But it was fun. It really was.
Yeah.
But Alpha 7, they are cooking. I agree. They're smoking all the meats, man. They went to the grocery store. They bought the whole store. They're running it, baby. Where are we going with that? I don't know. But I tell you what, Alpha 7 leading the charge by 26 points. Is anybody surprised? Now the question is, can anybody catch them? But more importantly, who could be our top 3? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back to the tournament, we'll continue. We're hopping into Miramar for the first time. You don't want to miss out. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Seven and Enigma. Aaron Gale's done for the day, along with Sandhawk, and now all that's left is Miramar, 2 in a row. Maps 5 and Map 6. Points have already developed quite well as Alpha 7 leads 66-40, the closest team, which is Loops, and they're taking off, but it's still relatively close on down past Loops from third, I would say even down to 10th place. The possibility of breaking the top 3 is absolutely there. After all, this is just league play currently. We'll focus more on points, especially at the top when we get to grand finals. For now, it's all about earning your money throughout league play. Nobody's getting eliminated. Nobody's at risk of that anyways. It's all about getting your legs underneath you and feeling more and more comfortable as the games go along. Seven, we've watched Alpha 7 dominate without question. But we've got 2 players who are leading the charge. And let's pull up their head-to-head because it's Revo and it's Squash who are neck and neck in eliminations.
16 and 9. Okay, average per game. That is insane. That is actually absolutely insane numbers when we still have 2 more matches to go. And on top of that, you can see them being able to be assist and revives here and there. But for these players, I mean, usually if they get a knock, more than likely they're going to end up getting that elimination. For Revo, this is expected. For Squash, it was a big question mark. I really didn't know what I was going to be expecting out of this player, but this, I know they had told me, the players had told me, he's going to bring that fragging power. He's going to bring that something different that McGrelling just wasn't able to do for us, especially towards the end of the year. Well, right now is definitely showcasing that. Right now, that's why they're so confident doing those 2-2 splits, and why they're so confident just being able to take on fights. And that's something that I actually definitely want to highlight for this team, for Alpha 7, is when they take those fights, they are always there for the trade. Yes, one of them might end up getting knocked, but they're always there to just stop that full flushed out. And that's currently why teams are not being able to readjust to that. They're always being able to be back on their four players alive.
And also, they're one of the most active teams in terms of rotation. Like, where they start and where they finish is just miles apart. But they're able to do so successfully. But covering the majority of the map means covering the majority of the teams, whether it be third parties or just picking them up cleanly. That's why they're able to slay out as much as they have. 40 total eliminations for that roster, only matched by that of Loops, who's at 26. We're not talking even close. But keeping it competitive, plus the 2 winner chicken dinners, which is great. But Miramar changes things up a little bit. Things slow down, and or I don't know, man. Things might speed up. One thing about Enigma, the thing is about Miramar is, like, we do have usually a couple of teams that do get scrappy early on, which would be the polar opposite of the Aaron Gales that we just watched 3 in a row.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just attributed to how large the map is. You get a little bit more play to kind of rotate around, but that middle part is when it starts to die down, people start, I guess you could say, allowing these other teams to hold those splits. But when it gets to that late game, it's as much chaos as Sandhawk and Erangel. It's always a matter of where these teams choose to rotate. And I was even bringing it up to 7 before this sort of match is coming around. Is Miramar is one of those matches where when you come around to that stage 5, stage 6, it starts playing itself. You start getting forced into these fights. You're not allowed to maybe go for Erangel plays where it's just, it's just another squad making a good rotation on us. No, you have the opportunity to put yourselves in the line of success. And unfortunately for NA, I think playing these back-to-back-to-back Erangels is a bit of a mental strain for our region. But obviously with this being phase 1, maybe they can take today or maybe even tomorrow as well to kind of use it as a learning experience and build up that mental fortitude that we want to see out of our competitive squads.
Mental fortitude's big, man, especially with tournaments like this. They're long and they're grueling, and playing there in person kind of takes the energy away from you at times. It's hard, especially when somebody starts trash talking. I miss Stars. Stars was the #1 trash talker last year during the spring season. Him getting up and screaming at his opponents was great. He had a lot of energy. Regardless of their performance towards the end and where they finished on the leaderboard, it still was exciting to see a bit of that trash talk. As we head into the last 2 map 7, there's a lot of teams that are on the come up. Like I said, it's very close from intense game in 3rd place, even down there to 10th place, which is where Xforce currently sits. There's a lot of great rosters: Savage, Esports, Royals of War, United for Gaming, Influence, Rage. Do any of those rosters stand out to you to finish off strong in the back end maps on Miramar? And do you have a personal favorite? I know you have a favorite region, okay? Yep. Maxman too, I've been seeing them in chat. But as far as those teams, would you like to see any of those particular rosters break into top 3?
Just currently looking towards the teams that are outside of the top 10 in regards to the overall leaderboard. One that definitely comes to mind going into the last 2 Miramar matches is going to be Team Liquid. This is a team that usually tends to be very strong when we go to Miramars, and it's a team that continues to always excel when he goes there. They always tell me, we just feel comfortable. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's the difference between Erangel to when we go to Miramar. Everything just flows a lot easier for them. So I'm expecting this team, especially what they're currently sitting, which is 12 plays, 15 points, not a showing that you want to have, especially after 4 matches played. I think this team will be able to bounce back. And another team that I'm looking and hoping that they end up bouncing back is going to be Wolves Esports. With how much hype this team has had coming out of the Titan series, winning by a lot of points, just absolutely dominating North America. I wonder if maybe all that domination allowed them to just continue on making mistakes that they're truly being punished for here in Americas, with some of these Brazilian teams not giving them the chance to make those mistakes that they were maybe getting away with in Titan series.
Well, good rosters. One that you left out, though, that I'll talk with Enigma with is Xforce. Xforce is a phenomenal Miramar team. Go back towards the Titan Series, the Premier season, even the grand finals of the Premier League for Titan Series. It was Xforce winning both of the Miramars during the grand finals of both days. And one of them, mind you, I don't know if you remember, Nick, but they did so with 16 eliminations. Yeah. It was a powerful game, super strong. And what I like is, if you remember for PMSL historically, North America have always been eluded or have never made it to the top 8, at least when it came to the finals, okay? Towards the end, when all the points are tallied, they're missing from top 8. It's quite sad because we just want them to be top 8 at some point. But Xforce going into Miramar gives me good hope and faith that Xforce can finish top 5. I'm calling it here, Enigma. What do you think?
I'd like to, but the signs I'm seeing, I gotta agree with 7. Our NA boys, maybe they just gotten too comfortable with that NA mindset, getting away with too much, even in that Titan Series tournament and stuff like that, putting them up against Brazil, Latam, these regions that, and maybe just have more of those competitive squads to pressure you on these rotations. Because right now, we're not making it past stage 4, stage 5. We're struggling in keeping players alive. So I'm wanting to see us come into this Miramar especially and be like, hey, we're taking the 4v4s, we're taking it as a squad, and we're going for the fight.
That's it. Well, hey, comfortable or not, look, Xforce, I think, is going to come out strong. I'm calling it. That's my prediction. Xforce, they're taking this Miramar, and they're doing it with 16 eliminations. That'd be massive. Yo, that'd actually be nuts, bro. That would be crazy. But I believe it. I want to see it. And look, 26 points, that's what it would amount to. Puts them up into top 3. Let's end the suspense. Let's put a North American roster up there in top 3. Xforce, they're my guys to do it. I wouldn't be upset if Wolves did it too. I'm not going to lie. But Xforce, they're the teams to do it on Miramar. Let's find out. 7. Where are we going?
We are going to be going towards Pecado. I want to see if anybody's going to be hot dropping over there. But you're talking about Xforce. You mentioned Wolves Esports there. And I'm over here thinking, all right, if there's any NA team that I would actually put my UC on, would be Wolves Esports, because this team, even though they are currently in 14th place, they have 11 eliminations to their name. So it's not like they're not able to frag out. It's not like they're not able to get those points and clutch up some elims here and there. It just comes down to those placement points. This team needs to narrow down those rotations that they're currently doing. They need to, I know it's easier said than done, but they need to try to make it so they have all 4 players alive in a top 6 situation. Put Coops up in a situation where he can excel, and not only are you going to be getting those elimination points, on top of that, you're going to start getting those placement points and pushing you a little bit higher on that overall ranking.
Well, I got to believe this zone might be it. 7, Taylor, you guys both might be right in the regard, because with Wolves Esports spot, that Monte Nuevo side, even Xforce, there's not that many teams in front of them if they were to move towards that center of the circle, and that's been the biggest struggle. Me quoting, saying, hey, guys, you need to be making it into the squad with 4 players up into these circles, and they haven't been doing that. Now, luckily for Miramar, if you're able to weather out that stage 3, stage 4 chaos that ensues, it simplifies the game, because even though it's a larger map, the mountaintops, the compounds, even allow these teams to start rotating and being able to allow yourself to simplify the game to the point where you can start taking 4v4s.
Well, I do notice a couple of teams are close to each other. You got some prioritizing center zone loops, for example. They love to do that. That's kind of their bread and butter. Alpha 7 up on top next to Shoot to Survive, which they've got history. It seems like they do land relatively close to each other at times, and Shoot to Survive's not scared of taking the fight, even though it doesn't usually work out for them. But keeping on board with the Alpha 7 train, Sarpatch had a chance to interview Mafioso. Let's hear what Mafioso had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Mafioso from Alpha 7's 2 wins. Mafioso, I saw you today in the first stage. You say we're gonna win 3 today. You got 2, 1 more to go. Are you confident you're gonna get it? Vocês vão pegar essa terceira queda. Você falou primeiro que você me viu 3 hoje.
Antes de iniciar o dia eu falei com o Manito que era 3 win. Já levamos 2 para casa. Agora nas próximas 2 de Miramar tentar fazer o bom resultado e garantir a terceira win.
He said that, yeah, the first thing he said to me was 3 wins, they already got 2. They're going to try and get another one in Miramar. Is Miramar your best map? Like, I got the best memories of you in Miramar. Do you feel this is your best map? Ou Miramar é o melhor mapa tua? Porque eu tenho umas lembranças suas, de jogadas suas em Miramar. Loucura, sabe?
Acho que para mim, individualmente, tanto pro meu time é o nosso melhor mapa. A gente conhece muito bem o mapa de Miramar. E para mim que jogo de suporte é muito bom. É um mapa muito grande e eu posso jogar de Mini 14 e 8x.
It's my favorite map. It's our strongest map as a team. I love it because it's really big and I can play in support and use the mini 14 and just do whatever I want to do. I mean, 2 Miramars now, maybe 2 wins, maybe 4 total.
2 wins.
2 wins now?
Today. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Mafioso there being realistic. Say, you know what? Let's keep it at 3. Let's keep it a little bit. Let's calm it down a tiny bit here and be realistic. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised with the way that Alpha 7 is currently playing if they, for some reason, did ended up winning these 2 Miramar matches as well. And even though Mafioso isn't usually the flashy player, he said it there. This map allows him to play his role even better because of the terrain they have to work with. That support player, that anchor player that we have gotten accustomed to seeing him play. And I'm hoping that it continues to happen like that, especially when you have players like Squash and Rebel popping off.
The scary thing, too, is he had said Miramar is our best map. And they just kind of dominated everyone in Erangel and the Sandhawk at the start of the day. So I'm really worried, like, what the elimination count might be in these next 2 games. Because, yeah, he's humble, but they also have a lot of confidence already having 2 of those 3 wins and coming into these last 2 games. So we can't put it by them that they're not going to at least maybe get 1 of these 2.
Well, how much did Sarpatch was saying? You're going to win 4 games today or something? And
Well,
he said not.
He wanted him to get 4th, and he's like, nah, we'll keep it at 3.
Well, hey, look, 4 is still possible. 3 is very much within their wheelhouse. 4, they'd have to win the last 2, but, I mean, that would be crazy if they could. Gusta is just, he's just checking, making sure everything is working. He's doing a functions test, okay? And everything looks good. He's having fun. He's having a blast. Might be a little bit bored because, again, Loops landed dead center. There are a couple teams around him, but, you know, they're not going to get into a fight anytime soon. But all eyes on Savage Esports. They've got United for Gaming just up ahead of them. And this fight seems to be underway. They're crashing in, and I'm actually shocked at that. I thought this was going to stalemate a little bit, but look, as they do it, ends up paying off a bit as the trade goes both ways. Hate already going for the quick revive, but the pressure's still on. United for Gaming continues to work their way up, pushing into Savage Esports, trying to dismantle them piece by piece. Mystic with the utility from the back lines also paying off. And I believe this is where Savage Esports starts to fall completely apart as United for Gaming playing this so incredibly well, very methodical, but more from the outside. Comes back in. A chance to tie things up, a chance to take down Hate, won't be successful, and Savage Gaming will lose their lives very early on, and it will be United for Gaming, 4 strong, 3 members up of 4 total eliminations. That's a strong start for them, and one of the strongest starts we've seen from this roster yet.
It is, and 2 teams that are currently within the top 8 deciding to actually take that early fight, something that we didn't get a chance to see much in Erangel, and we usually tend to expect in Erangel, but now they have to be ready here. Luckily for them, They only ended up losing just one player, and I say luckily because nobody else is currently knocked. If not, Royals of War would have been completely different here. They would have went just for the full push in the full-on third party. Instead, they're going to have to play it slow, but they need to be careful because Loops is in the horizon as well. And if we know anything, is that Loops is in second place. They don't mind VT making the call, saying, you know what, let's push this action. Let's see what we're going to be able to do. As on the elimination feed, we see Juancho being able to eliminate Carrillo.
That's a big fight as well. I mean, Wolves, if they're able to take out Alpha 7, being in that sort of engagement, it's going to be all the way off on the edge of the circle. They're not going to have any other squads third-partying them. It is that opportunity to start taking the aggression. But United 4 Gaming, now they're getting the push on them, what they just executed on. Royals of War having the 4-man, trying to find the early knocks with the frag grenades, not going to find it. And this is one of those buildings, Taylor, where it's so hard to pin down players in rooms. There's so much room to work with, especially when the smokes start coming out. Royals of War needs to be careful pushing into this because even though United 4 Gaming has only 3 players, the shotguns can start connecting.
Royals of War has been on the come up. They've managed to push up into top 7. There's no indication that they will be slowing down, but United 4 Gaming, they won the fight here already. There's no indication that they can't win it once again. This would be one of the earliest exits for Royals of War, who just narrowly missed out on the chance of beating Alpha 7 on the Erangel just a map before. Will they unravel in this engagement? Well, it's potential, but United 4 Gaming are holding on tight, but with the bit of utility damage, Zhao will take it. And he's forced to heal up. Hate, who's been the linchpin for the success of these fights for United 4 Gaming, especially against Savage Esports, is down low, trying to play the off angles alongside his teammates. And Hate is really the guy that opens up these engagements for the side of United 4 Gaming. And I expect them to do much the same in this spot. Another nade being cooked. Victix desperately trying to get his med pack off. Does the nade connect? It does not, so now we're back to business as usual. This fight is going to extend, and 7, like Enigma mentioned, sometimes this fight in this building can take a long time.
It can take a long time, and we're currently seeing that too, even though United Gaming had a disadvantage at the start, right? In regards to number of players, they made it so they slowed down Row 19, and Row 19 right now is having to think about how they're going to be making the push because now it does become a 3 versus 3. He's going to be able to peek, and there you go. That's the opening that at least Row 19 needed to be able to find. They need to make sure that they still stay collected. Cool, coming collector, making those rotations. That's exactly what they're going to be doing. There goes another player from United 4 Gaming, and that is it. It took a little bit to start up, but as soon as the first knock came through, they made it a breeze. Row 19, easy 3 eliminations.
Yeah, but look at that in the distance, 7. We saw it right at the end. It's going to be Xforce setting up just from afar. I'm not sure if Royals of War was able to hear the vehicle pull up from Fate and Friends, but Xforce in an opportunity spot to get some knocks. And yeah, they do see it now. Big Tech understanding the situation. The circle shift actually pulled straight north, so this compound not in circle anymore. It is early on enough where the zone's not going to be murdering you just yet, but for Xforce and Friends, the squad is desperately needing. I would honestly like to see them take this fight. You know there's one player down in the compound. You're 4v3. If you can just get those eliminations under your belt, that full wipe, that's something that could happen. And unfortunately, I mean, I don't know what just happened, but Coops eliminated early for Wolves. Not something you want to see. And now Loops, they're congressing down onto the building. Honcho and Doran desperately needing the knock, going up the stairs, but the 1v2 almost comes through. Elda being able to get only one. Baton on the ridgeline, almost knocked, not enough in the clip to finish it off. But Loops, Taylor, they're wasting no time on the aggression. Baton being the next one question, and the name comes through. Big win for Loops, getting all 4 players.
All 4 players, they'll lose 1, but no worries. They have control of power grid completely. It's deep within zone. There's no indication it's going to be outside of stage 3 either, so Loops can recover quite well and, well, gatekeep anybody that rolls into them. Miramar, very active. What is typically slow off the start has, well, been nonstop engagements. We've already lost Savage Esports, United 4 Gaming, and now most recently that of Wolves Esports. And, well, for Alpha 7 even, they've taken quite a bit of damage. They've lost 2 players off the rip. And, well, hey, I got to shout at Homelander out there. Homelander said, well, now that I'm in chat, Alpha 7, there's no chance that they're going to win the next 2 maps. They've already lost. So, Homelander, if you want Alpha 7 to win, leave the chat. I'm joking. We love that you're here, and it's no coincidence. Like, Alpha 7 just dropped the ball a little bit. But, 7, I do peep the top left. And, well, for 9Z, they're kind of surrounded a bit, but I love their vantage point. They've got S2S just below them. They've got VIP above them. And for 9Z, do they full send it through S2S, or do they choose to fight them, clear them out, so they have a clear path into stage 3?
For 9Z, it's going to come down to how many vehicles and what kind of vehicles do they have on their possession. Because if they can avoid any fight here with S2S, if they can just maybe go on a rotation towards the south, or you know what, just set yourself up like they're currently doing right now and take on the fight to S2S, that could work as well if they don't want to make the push. The fact that S2S kind of allow them to leapfrog and get in front of them, that's actually quite impressive for 9C. Great awareness out of this team. And now that you were able to leapfrog at least some of the players there, just start making your way towards the circle. Actually, it's still... As I say that, you know what? I'm able to see something here, and for 9C, I mean, it's gonna be a tough push regardless. I would hope, Enigma, and I don't know if you agree with me on this or not. I would hope that they do this. They either go north or south and just avoid any fighting.
Yeah, if they were to fight Shoot to Survive there, they would have been completely just wiped. Klaus, even though he's the one that was honestly 1 HP, if he was to get knocked, it's a different story, but him being able to stay up on his feet, or at least in the vehicle, allows S2S to reset and really focus on the players driving on 9Z, because Miramar's got those big canyons, those big gaps in between, whether it's compounds or the mountaintops. So 9Z recognizing that, saying, hey, we got to rotate in. Unfortunately for them, you know, this center spot of the map is going to already be taken, but they've got to deal with as well that back end fight. I'm not sure if this is really even going to be too safe of a spot for them. 40 seconds left on the circle. They can't even stay in the open here. They got to find a spot right now.
That's exactly what they're going to be looking to do. Now they ended up doing what I thought they were doing earlier, which was leapfrogging Shoot to Survive and making sure that they didn't end up getting into any type of engagements. Try to find your spot within this map. And for Shoot to Survive, now you can have a little bit of freedom, right? Wait to see what the next circle is going to be like, and then set up a path towards your rotation. Meanwhile, 9C is still driving around trying to see what they're going to be doing. Let's see who's going to end up getting blessed here by the circle.
That's the question. A couple more seconds, we'll find out. Luke's has been blessed ever since they won the fight on Power Grid. They'll still stay within the zone. Good on them. And really, nobody has to travel too far. It benefits quite literally everybody. Royals of War has to push into Power Grid potentially to challenge that of Loops. On the opposite side, you got Intense Game, Xforce. They're still fighting on this hilltop. We transition over to Shoot to Survive, who is now engaging onto 9Z. Xforce again onto Intense Game up ahead. Fate's desperately trying to run away. He'll take a bit of damage, but he'll be fine for the time being. Winning this fight gives you a little bit of advantage over on VIOUS Gaming. He's going to be just up ahead. Team Liquid off to your right. But yeah, for Xforce, Intense Game, the back and forth battle continues.
Yeah, these nades are getting a little too close for my liking. Fate going a little bit too close to going forward. Silence as well, just being able to just piece apart. And unfortunately for Intense Game, they're allowing Xforce to really start creeping forward, get in front of them in this circle shift. And I'm honestly surprised that Xforce, after getting that knock, they didn't decide to make a full send play, whether it's towards the center of the zone, there's a lot of dips on this part of the map, or taking the fight to Intense Game while Fate had the Overwatch. But with the time passing, they've still got 2 minutes left on the zone to really work in what seems to be 50, 100 meters into those ridge lines and compounds that are on this outside of zone. But these squads right now, the question is going to be, can Fate hold the line? Silence pressuring them. Fate, I believe, actually had a really poor loadout, SKS and a pump shotgun, so not the layout you want, essentially. Intense Game, look at this. They're actually full pressuring Fate, recognizing that the mountaintop is theirs for the taking, 7. And I don't know, I think Fate's going to go down here.
He might end up going down. Let's see what this... I'm not sure if that was a smoke nade or an actual nade there from him, trying to find himself a little bit of cover as he's trying to heal. And you were mentioning, too, he doesn't really have that much loot to work with. Meanwhile, 24K allowing it. What Fate did was kind of a bit of a distraction there. 24K now and the team pushing up and seeing if they could possibly end up getting some shots and connecting on Intense Game. But none of that is going to be connecting. But guess what? It takes too long and you are so exposed that Mythic from Team Liquid is going to be able to spot 24K and knock them down. Meanwhile, Intense Games getting a different angle. The grenade is going to be coming in. The Molotovs are going to be being pushed out there by Aleem. 24K, let's see if he's going to end up getting picked up. They're going to have to wait. With how close Intense Game is here, you do not want to go for that revive. You want to worry about yourself, and that's why the grenade does end up connecting.
And Team Liquid has moved in. I was curious when they were going to get involved. They were skirting around the outside for a long time, but they finally move in. But as they move in, it was only one. And Mythic, unfortunately, will fall. And Tense Game still has the advantage. Fate finally pushes up, gets one, goes for the second. Just a narrow bit of help for both, and Fate will get two. From the low ground, it seemed almost impossible. He takes so much damage, but finds an opportunity, and he takes it. But can he pull the hat trick onto Adrian up ahead? They both have basically zero health. I'd call them both one shot. Will it be Fate? Will it be Adrian? For the team's success, Xforce, intense game. Fate waits for the perfect opportunity, but Blue will force him off, and Adrian will take him down. Intense game will win, but at what cost? Only 2 players move out, and now you got to deal with Team Liquid.
Yeah, and Adrian, unfortunately, that 1v1 with Fate taking just 1 or 2 seconds too long, not able to support Padrina, who, by the way, was getting knock after knock on a Team Liquid, holding the line down for the squad. And now intense game, even though it's the 1v2, I was going to say maybe has the angles on a Team Liquid, but he's getting chopped from far. Mythic's getting caught in the open, hitting the gun swap, getting the one, but where's the teammate Chief? Actually off in Narnia. That was another Team Liquid player getting the shots. I'm not sure what happened on this ridgeline, but intense game somehow salvaging the third party from Team Liquid.
Showing why they're truly in the top 3 when we go to the overall ranking. Intense game, a team that honestly a lot of people don't really expect much, but with the way that they were able to play the PMCO, with the way that they were able to win PMCO Brazil, showcasing why they could also be one of those teams maybe trying to fight for that top 3 when we get to the grand finals, maybe try to make it to the Esports World Cup as well. Only 1 player left alive, 5 eliminations. Honestly, if I'm that team, I'm sitting happy.
Sitting happy indeed. The series of events that just took place was nutty. But Chief, where was he and why wasn't he helping his team? You definitely wanted to be there to help out your teammates, man, because he could have made all the difference in the world against Adrian from intense game. They could have cleaned him up, I think, anyways. I mean, a 1v2 is a better odd than a 1v1, especially when you have the low ground, but you got to give credit where credit is due. Adrian from intense game winning the fight against Fate and then also taking down a couple of members from Team Liquid is just powerful. An intense game are in 3rd place for a reason, but now it's all about damage control. Adrian's going to try and stay alive as long as he can, and well, that's a tale as old as time. We all know he's now just trying to get top 3 if he possibly can. And for Chief from Team Liquid, well, he's the last remaining member, and iNCO Gaming has them in their line of sights.
Yeah, it seems like Vitaly already priming the nade early. Chief trying to get the aggression going, but both iNCO players not allowing him to get that free 1v1. Both now pulling out the shotguns. Chief trying to get the response knock. Getting a little bit of damage, but this is the issue. When you're a solo, when other squads understand that you're the last remaining player, you're going to get pushed up on. You got to have the shotgun out at least. That's not going to be the case. McGrellin putting them down, 4 players up for iNCO, even though it was just 1 elimination. That's a big moment, taking out not only a solo, but also the Team Liquid squad, who has still been struggling throughout these last 5 games. Hopefully this next Miramar, they're able to put some more points under the belt. But iNCO Gaming, man, 4 players up. They've got that strong eastern side, that eastern positioning on the mountain. Can they make use of it? Can an NA squad finally take their positioning and put it to the test and use it for success? And 7, I think a lot of it's going to come down to this next circle shift. Can our squads, at least our NA boys that are still alive, be able to pop off?
I think they're going to be hoping that the circle does end up going their way and it doesn't end up going anywhere near where Influence Rage is going to be because of that terrain, because of that 2-2 split as well. Influence Rage has so much room to work with. You can see Alpha 7, even though they lost 2 players earlier to Wolves, they've been able to just wait it out because of what the circle has been doing. And you know what? They're going to be able to wait it out even longer. And with AGG, I know that positioning might not be the best to be able to get eliminations while you're sitting there, but at least you're just not going to have to really worry about teams coming near you. And if they do, hopefully they are positioned within a way that they can defend it.
Shots taken into Rose Victex. Diego also up ahead of him. Row in a pretty hairy spot, but luckily they got the van. Are we taking the jump? Honestly, I thought we were pulling tricks out here, bro, in the middle of a PMSL America Spring match. I was I was here for it, dude. I was like, Ro's feeling very comfortable. They're just
Style
having
points.
fun, but no, they'll pause, and that's going to be some decent coverage. And for them, it looks like Influence Rage is going to disengage. They're going to push in, which will be just by Loops. It's going to be Vitten who's going to be up ahead for Influence for Loops, and actually, well, short-lived. Loops will fall. They'll finish off in 9th place. But hey, 7 eliminations for Loops, by the way. A very good game as far as I'm concerned. They'll miss out on placement points, but they were active. They didn't stand idly by. They were getting into fights, and they were winning the majority of them. For Influence Rage and Ro, they'll now dance a little bit on the outskirts. Now I want to focus more so on, I think, the iNCO, potentially intense game. Yeah, because you've got Adrian still alive after his miraculous win against Xforce's Fate, who took down 2 members from intense game. Adrian clutches up, then takes down a Team Liquid member, manages to stay alive. Now, the story is not over with. Yes, his back is against the wall, but Adrian could very well still do a lot of damage to iNCO, who is just above him. And I don't think they know where Adrian is at. So Adrian can once again pull a hat trick and potentially do a lot of damage to iNCO. And I'm here for it.
He would be able to. It could happen too. Something that we need to point out as well is that AGG, I think McGrellin ended up overextending a little bit too much there on top of this mountain, on top of this cliff right there. And there you go. Once again, making sure that they get pushed back. But yeah, if they're not aware of Adrian from Intense Game, that could be a massive surprise. It could be possibly 2, 3, 4 points that could go his way, but he has to wait for the right timing, as VIOUS Gaming is just currently making sure they put a lot of pressure on iNCO Gaming as well.
Yeah, for Adrian, the best case scenario is iNCO Gaming gets a knock on one of the VG players, especially even now, and they go for that 4v4 fight. They try to leave the mountaintop because Adrian, he's able to take those pod shots on the back of iNCO. We see it right now. The smokes come through. We're going to try to get the opening knock. Actually, looks like someone else got it for him. That's going to be Ro getting eliminated. And now iNCO, they're forcing the objective. They're going in for the insights, trying to get that action going, and Mendor, he's trying to get the shots onto him, but iNCO Gaming, they've already collected down onto the smoke, getting the 2v1 going 7. Again, the initial knock now, finding the last player of VG. iNCO Gaming being able to keep all players strong and alive. If they can get Nunez here on the final knock, it'd be a disastrous scenario for VIOUS Gaming. And with Influence Rage, I mean, they're having complete sights of him. You can't prone in the open. Squad that had the positioning, unfortunately not able to apply the pressure back, crumbling under these other squads.
I was wondering what Adrian was doing. I was wondering if Adrian was going to make any type of appearance here. And as soon as I was wondering that, we switched over to Diego, and Diego's just peppering him, saying, don't you dare move, or you're going to end up getting eliminated. You stay behind that vehicle.
You stay put, bro. I've seen what you could do. I don't want you doing it again, okay? Adrian, just be happy you got a couple more placement points because you stayed alive and we allowed it to happen, okay? Vitali's actually just above him. I am curious if he decides to potentially challenge onto Adrian, but AGG has potential for a wonderful finish. They've kind of struggled a little bit here and there. They're currently at 0 eliminations, but the good news is they are still alive. They've got a compound, and they are within the next stage, which is great news for AGG as a whole. VIP might decide to challenge them a little bit later on. Flaw has dropped. Diego should be able to get the cleanup and the pickup. Thank goodness we've got different elevations on Miramar. But we're down to our top 6. Alpha 7 in shambles with only 1 player. Intense game. We know Adrian still alive. Meanwhile, everybody else relatively healthy. AGG with 4, iNCO with 4, VIP with 3, and then Influence Rage with 4. So we're going to have some epic team fights. And speaking of which, we got VIP going against AGG Enigma.
Yeah, and VIP, for the most part, this is a squad that's already down 1 player. Fran actually catching Poppy Sour out with the frag grenade, 1 and done. They have the position, and they understand there's a squad behind them, and ultimately not allowing VIP to even clutch onto the ridgeline here. Now we see it, Melgar and friends throwing the frags down, trying to keep the pressure, at least damage going down. And Fran, I mean, the 1 knock here is just absorbing every single utility that VIP has, everything that's not even getting for the damage. And now, when you've got a lot of this time, Charlie actually wanted to see the squad kind of group up and maybe push VIP on the ridgeline, instead opting to play the zone. We see it now, blue zone starting to tick, getting a little bit of damage on Ayuya, but Legend, he's going to get caught up by Fran. Now AGG, this is your moment. You have the reset, you have the push. Can you get the damage? Charlie from the outside getting the knock, and now it's just Ayuya on the inside who's unfortunately going to be living for about half a second inside. AGG wiping VIP, and now the sights turn towards Influence Rage, who's really fighting two teams on two fronts right now, 7.
That's right, and for Influence Rage, they're gonna have to focus on a fight here. If they don't end up focusing on a fight here, they're gonna have to make sure they do something here with iNCO, because with AGG, with the way that they're currently positioned, they're gonna have to push into the circle, and they'll be pushing to look for possibly a third-party situation. But with that 2-2 split that they're currently working for Influence Rage, it might be a little bit harder. iNCO Gaming kind of having to use some of their vehicles there for cover, having to use the terrain for cover as well. Nobody getting knocked just yet. AGG playing it a little bit too slow, and I wonder if it is because of the terrain that they're going to have to work with, because that team is currently outside of the circle. Influence Rage, though, so far, this team has played it perfect. We always talk about some teams being a little bit too passive. This team has been taking the action to everybody between these 2-2 splits. Reflections.
So the reality for Influence Rage, they've already won today. They won map 2 on Erangel. They won with 11 eliminations. They can surpass that elimination count this game. They're currently at 9, 4 players alive. Positioning is great. But what's significant about Influence Rage, if they can close this out with a win, they could very well pass Loops, who had an early exit in 9th place with only 7 eliminations, but they were in 2nd place with 40 points, only behind that of Alpha 7 at 66. I'm throwing a lot of numbers out there, but the point is, Influence Rage, with a win and also picking up the rest of the eliminations, could very well pass up Loops, secure a 2nd place position, and could go into day 2 or even the final map very strong with the chance to, I don't know, maybe catch up to Alpha 7. But more importantly, again, just being top 2 would be a true testament to how good this Influence Rage roster is. So there is a very real reason why they want to win. AGG, one player is going to drop. That was Melgar, unfortunately, to the play zone. And for Influence Rage, they're going to keep the pressure up with their utility, and those dates are getting close. If I'm AG, I'm a little bit worried. Plus, I'm losing players to play zone left and right, and now Lil Boy is connecting. Wow. AGG and Shambles, they're now gone. And Influence Rage has matched the elimination lead of Alpha 7 from the last game with 12, and there's nothing stopping them from getting iNCO Gaming. This is going to be an Influence Rage win, and they should jump up to 2nd place. I mean, Enigma, they have played so well, but I say that, maybe I got carried away. Bruno's looking to make some off angles.
Yeah, and for 7 as well, getting the knock going down, that's a big 1v1 on the rotation going down, and if you're able to get the reset going, unfortunately not going to happen. The blue zone is going to become a factor. All 3 of these players on each squads are really just right over a ridge from one another. It's going to come down to who has the utility left. Can they land? It looks like 7 has some, but not going to find it just yet, and it actually looks like he potentially could get a 2-for-1 here on this ridge line. Is it going to be close? Going to get good damage on a Diego, but the meds are still happy. They're still good. They're still intact. Can Lorenzen maybe catch Bruno or Vitaly off on the edge? But one of them's watching it. The damage is coming through, and it's all a matter of who's able to get the shots. That's a thirst. It's not anything crazy just yet, but iNCO Gaming, you got to push into Influence Rage. And Diego are close, and there's the one. iNCO Gaming not together. The ridge is just spelling disaster for the squad, and now the 2v3. I'm with you. I think, Taylor, it's going to be this Influence Rage win. Getting one. Now just Bruno's in. They're going to send over. Not going to allow the play zone to steal it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for the Influence Rage squad. And you were thinking, you know, it's going to be over that 12 elimination mark. I know they got all 4 of those eliminations, excuse me, at the end. Believe making that 16 elimination win. Big stuff from that squad. And like you said, Taylor, 2 wins on the day.
2 wins on the day, matching Alpha 7, but doing it with 16. Like I said, going into the game, Influence Rage was going to win this with 16 eliminations, and they did it. Wonderful performance. I'm lying. I got to keep honest. I said Xforce was going to do that, and it wasn't Xforce. It's Influence Rage. But hey, either way, I'm happy with that result. Should put them up in top 2 to pass Loop 7.
I mean, they should be able to pass Loops. With this team, great win as well. I think what I was impressed by the most is how they were able to just fully control the West. They were making sure that nobody even thought about maybe making a push on them, even though they had 2-2 splits. And it ended up working out perfect for them because they were able to hold off AGG. That was always the big question mark for AGG when getting out of that compound. How were they going to be able to do it, especially with that terrain? You were going to be so exposed. Influence Rage positioned themselves perfectly.
Perfectly indeed, man. Influence Rage. What a talented roster and so many great moments today from them. They're looking truly poised to potentially earn an EWC spot. Of course, that's going to happen during the grand finals, but at least for phase 1 of our league play, they have been heads and shoulders above the competition, albeit only outmatched by Alpha 7. But we started this game, relatively slow. There wasn't a lot happening. In fact, we even kicked it over to an interview, but very quickly, Enigma, fights started taking place, and this was United for Gaming, and this house was just so deadly. So many teams ended up getting eliminated in that very house.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just a matter of people playing their angles wrong. Some of these players, they get the initial knock, but not capitalizing on it. A lot of pressure, kind of just going to waste from teammates, and for the most part, when it came to that United for Gaming fight, it really came down to Hate being able to hold back 3 players, just him alone. His team got the reset, and ultimately getting all 4 players, I believe, under his belt for that first initial squad wipe. Another squad that, we got to give credit to is going to be Loops. You said they had 7 eliminations, I believe, when they were eliminated early on, and that's a team where they keep getting those elimination points under their belt. The placement's lacking, but with them having that win earlier, right, Taylor, the placement points, they have enough in my mind, at least today.
Yeah, sure. They've done great, and they're going to very well be up there in top 5. And that's based off their consistent performance. This end game, I was kind of feeling it for Bruno. Bruno's the playmaker 7, but he couldn't get it done in the end. It was Influence Rage who end up taking the win, and some big moves coming out from Flaw, who shows himself as a very dominant player. 6 eliminations, but Diego, talk to me about him, right? Diego's a very talented player, a powerhouse player indeed, and 5 eliminations alongside that in conjunction with Lil Boy and Lorazin. I mean, this roster is just lights out.
The impressive part, too, out of Diego, especially for this match, if we just look at the stats, right? The player with the least amount of damage and also the player with the second most eliminations, meaning that he was just being fully aware of everything going on there on the horizon. And this is what I was talking about in regards to those 2-2 splits. One thing, too, that this team was able to do quite well was when row 19 was close to them, they adjusted from that 2-2 split. They decided to do a 3-1, and it ended up working out for them as well. But for Diego, 5 elims with only 300 and something damage. I'm not mad at that. 26 points total.
26 is crazy. Our top game of the day. No one's been able to match that. The closest was Alpha 7 with 12 eliminations, but Influence Rage breaks the mold with 16. You got to give them credit where credit is due. That's massive, but we'll go on to our second page, and we'll see some teams that obviously ended up falling a little bit behind, unfortunately. Loops is there, but we gave credit to Loops, gave them their flowers with 7 eliminations, but Team Liquid, again, the struggles continue. I hate to say it, but we'll be in a partner team. I think I'm just going to get off that narrative, and I'm just going to wait until they do something, because I'm tired of discussing it, because they just keep, unfortunately, dropping the ball, and I hate to solo them out. So I'm done with that narrative unless you boys want to bring it up later on. But we look at the overall. Influence Rage successfully moves past Loops up in second place with 50, and Alpha 7 will stay in first with 70. But Influence Rage, nice to see our top 3 slowly but surely starting to develop into a more competitive race, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, for those squads, we're seeing it's the only 3 teams that have wins under their belt. We've played 5 total matches, 2 for 2 on the Influence Rage and Alpha 7 bus, but we really just got to be looking at this right side. The placement points, none of those teams are in the double-digit range for placement points, meaning that they're getting their eliminations early, and they just kind of stop. They don't make it. They don't want to play, I guess, maybe after the first 10 minutes of the match, because these squads right now are really struggling to accumulate any sort of relevant points. Alpha 7, we can even use them as a perfect example. They got 7, 8, 10 eliminations, only getting 1 placement points. That's the numbers you're needing to put up if you're not getting those high-end placement points, those top 3s, which I got to shout out iNCO Gaming, by the way.
Yes.
Second place, one of our NA partner teams. Yeah, maybe wasn't a huge performance like we've seen before in some of the matches, but that's something. That's you being able to get there, and we saw it. They had that 4v4 opportunity. It's not always going to go your way, but the signs of life were definitely there.
Yeah, with that question, and want to shout out Adrian one more time, just his plays, the way that he performed, wins the fight against Fate, takes down a Team Liquid member was truly special. But also for Fate, Xforce, like, I'll give him his flowers too. Like, the way that he pulled up on that hill, being on the low side for as long as he was, pulled up and got the 1v2 win, truly special. It was cinema. Hey, one more map remains. We're hopping back into Miramar. The good news is, though, Sarpatch at the start of the day had a chance to speak with Poppy Sour from VIP Esports. Let's hear what Poppy Sour had to say.
All right, here we are with Poppy Sour. Can I get one of those? This looks nice. You got that here?
Yeah.
With the America's little necklace thing, your uniform looking fly. Everything good?
Everything good, estamos muy bien, los muchachones nos estamos preparando bien, se sienten bien, que es lo importante, y como siempre te digo, vamos a meter mano como siempre.
That's going to be hard for me to translate. Vamos a meter mano. How do we say that in English? Instead, we're feeling good, we're feeling confident, and like we always say, we're going to try our best and beat them. That's the PG version, I think. It's your second time here. How important it is for you to have experience, especially for your team that two with experience, two without. How you working with them, with the nerves and all of that?
Como tú dices, es mi segunda vez, dos, Hayuyi y yo somos segunda vez aquí, Freddy y Legend es primerizo, pero ellos se sienten como si ya hubieran estado aquí, ellos se sienten muy bien, muy cómodos, allá se sienten excelentes, hemos estado jugando bastante bien, aunque es test match, pero hemos estado jugando muy bien. Y como te digo, es algo que solamente tenemos que seguir enfocados y seguir metiendo mano. Eso es lo único que vamos a hacer.
He says that the two new guys feel confident, like they've been here all the time. They just have to work. They feel really confident that they're going to do good and just fight it out. Papi, mucha suerte, bro. Let's go back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the 2025 PMSL America Spree season. The final game of day one. Let me not get carried away. There's still plenty of time remaining for your favorite team to catch up. There's two phases, after all, for the league play, and, well, then we still have the grand finals. But final game of the day, we're hopping back into Miramar, which was just incredibly fun, at least from Map 5 Miramar. So many clutch moments, big plays, and a new contender jumping up in the top two, dethroning Loops, who was in second place for the longest time. Obviously, I'm talking about Influence Rage, who had our biggest game of the day, 16 eliminations with the winner chicken dinner. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by Seven and Enigma. Final game of the day, the final chance to close out strong heading into day number 2. And one thing we know, Enigma, is teams always want to close out strong so they can start tomorrow or the next day with new energy and a great mindset saying, look, this is how we finished yesterday. We're coming into today as the champions.
Yeah, and for the most part, a lot of these teams, unfortunately, are hoping to get this last sort of match under the belt. But so far, it's been Alpha 7. If we were to split this day up into the sections of 3, those first 3 and the second 3, it's been Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and then Loops. And now in the last half, it's been Alpha 7, Influence Rage. Going to this last match, I think Loops is definitely wanting to match it and have that win under the belt, because that's a team where they've had the eliminations. They're neck and neck with Influence Rage right now, and I know if they're able to get a win under the belt, it doesn't matter how half of these other teams perform. If they're able to make that point buffer even more in the top 3, that's a nice, pretty seat for them to see.
Neck and neck, you say? Well, let's truly find out, Seven, if they really are neck and neck as we look at our head-to-head between Influence Rage and Loops.
Oh, Loops currently being able to get him in regards to the eliminations there with the 33, but Influence Rage just being able to get some more damage. And also, they do have those 2 chicken dinners. The big question mark, though, and the big thing why we're seeing a bit of a gap when we end up looking at the overall is those average placing. Even though these teams have been able to get some wins, even though they've been able to get some eliminations as well, the average placing is still at 8, and Alpha 7 has been able to just put up, even when they don't end up getting those average placement points, they end up getting the eliminations. I mean, they're currently sitting at, what is it, 41? That is absolutely disgusting. But for some of these teams, they're trying to catch him. Influence Rage, trying to catch him. Loops Esports, trying to catch him as well. And right now, they're doing everything within their power. And you got to give some props. Even though we're currently looking there at Influence Rage and Loops Esports, got to give some props for iNCO Gaming. You were doing it too, Enigma, before we went into that break. First NA team to be able to crack the top 7.
Yeah, I mean, top 7. That's exactly what we want, right? And for the most part, that's a team where we didn't see them in the Titan series, right? We didn't get that sneak peek of what that, I guess, roster could kind of really push forward. But for that squad to be able to come in here, a lot of our NA teams, I think, just struggling with that back-to-back format, like I was saying earlier in the day. Luckily for them, the Miramar, that switch-up, I think, was really that key component for them. And for iNCO Gaming, I'm hoping this game they could honestly finish it out with a win. I know I just said I want Loops to keep that sort of momentum going, keep it as the same 3 teams winning, but we also want to show love to NA. We also want to see our boys be able to dominate in the lobby. And the closest team so far, I thought it was going to be Wolves or Xforce. They're going to be proving me wrong. It's going to be iNCO Gaming holding up that top spot.
iNCO Gaming. Well, let's talk more about iNCO with McGrellin now. How much of an impact does that have on him, Seven? McGrellin once on really a champion, right? World champion, now joining the likes of iNCO Gaming from North America to go from the top region to top team now onto iNCO. What does that mean for his mindset, and what does that mean on his redemption arc?
I think for his mindset, first of all, it's a bit of a freedom in a way, because now you're going to a team and you are being the player with the most experience in regards to championships. You have been able to say, I'm the one that won a PMWC 2024. I'm the one that has been able to do this and that with Alpha 7. Yeah, they did end up dropping me, but now you're going towards iNCO Gaming. You kind of have a bit of a target on your head, maybe from the other players, and you got to be able to showcase it. In that last match, he was able to showcase it. Yes, he did end up overextending here and there, but his teammate was there to pick him up, and he was able to back it up with some eliminations as well. And I think for McGrellin, if he can just get into a groove and show everybody why he was part of Alpha 7, he'll be working wonders for iNCO Gaming.
Amazon gift card. Get it, get it, get it. It's the last one up today. There's plenty more to come in the future days, but this is the last chance you have for it. It's probably already claimed, but hey, I'm calling it out. Make sure you get active, get involved. We keep those Amazon gift cards going for each and every one of you. Hey, we're hopping into it. It's game number 6, the final game of day number 1 of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. We're back on Miramar. Influence Rage, this is their stomping ground. If they can somehow miraculously pull out another win with 16 eliminations, they could dethrone Alpha 7 in first place, and we could already have our biggest shakeup. But hey, my head's in the clouds. I just want to see a good game regardless, and it was phenomenal gameplay in map 5 Miramar, and I hopefully will get the same here on map number 6. Enigma, where are we going?
We're going to the sandy place. the Miramar map, one of my favorite competitive maps. I know it's obviously Alpha 7's favorite. Unfortunately, not performing maybe the hottest that they would have liked to last match. But for these teams right now, at least especially today, we're seeing a lot of consistency from our top Brazilian squads. Obviously, we can maybe ignore Team Liquid for now. It's a separate discussion after this match to see if they're able to perform or not, salvage their day. But a lot of these teams, man, they're going to have to be VOD reviewing all these matches, really looking back and saying, hey, on these certain zones, I'm seeing a lot of open terrain that teams aren't taking, especially on Erangel. We're seeing a lot of teams take fights in that stage 4, 5 area. And 7, I'm not sure if it's just because of the format or maybe these teams didn't do enough research against these other competitors in the lobby, but I'm interested in seeing what changes we're going to see today compared to tomorrow.
I mean, I'm gonna be looking, especially when we end up finding out what after this match, what the second half of the overall is looking like. First thing tomorrow when we come back, I'm looking at those teams very closely. I'm trying to see some adjustments. When it comes down to Wolves, I want to see them being able to just position themselves better so they can be within placement points, so they can be within those top 6 situations, and hopefully Coops can position himself in a way that he can frag out. For Savage Esports, I mean, another team that has been able to get some eliminations, but they are currently there within that second page in regards to the overall ranking points. And then you go towards the bottom of the leaderboard, which is Shoot to Survive and VIP Esports. I don't know what this team is going to be able to do, Enigma, to be completely honest, especially if we have another top heavy day when it comes to Brazil, when we have Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and Loops just being able to get wins back to back to back.
4 out of 8. What is that, right, for NA's teams in that bottom half?
Yep.
3 of us being in the bottom 5. So iNCO Gaming, I don't want to say it just yet, maybe being our sort of star seller NA roster talent. But right now, this is looking like a little bit of a troubling sign to me. It's going to be Savage Gaming, or excuse me, Savage Esports, actually catching out one of the solo players in Xforce. They're changing it up, baby. They're going for the playstyle. And is that a Winchester on Fate? Valak getting knocked, but they get the one. And Xforce, they changed it up already, getting something different, but you got to get Valak up. He's 1 HP, and I mean, we get the knock, but is it really worth it on this last match?
No.
That's an oversight. No. Yeah, that's an oversight. Fate was just shooting off in the distance, by the way, too. He's really... Hey, look, Fate was that guy in the interviews, like I mentioned all the time. Fate's the guy that's cool, calm, and collective. One of the coolest guys out there during the interviews, for sure. And during that 1v2 that he clutched up earlier, only beat by Adrian, look, Fate's really, really on fire, and that's why he's just shooting the Winchester off in a distance, literally 500 miles away, and he's just expecting to collapse heads. He's not, but it's worth the try.
Yep. Yeah, it's worth the try, but it's not worth the try when you end up losing a player of the caliber of Valak that early on just for one elimination. I'm pretty sure they're currently just like, bro, what were you doing? But you know what? That will happen during their VOD review. Another team that we were mentioning and you kind of don't want to talk about any more reflections, he's going to be Team Liquid. I've been expecting a little bit more out of this team when it comes down to Miramar. So far, at least with this match, they are going to be within the zone. They're a bit split out for me, way too split out for me, but luckily for them, there's nobody nearby. But Enigma, Team Liquid, I want to see some changes, and I don't mean just in Miramar. I want to see some changes when we go to Sandhawk, when we go to Erangel. Those maps is where you need to be able to pick it up on, especially Erangel.
I think Sandhawk's going to be a real sleeper because it's the starting point. It's essentially going to be you having to force a 4v4 early on. It's not the map that you want to be playing passive on unless you're really going for that top 3. Maybe you get that zone blast on the positioning. But Team Liquid, you're bringing it up. I see they were actually dropping around Hacienda water treatment split. They've rotated early towards the center. Just east of Picado is going to be that center point on Graveyard. They're going to start really positioning themselves how Team Liquid likes to and taking those center spots. But we've seen a lot of these zones today shift away from the center after stage 2 and 3. A lot of these teams that opt to rotate early, especially the Latin American and the Brazilian teams who have opted this tournament to rotate to the center, really struggling to make these rotations happen. A lot of these teams, especially Team Liquid, I got to bring it back again and again. They need to find themselves 4-man in these center spots. It looks like they're trying to do that, but another team, Taylor, I know I've been rambling for a bit, but iNCO Gaming, they need to win this fight, and they need to do it now.
Yeah, I was going to say Savage. If Savage wins this fight against iNCO, there's a really good chance Savage Gaming, can jump up in the top 8. So this is a big fight for them, but as you also said, for iNCO, winning this fight secures their top 8 finish, most likely for the day. And who knows how far they can go. Influence Rage broke the mold. They went in from, I believe, all the way down, and I'll just double check here. Influence Rage going into game number 5 was in 5th place. They were at 24 points. Now look at them. After one banger of a game, 16 eliminations and a first place, they're in 2nd place over that of Loops and just behind Alpha 7. One good game can catapult you up the standings, and it starts in these fights. It starts against another 4-man roster. Savage iNCO most likely going to be the one exploding relatively soon. They're taking their time. They're a bit spread out, though, and Monte could be pushed up on Vitali. But you guys wanted to keep the Team Liquid story going? Well, let's keep it going. Look at how... I mean, chat can't see it. 7. Chief,
Show us the map,
Cardozo,
please.
it's just in Narnia, bro.
If we get a chance, just show the map real quick so we can actually show the viewers what we're talking about in regards to Team Liquid, just how spread out they currently are. They're within that 2-2 split. And it was even more before. The thing is, though, look how many teams are currently surrounding them. They are lucky that nobody's currently rotating. The circle is currently set put. I mean, we're chilling, right? It's circle 1. But for a team that has so far today been caught off guard many times over and over again and forced to just come back together in times where they're not expecting to, I'm actually surprised that they're sticking to this. I thought that we're going to maybe end up readjusting, but the fact that they're not, I don't know how I feel about it. I'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that team tomorrow on day 2.
Yeah, it's nuts to me. It's nuts. I mean... this is where like my soft side comes out, and it's like, oh, I hate talking about Team Liquid this much. I really do, but it's like, but then I look at that and I'm like, what is going on? And it's not like Chief Cardozo up on the north side. Yeah, they're separated from their team, and nobody's around them at the moment. But like the reality is, you have AGG who could push into you. You got Intense Game who could push into you, and Alpha 7's not terribly far away either.
Yeah.
You could easily get caught out. And for Chief, he could get caught out by himself, and then Cardozo can follow after that. It's not like they're even together to play together. So I worry. I sincerely worry about Team Liquid and just what's going on with their play calls. But hey, we're sounding the alarm bells. Reality is all 4 are still alive. They can reposition, and they can get together, and they can be just fine. We take a look at the map one more time as it transitions from stage 1 into stage 2. You got a couple of usual suspects who's going to be center zone. That's going to be Loops, who are also spread out a little bit too. I hope they converge together over in Picado. There's a good chance that they will. But it shifts over to the left-hand side. And, well, Enigma, quite a few teams need to transition now to the west.
Yeah, and the main teams I'm looking at is going to be 3 NA squads. Shoot to Survive on the north, Wolves, Esports being in that centralized spot, and then VIP just on the coattails of them. These teams are the ones that desperately need the points at the bottom. iNCO Gaming and Xforce still kind of being on their off lonesome on that eastern or southern side, but those 3 squads that got the circle shift, they need to rotate in sooner versus later. They've been playing too passive on the Erangels. They've been allowing teams to rotate in front of them too much, allowing the placements to fall through their fingertips. So I want to see that western side, when this sort of stage starts closing, that we start taking prime spots. We got to start taking shots. You can't allow it to leave it up in 7. I feel like you got to agree with me on it. These teams right now, especially outside of iNCO Gaming, we're making way too many mistakes on NA.
Yeah, I mean, you can currently look at Xforce. Let's just pick them as an example, right? They went down to Portona, and they're now just having to start rotating towards the circle. And it's yes, you might be able to get within the circle, but everything is just going to be taken up towards the center, and then you're going to have to just pretty much play for scraps in a way and hope that the circle ends up going their way. That's just not a playing style that we want to see out of this team. It's not a playing style that I personally want to see out of this team. So as we see Intense Game here taking some shots at VIOUS Gaming. VIOUS Gaming, I know you've been hype on them, Reflections. I've been trying to slow my roll here a bit. I don't want to get too hype on a team, because sometimes I feel like I end up cursing them or I end up blessing them, so I'm just staying neutral.
Hey, I hear you on that, man. They're excited to see.
Yep.
You know, the thing, they fizzle out too early, though. You know, that's my biggest problem with VIOUS Gaming is they have these incredible moments, and don't get me wrong, like highlight plays. Like a lot of our highlight plays for day 1 today have been VIOUS Gaming just pushing into a team or getting pushed and handling their business. They're exciting, but the reality is they're not lasting long enough to get to benefit from the placement points and ultimately benefit from the eliminations towards the end zones, and that's what does them in the end. They're a team that I think is going to stay middle of the pack, but I'm going to continue to support them. They're exciting to watch. They're just an exciting team in general, but they're just not at that level yet to where I think they're breaking through into top 5.
I'm with you in regards to that. Yeah, I'm enjoying the excitement that they provide, right? They're being able to clutch up eliminations. Every single time we end up going towards them, I feel like they're always end up fighting. But let's see what's going to happen with this team, especially after a couple days, after they get a chance to do a lot of VOD review. Sometimes I kind of hold back on some of these teams just to see how they're going to perform after they maybe do some VOD review, after they have some time to rethink certain things that might have not gone their way. But with the circle here, as I was talking about earlier about Xforce, look at Xforce. Now they're kind of having to deal with row 19 because of that rotation they were doing. Luckily for them, though, it looks like their prayers to the PUBG Mobile gods ended up working out because they are still within that second circle.
Yeah, but I'd like to see them still even at least make an effort to get deeper in. This has just been an Xforce classic of they get enough of the zone where they want to stay, but it allows these other teams to rotate in. We're talking United for Gaming. We're talking even Wolves if they potentially wanted to rotate. Shoot to Survive. A lot of that southern side is free. If you allow these other squads to rotate in, you're going to just be congested way too much. And that's the difference I felt what we've seen with the likes of Alpha 7 or Influence Rage or even Loops, where they're applying pressure on the map. They're being a force to be reckoned with in each and every match here tonight. And some of our squads, especially NA, I feel we're playing too passive, not applying pressure when it's needed the most, especially in these circle shifts, 3-4 stages. This is what I've been harping on. Our teams need to survive. And wait a second. Oh, that is not what. He's a no damage.
What?
Wait. Oh, no. Please don't lose this, Igor. You can't do it like this. Oh, I feel so bad.
Let's go, Pedrinho. That was the most insane jump I've ever seen before in my life. I can't believe he didn't end up taking any fall damage. He ends up working out for you. And you know what? Intense game. A team that's currently there fighting for the top 4 somehow secures an elimination to their name.
Yo, is it a thing? Like, I know in certain games, like, you can hug the wall and like not take damage.
He definitely wasn't close enough for that. He definitely.
I don't know. Hey,
let's just say that's a 1 of 1 right there.
Unfortunate. That's an
God bless the
unfortunate
PUBG
series
Mobile
of
gods
events.
on that one, bro. He said, "Jesus, take the wheel," and he flew, bro. That was incredible. And he gets to kill. Come on, that was awesome. All right, well, fair enough. That ends up working out. I'm gonna like this hilltop fight because you've got Team Liquid who's on the low ground. They've got to work their way up, or just around in general. We get a replay. Look at this. It just no. He definitely didn't hug the wall. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I'm blown away. And he gets the elim, bro. After that, if he doesn't get the elim, it's just a tragedy. But he gets the elim, he's a hero. I don't know what he did, but he's a hero.
For anybody that's currently watching this, figure out how he did it, make a clip, post it, you hashtag PMSL Americas, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get a lot of views because, oh my goodness, I've never seen that before in my life.
It's crazy, dude.
I mean, people are thinking maybe it's because he punched the air. I think he just landed perfectly where he slid on both ridges and it caught him in a weird way.
Right. Dude.
It just cradled him in the air because he didn't move instantly and he took 0 fall damage. If he took any damage, I'd maybe believe he was able to ride the wall like you were thinking, Taylor. But nah, that was criminal.
Well, you know the thing, dude, that's amazing, and I hats off to all the pros across multiple different titles, but specifically PUBG Mobile is the things these players figure out by happenstance or just because of their game knowledge is just out of this world. 7.
Maybe that was the case. You know what? I want to see it twice.
We'll can you do it 2 times?
Show me you can do that again, please. As Alpha 7 Mafioso almost getting knocked right there, but is able to get within the building. Squash now having to back up as well. I mean, if Alpha 7 gets another win here, they're going to be able to do what they promised this Sour Patch, being able to get those 3 wins. Meanwhile, though, VIP with a turnaround there. Sit down, Juancho. That was nasty.
Nasty indeed. Wolves a bit spread. One's already down. Torin, though, I'm curious. I like this angle from him. I really do, especially with Coops unleashing on VIP. getting the finish. We'll go up close and personal. AGG on to Poppy Sour. Poppy Sour holds his ground. Fran from the distance will take down Ayuya. He's going to reposition, and you got Poppy Sour still out there full health. Fran moving in, and Fran's got to pick up a 1v2, but he's already taken a lot of damage. Great movement, good damage, but not enough. AGG will finish off their day as the first team eliminated in Game 6. Only one elim. They can't be happy with that. But you thought VIP's job was done? Well, not just yet. They still have Wolves to deal with. We're going to be up ahead.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be coming in clutch. They had those 2 initial knocks on the Wolves, having Coops and Doran forced out of that sort of hillside. But AGG, they came pushing in and just pulled VIP's attention away from Wolves, allowing that reset to happen. I believe Wolves able to keep all 4 players up. So now them taking this fight, they're full 4-man strong. 9Z is on the back foot. And even though this compound isn't in circle, if they can clean up the 2 players, maybe only losing 1 member here, it'd be a big move for Wolves Esports. And Doran, he's taking action. The S12K finds one. Coops is calling it out onto Reyes and the full squad. The pre-fire, they eliminate 9Z. Globant now having to deal with the VIP duo, I believe, just in front of them.
Great play there by the Wolves, realizing that they had him on the run, continue under pressure through that nade, force them to back up even more. They still have all 4 players alive, meaning that they were able to pick up Juancho after he ended up getting knocked. And I'm also enjoying, honestly, right now what I'm seeing from this team in regards to is not just Coops getting the eliminations, right? It's also Doran sitting with those 3 eliminations. Earlier, we joked about, okay, if there's an NA team, who's going to be able to win it? I forgot which one Reflection said earlier with 16 eliminations.
Xforce.
And then there you go, Xforce. I ended up saying Wolves. Maybe we were joking in regards to the match, okay? Maybe we meant this match.
Game 6.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
That's totally what we're going with.
Without question. No, I'm with you on that one, brother. Well, except for Xforce. I'm not with you on Game 6. They only have 1 player left. But Wolves, absolutely the case. iNCO, opposite of Team Liquid, and then Aleem also in the background. Somehow, someway, Team Liquid has found themselves getting pincered between a solo on Xforce and then the roster of iNCO just up ahead. And Aleem could play spoiler to Chief, especially if he jumps out the window, depending on how he wants to play it. Meanwhile, we go into the CQC fights. Mythic is down. Ayala locking in the stairs. Goes for the attack. Manages to get the drop onto one iNCO member, plus the full finish. Now, the attention onto the last remaining 2 members, Ayala and Chief. Forced to try and stay alive against iNCO's Gaming's onslaught, which is going to be 2 members themselves, plus, again, that solo from Xforce. So this fight can get a little bit weird, and I'm thinking to myself, where are they at whenever it comes to the map anyways? I think they're going to be just on the cusp of that zone, too.
Yep.
So winning this gives them a little bit of time to recover a bit. Getting Mythic back into the fight could be critical for Team Liquid.
Some breathing room there from some of those teams too. Influence Rage there, once again, having to just a lot of room to work with. Alpha 7 is going to be outside of the circle, currently fighting Wolves. That is not the first time that we see those 2 teams fighting in regards to Miramar. Last Miramar, Wolves actually ended up making sure that Alpha 7 lost 2 players to them before they ended up getting eliminated. So interesting to see that rotation paths might end up clashing, at least between Wolves and Alpha 7. We'll see if it happens again tomorrow or if there's any readjustments as Loops, oh my goodness, on the elimination feed, being able to find Diego from Influence Rage. Now Juancho, the only player left alive here from Wolves, trying to survive a little bit longer, trying to clutch it up. But for Wolves, I got to give them some props. They're up to 8 eliminations. It's not the placement points that I want to see as they get eliminated, but they are up to 8 eliminations when they end up getting sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see Shoot to Survive going for that 1-1 split, getting that off angle onto the Wolves Esports squad. And for them, it works out. Unfortunately, they're going to be just a duo on that mountaintop. This northern side, just on the overside of the hill. This is going to be a very important 4v4. Influence Rage versus Alpha 7. The jump shots from Creo. M4 swap almost catching Lil Boy. Fortunately, winning the 1v1, keeping it in an even trade. Revo now forced to spearhead the fight, forced to go for the nade play here. And he's got enough HP. He's got enough time to work with. Can he find himself a good enough position on this ridgeline? And I think if you're Revo, you got to go for this. Your teammate gets the good damage in, and that's 12K. The DBS, it doesn't do enough, but he cleans it up with the M4. Now Alpha 7 being just Revo, trying to salvage this fight, trying to at least get another player up, but Taylor, he's down to the 1v2. He's got to figure it out. Getting one!
Gosh.
And he goes for the shot. He got both of them!
No shot. Revo does that. Revo, out of this world performance, already the elimination leader for the day. You said it best. Such an important fight. You've got Influence Rage, who's knocking on the door to catch up to you, knock you down to second place, albeit very early in the tournament. Alpha 7 doesn't want to fall to second place, especially this early. And Revo clutches like he did, but not only did he clutch, he was also placing smokes down to keep his teammates safe for a little bit, right, to obscure the views. He was playing masterfully with just a ridge to help him out, or just a little hill. Beautifully done. He will fall to silence, but in my opinion, the victory's already underway. The victory's already in. Alpha 7 putting on an absolute clinic. Revo leading the charge. He is the tip of the spear for the roster, the tournament in general, and the MVP when it comes to eliminations. We hop on to Team Liquid's perspective along with the Lean from Xforce, who won't live very long. Team Liquid will win the fight. And remember, the last time we were on board with Team Liquid, they were fighting against iNCO, and then you had that straggler from Xforce. Well, iNCO decided to leave, and then that led Team Liquid to focus all their attention onto Xforce's solo, which was a Lean. So well done to Team Liquid. They stay alive. They could make a deep run. This could be their best and deepest game we have seen so far.
It could be. One thing that this team has done well, as we've been nitpicking them, especially me just talking about how they're not really playing like how we saw them last year, is whenever they do end up making that push together as a team, it ends up working out for them. We see it right now, and we also saw it earlier in Erangel when we were in Military Island. Now they're trying to see if they can maybe spot iNCO 7. But they need to be careful because Nunez from VIOUS Gaming is currently trying to get some off angles here, trying to see if he could possibly get a cheeky knock in the third party. He's going to be able to spot 7 from iNCO Gaming, and that's going to be an easy knock. But Team Liquid, are you going to try to steal it? Who's going to end up getting this elimination here? Because there's a lot at stake. And for Nunez right now, it's easy pickings as Team Liquid is forced to push out as this zone is just closing in.
Yeah, no vehicles. Took too long to clear out 7 from iNCO Gaming, resulting in you just having to make that full send. Not even really a smoke to your name in front of you. Maybe just one down. Team Liquid luckily having Chief still alive, but we're talking it's top 9. You're not getting any placement points if you go out here right now. A lot of these teams, unfortunately, taking casualties early on. With this being Stage 6, having 9 teams, I'm kind of surprised about 22 players remaining. Every point's going to matter, especially if you're on the edge, and we get to see the demise of Chief actually make it to the ridgeline. It looks like VIOUS Gaming not being able to get the knock. Intense Gaming as well, not even looking his way. Team Liquid may be able to scrap by with a few placement points.
That's surprising that Chief there was able to use that terrain to his advantage, getting at least a little bit of the timing right. As he was looking up towards the mountain, I was just giggling. I was like, how's he going to be able to make this? There's so many eyes just currently looking at him. He's able to find it, but I mean, I feel like he is prolonging what's going to ultimately end up happening with how many players are currently keeping an eye on where he's at.
Yeah, Demonor, I think, has his number. Chief has no choice but to continue to push up. And look at the elevation and the amount of players on each level. iNCO off to the left with Bruno. Chief also, again, big story around him trying to push up. Even above that, you've got United for Gaming, who's almost at the peak, it seems. Intense game, too. So many different things happening. Chief's been spotted, but manages to get inside the safe zone and get a little bit of cover with that mountain wall. And I was paying attention to Ro. Ro has also moved forward and has put the pressure onto SVG, Savage Esports, who will ultimately be eliminated. And Ro might continue to scout the land, see if they can find some potential cover up ahead. My eyes, and this is for a little bit later on, but on Loops. Loops has a chance to not only pass Influence Rage and secure their second place once again, but also finish with a winner chicken dinner, which would be their second of the day.
Yeah, that's looking like a really good zone shift too for Loops, by the way. Only one other team really in the circle. That's going to be an intense game on the east. Obviously, we see that Alpha 7 solo potentially able to sneak in on the north, but the eyes are really going to be set on what nooks and crannies you're going to be able to play on this mountaintop, right? iNCO, Team Liquid, even Ro have to find their spot in this next circle, and all of them, they're just forcing the 1v1s. Luckily, Bruno, he's expecting it. He's seen you walking up the whole time, picks up the freebie point, but it's always a matter of which spot you're going to play. Are you going to play the low ground? Are you going to contest the height, or will you play out towards the edge of the circle. And in my mind, I think it's going to play out exactly as I was predicting. Loops Esports potentially matching the other two squads with 2 wins. Them having 4 players up. I know they don't have an elimination to their name yet, but the quiet ones are always a scary group to deal with, Taylor.
Yeah, without a doubt. Intense Game is an interesting one to talk about as well. They could very well move up into second place too. They've got 4 players alive, but my only concern is, well, they are a bit split apart. And but I say that they do pick up one from VIOUS. We focus our attention, Royals of War, and this VIOUS fight that's been taking place for so long. And you got to feel bad for Marlon and Demeanor, who's going to be on that low ground in the crevice, just taking utility after utility, nade after nade, and it's only a matter of time before they get finished off as Victix throws another one. Will drop Demeanor. Marlon last alive. Now he's got to try and pull off a similar play that Fate pulled off earlier from Xforce, and well, it's going to end in almost the same way. Picks up one. Now you got to focus on top. He's too focused on the cleanup and not the mission at hand, which is the remaining players from Row, who's just up above him. But as we transition, Loops now finally awakening from their slumber as they focus their attention onto Royals of War, who just won the fight against Victus earlier.
And on top of that, you have Intense Game just making sure they take full advantage of this high ground that they have. That's why they were currently so split, because they're just splitting out. Nobody's going to be challenging them here as long as they don't overpeak. And they did just that, being able to secure some more eliminations. They're currently up to 12. Intense Game is saying, okay, we want to switch things up when it comes to the overall. We want to also be one of those teams that ends up getting a win today, and not just the top 3 teams. Loops Esports currently in a great position as well. Intense Game right now still within the circle, and if it does end up going their way, I don't see any way that any of these teams is going to be able to beat them because of how proactive they're currently being there, Enigma.
Yeah, and my scary thing I'm noticing right now is just the circle shift. It's centered right up, I believe, on the mountain that Nielzda got thirsted on. So Intense Game able to see essentially the dead center of the circle. What I'm really hinting at is Loops essentially has to rotate up that mountain to contest Intense Game as a 4-man, who, by the way, I believe it was 13 eliminations under the belt, while Loops is sitting with a fat goose egg. So a team that I was expecting to get the win, having to make this rotation, having to take this fight against a squad that has just been slaughtering the lobby, really just is putting a thought, you know, an almost fault in my stars, to say the least, for these squads. And for Intense Game, this is the moment. I know we have Bruno's in, we have Royals of War, 2 teams that are desperately needing the points as well. But, man, Intense Game really just showing that they're here for the competition.
Big moves. Intense Game could very well take over second place. The question is for Loops, can they hold on tight? Can they get a win? But I agree with you, Seven. I mean, it's almost an impossibility with Intense Game proactively setting up on top of the hill. It is nearly impossible to take any of them down. Even if you get a knock, all they have to do is just back away out of line of sight, and they'll get the pickup once again. And Intense Game has had a phenomenal game. We're talking 13 eliminations, and 16 eliminations was set, or which was the record for this week, or for this day alone, was set just earlier by Influence Rage, and now that can be blown out of the water from Intense Game, which is just the way Miramar goes, and that makes me excited moving forward. This format, we might be on to something. Loops stuck between a rock and a hard place, man. I mean, they can't really break out of this hard cover.
Ooh.
Luckily, they're well within the stage 9, but, you know, again, it's just going to continue to collapse down. And Intense Game are quite literally dead center. But here goes Row. Row has to try and break free, but they're not having any luck.
Intense Game did have to use a lot of utility earlier. There you go. They're going to be able to find some more angles as they're going to continue to just get eliminations over and over again. They're currently up to 15th. We are on the last circle. This is going to be closing in towards the center. And if I'm not mistaken, from what I'm able to see here, Intense Game is currently at the center. Loops Esports will have to push out. If somebody can make a difference here, if there was ever a chance, Bruno needs to find a way to get up there and make Intense Game's life a little bit harder, but it's easier said than done. As Pedrinho trying to duplicate what we saw earlier, yeah, that's not going to happen again, as he ends up getting knocked there to fall damage, and he will get eliminated. Loops Esports now trying to find an opening here. Oh, that smoke is going to be gone. It's easy pickings here for Silence with the P90 as he's able to get 2. There's 1 left. Is he going to be able to make this jump? Yes, he is. And there's that fall damage that we were expecting earlier. It's just one player left from Loops and one player left from iNCO.
Yeah, and I'm wanting to see
Only a
Bruno. You
matter
gotta
of
get
time.
active. You gotta get going.
Well, what can you do, man? I guess full send everybody, Enigma, because Bruno's the last one alive. Bruno tries, but intense game gets the win. 18 eliminations. Give them their flowers, boys. I believe they just took over second place, Enigma.
Yeah, the Sleeping Beast being able to really just frag out. And unfortunately for the rest of the lobby, that's not a team that you want to really start performing on Miramar. First day, a lot of these squads were struggling to put the points under their belt, but with a zone like that, you got the positioning, everyone struggling on the edge to find their way into the circle. It allows you to remind the lobby, hey, there's a reason why this mountain is a force to be reckoned with. There's a reason why the high ground reigns supreme. And for Intense Game, obviously they got the win and stuff like that, but iNCO Gaming as well, even though it was a snake by, maybe a little bit of luck, a second place back-to-back on Miramars, yeah. I'm starting to like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, second place back-to-back, I mean, that's great. It really is, and it shows consistency, which at the end of the day is what wins you championships and ultimately wins you tournaments. Well done from iNCO. Loops as well, Seven, for our teams that were on the cusp trying to break in right into that second place position.
Yep.
Everybody got a little bit of a win, but Intense Game got the biggest one.
Yeah, Intense Game with that high ground. I mean, as soon as I saw it happen and as soon as I saw them being proactive too, not just chilling up there, I was like, okay, it's going to be really hard. If the last circle goes their way, if they're somehow still within that center circle, nobody's going to be able to overtake them. And that was the play that Pedrinho, I think he was trying to duplicate again there towards the end, which it didn't end up working out for him, but at least it did work out on one situation. You see there, Wolf Esports, once again, props to that team. I think they ended up with a total of 8 eliminations. So great performance. Hopefully tomorrow we'll start seeing a little bit more of those placement points and hopefully start seeing some of these teams push up. One thing, boys, that I will say before we even go to the overall leaderboard is that with this lobby so far, today especially being so top heavy with almost just the top 3 teams being able to get chicken dinners and backing it up with eliminations, it kind of does allow the rest of the lobby to be very close in regards to points, and that's why we saw earlier iNCO Gaming being able to just push up there towards the first half of the overall.
Oh, nice. Look at this guy. Yeah, Intense Game taking over the high ground. Well done. But you're right. It's top heavy. But, big games like this can just shift things tremendously. Going into the final game, I highly expected, honestly, I expected Influence Rage to replicate their success or at least have a much better game than they ended up having and, catapulting them up even closer towards Alpha 7. But not the case, and it's just Intense Game. Ultimately get the win with 18 elims, which is huge. And it is top heavy, but it's a lot closer than I expected it to be after looking at the scoreline for map 2 and map 3. Wonderful game indeed. Silence picks up 5 eliminations, but Pedrinho was the top elimination leader for this game in regards to Intense Game. And Alpha 7, I do want to say that clutch from Revo was incredible, and the fact that he did so while also providing coverage to his teammates, to have that wherewithal, to have that insight, just shows and really proves why he is the best in the world, because he can just take all elements into account and pinpoint it and focus it into success. 28 points, that is insane, Enigma.
Yeah, and for that squad, they were just short of breaking 4,000 total damage as a squad. A team that really was just taking the most out of their positioning, and obviously we saw 2 of those squad mates having over 1,000 under their belt alone. It's a team that definitely, if they can get the right situation going, they get themselves up right in the right positions, they can put up numbers like Alpha 7 and the rest of these teams that have won tonight. But for the most part, you got to do it more than once. We've seen it time and time again where teams have their one-off games, whether we want to call it luck or whether we want to call it skills of brilliance. Whatever the case may be, you got to be able to do it more than once, especially now with there being these 2 phases going into the finals. Got to make sure you get the points where it matters the most.
Yeah, that's it. All right. We take a look at our second page, but now I want to see overall. That's where the story should be told. And Alpha 7 will remain in first place. No surprise. We weren't expecting any changes, but Intense Game, much like Influence Rage, right? Going from Game 4 to the conclusion of Game 5, they jumped up to second. Intense Game will take a page from their playbook, but do it even better by getting more eliminations by 2 and jumping up just below that of Alpha 7. Loops below them, they've had a great day, highly consistent. They've managed to stay in top 3. They haven't dropped below that, so I'll give them their flowers. Influence Rage also keeping it competitive. So you talked about how top-heavy it was, 7, but the big thing for me is, honestly, with the way the day started, I wasn't expecting top 4 to be this close. I was only expecting top 2 to be running away with it and everybody else to kind of just be, you know, fighting for scraps, fighting for third place. But the fact that top 4 is as close as it is gives me great excitement moving forward.
True, it's good to see that it's not a full runaway, especially for first place. Yeah, Alpha 7 does have a 12-point lead, but that's easy to catch up, especially with some of the way that these teams are playing. Intense game there, being able to back it up with the win as well. I felt like they were quite consistent throughout today with the way that they were able to play, but for them to finish it off here with a cherry on top of that win, that's what you want to see. Loops Esports 2. iNCO Gaming. I mean, we were talking about Enigma giving them props, even more props for this team, being able to put an NA team there in the top 5.
Yeah, we're talking the point spread. Obviously, they were the squad that is just short of being in that sort of running that Taylor was just mentioning, but nonetheless, I think they understand that, hey, we have what it takes to get into those placements, those first few matches, especially Erangel. I can't stress enough, everyone needs to go back, whether it's the IGL, having that sort of mental fortitude we've been noting about, having to go back to back to back, whether it's just maybe having a good start on Sandhawk, whatever the case may be, these teams need to be showing up tomorrow, especially whether it's the coaches, whether it's just the IGL doing VOD review, come in tomorrow with a game plan, because we for sure know those top 4, top 5, even top 8, they're doing that already.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we are in the 3rd season for PMSL Americas, I really do think we've had a big improvement in the competitors, playthroughs, just overall in our competition. And I've noticed a big difference because I go back to previous seasons. Teams didn't come out this strong. They didn't. And it was very top heavy with, Alpha 7, the Team Liquids, who were dominating. But I feel a lot of the rosters have caught up, and that's why it's as close as it is. And we're also having many more different winners than we had in previous seasons. So PMSL Americas is getting incredibly competitive, and I owe Alpha 7 that, because Alpha 7 put our region on the map by winning EWC last year. It was a great day. 6 wonderful games done. Many more to go, but we're going to have to wait until tomorrow. Enigma, back to you for your final words before we get out of here.
Final words, Wolves, you let me down today. Okay,
Oh, no.
I'm expecting tomorrow. We got to turn up the heat. It can't be just iNCO. Same with Xforce. You let me down. I'm wanting to see the NA on top. We got to be breaking into that top 5. More than just one team getting by on Miramar's. Make every map count tomorrow.
Make every map count. That's the best advice you could possibly give. And I love that you just came out the gate straight up. NA, you let me down. All right, 7, what about you? What's your final words before we get out of here?
He took the words right out of my mouth, so I'm happy I don't have to absolutely destroy NA here. One thing that I am going to be looking forward to tomorrow is how teams are going to be readjusting to this top 4 squads. Throughout the day, I was thinking, okay, how they're going to readjust to Alpha 7 because of how they were just playing with confidence, doing certain things that were we were like, okay, all right, Alpha 7, might as well just give you a trophy now, right? But no, that's not the case. Intense Game stepped up. Loops Esports stepped up. Influence Rage stepped up as well. So I'm really intrigued to see how some of the other regions and the other teams are going to be adjusting for tomorrow.
Well, that's going to have to wait until tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting tournament. It already has started off exciting. And I hope, chat, you enjoyed it all day. And, of course, got those Amazon gift cards. That's going to be returning, I am sure of it, in the future days. But all good things must come to an end. This is one of those good things coming to an end. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble 7, Enigma, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we return tomorrow 4 Eastern. We would love to have you. Hold up, we've got a bit
I'm gonna stress him. Look at this. Dude's not even have armor. Unfortunately for this, 1 or 2 eliminations going into a circle shift, they could be starting to come up. Out one of the solo players in Xforce. They're changing it up, baby. They're going. Our teams need to survive. And wait a second. Oh, that is not what. These are no damage. Wait. Oh no! Please don't lose this, Igor. You can't do it like this. Oh, it'd be a big move for Wolves Esports and Doran. He's taking action. The SLK finds one. Cooper's calling out.
Ayala blocking the stairs. Goes for the attack. Manages to get.
I think if you're reload, you gotta go for this. Your teammate gets the quick damage in and. Taylor, he's down to the 1v2. He's got to figure it out. Getting one! And he goes to the shot. Wide open here. Oh, that's smoking. Oh, God. He